Thanks, Jake.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5 seconds, 4, 3, 2, 1. Envision my survive.
Aye, aye, sailor. Welcome to Sunday's Sewing Street. I'm Stuart Hillard. It is wonderful to have your company. It is gloomy out there. In here, it is nothing but gorgeousness. Let's start with our early bird. I love these early birds when they are just for everybody. Absolutely everybody. This is gorgeous, natural seeded Osnaburg. It is one of my favourite utility fabrics. Utility in the sense that you can use it in so many ways. It is so universal and utterly gorgeous. The price is already absolutely fantastic, isn't it? £13.96. This is a 2-metre piece, which is huge, but it's our early bird and we're going to drop the price. Now, look, here we go. This is what 2 metres of Osnaburg looks like, and you're paying just a shade over £10.47. 261.5 metre. It's brilliant stuff. Absolutely brilliant. Have a look. It's a cotton fabric, but it has that natural seeded texture. Almost like, you know, when you get vanilla seeds in really good ice cream. It's almost like that. So you get this wonderful kind of country look, soft. It is very, very soft and gorgeous. It makes an amazing background for a plique, a brilliant background for embroidery as well. You can make bags out of it. It's great as well if you want to do something like border, back, cushions, runners, quilts too. It's very soft, it's very supple, it behaves itself beautifully. It's also incredibly economical, even at its regular price, but today it's £10.47 for 2 metres. Janet, you've been busy making, but what? You've really piqued my interest now, Janet. Now we all need to know, what have you been making? Lovely to hear from you. Thanks for being my first messenger of the day. Yeah, Osnaburg, lovely for doll making. You can use it to make like rag dolls, teddies, things like that, lovely. But also really, really nice to make things like doll clothes out of. Can you imagine making everything, you know? You can paint on it. You can stamp on it. So if you're into your woodblock printing, again, fab. You can also kind of draw on this with Sanntangle pens or with colouring pencils. You can use wax crayons and then heat set them with an iron, just regular wax crayons too. Let's see if I can put Facebook on. Can I do it? I haven't, no. John, you wonderful man. No, that's definitely not a message for me. I think I'm on an old day. Sorry. Do you know, it's been years and years and I still haven't got it. Sorry, everyone. Sorry. Now, as I say, this is it's a 2 metre piece. Now, here's your width. Here's your width. And then you've got all of this. There is a lot of fabric there, and it is, you can see how soft and supple. Now, it is a bit heavier than quilt-weight cotton, which means that it's absolutely perfect for things like bag making, you know, either outer or lining. You could do a gorgeous tote bag. Ginny from Essex says, it's a favourite fabric of mine. Yeah, you know, you get those fabrics where you think, I could always use this. Osnaburg is definitely one of those. What about doing red work embroidery on top of this? Or any kind of embroidery? Beautiful. It also looks amazing quilted. Half the stock has gone. Sandra from Northamptonshire says, morning, Stuart. I've just bought the early bird, a bargain. They're the best ones, right? But also, I think the best ones are the ones that you know you could use again and again and again in so many different ways. Morning, says Ruth. Is Osnaburg suitable for embroidery projects? Thanks, Ruth. Yeah, totally. It isn't stretchy in any way, okay? No more than you'd get in any normal cotton fabric. Obviously, like on the bias, I'll just show you there, look. Can you see that? That's just how fabric works, right? But on the vertical and horizontal, no. It's a lovely even weave as well. It's 100% cotton. I mean, something like chain stitch, back stitch, French knot kind of embroidery would look absolutely stunning on this, wouldn't it? Now, those of you who are multi-buying, and actually quite a few of you are you thinking like me, backing your cushions, backing your quilts, your runners, Christmas tree decorations done in Osnaburg with simple embroidery. If you've got my book, Quilts from the Country, there are little hanging Christmas decorations with simple embroidery of snowflakes on them. That would look stunning. Maybe backed with Tilda's Merry Little Christmas. Very nice. You know, you can use this in so many ways. Now, I need to let you know that I just have 20% of my stock left. 80% is checked out and gone. Way more in baskets than we've got. Jan, by the way, good morning. She says, good morning, Stuart and team. We'll say hi to the team in just a minute. Now, I'm going to push this, it's a put and a push at the same time, to one side, but I want to keep it just low because I've got this fabric. It's not an early bird, but I've got this fabric, which is cut to order, and I just thought, when I put the two of them next to it, I just thought, well, that is just happy days. Now, this is pre-printed faux patchwork, adorable little stars with Christmassy motifs. Can you imagine just cutting this out, border or back with this, and what you've got then, I'm trying to keep both in shot at the moment, put both of them together, you've got your Christmas cushions, your Christmas table runners, kind of without having to do any work. You could cut one of these motifs out. You could back it with Osnaburg, a little bit of stuffing. I would put a little tassel and a little hanging loop, Christmas decorations. Easy peasy. You could cut out table mats from this, maybe 4 by 5 squares. Back it with wadding and Osnaburg, quilt it and then bind it with Osnaburg. They're your Christmas table mats. It's cut to order, so if you order multiple units, they will all come joined up in one piece. It would make an amazing backing for a Christmas quilt. Look at that. Now, interestingly, every single one of you who has checked out their baskets has multi-bought on this, because I think a couple of meters is so easy to use, isn't it? A couple of big Christmas stockings. You know, it looks like you've spent hours and hours and hours doing patchwork, but you didn't. But it still looks wonderful. Christmas crafting for me is all about the fabric. Get as much bang for your buck in the fabric, and you don't have to do very much to create something lovely. 15 of you with this in your basket. If you're all multi-buying 1.5 meters, my stock is gone. When this is gone, by the way, it's gone for good. We won't be able to get this back in. So I would say, if you want it, grab it now. Morning, Hillary. She says, morning, Stuart and all. Morning to Maria. She says, morning, gorgeous. My sewing friend. Thank you, my darling. That's really kind of you. How are you? Osnaburg, bundle of 2. There's 2 left. There's 2 left. Well done if you got your Osnaburg. You know, Christmas Carol, it's a rag doll that Debbie Shaw has designed. We sell the pattern. That would look gorgeous, made completely in Osnaburg, with perhaps just a little bit of gold or silver trim on the dress. Lovely. Let's do the menu and see what's coming up on this gorgeous day. Well, here we go. 8 a.m. Miss it, miss out. We won't miss out. We're here, we're ready. Gorgeous fabrics. At 9 o'clock, the fabulous Sara Kear-Smith is here from White Gecko Craft Lounge. We've got mini charms. Look at this gorgeous cushion. You get 2 mini charms pre-selected in a pack with a pattern included. Excellent price. This is fab. Love that. That's one of the options. Really cool. We've got fabrics, we've got panels, we've got a Seminole. Now, if you've never done Seminole patchwork, really cool technique. Sarah's going to be taking us through that. There are also some patterns, some really favourite patterns of Sarah's that are back in stock. So have a look online if you get a couple of minutes. Right, let's look at 10 o'clock. Janet Clare is here. We always have a good time with Janet. She's designed a brand new quilt. It's called the Mabel quilt. I love this. It's so cool. Easy to make, graphic, but what an interesting and cool block. What a lovely quilt it makes. That is coming up at 9 o'clock. We've also got beautiful larking fabric and a selection of other fabrics. We've also got something very special. I'm going to let you know now so you can shop ahead. We've got a bundle of 25 Janet Clare fat quarters, all in a bundle together, very limited numbers at a very special price. Now, some of you have already found it and checked out your baskets. Well done. I don't want to come to the hour with nothing, but I wouldn't be surprised if we did. The price is going to crash. It's a really nice price too, so you might want to get ahead. Okay, right, at 11 o'clock, Sarah is back with more White Gecko Craft Lounge, loads of lovely things. We've also got some Liberty scrap bags from Sarah, but they are so limited quantities. I don't think we'll have them by the live show. We've also got these gorgeous pyramid pouches, large, medium, small, and in 3 different colourways. And then at 12 o'clock, Janet Clare is back with the Briar quilt. This is so pretty, such lovely fabric, absolutely gorgeous. And we've also got larking fabric by the ½ metre in the hour. Now, Laurie has messaged me on Facebook to say, morning to you, morning Laurie, to Stuart and to the team. It's my 70th birthday today. Lots of love to you, Laurie. Happy birthday from everybody here at Sewing Street. We really are sending you lots of love. She said, my friend's present bought me a day at Harry Potter World. We should have fun. And that's today too. You will have the most amazing time. Have a great time for me. Oh, brilliant, brilliant. Oh, that's great. Now, if you want to message the studio, you can get in touch through Facebook. You can email the studio @sewingstreet.com. You can also message through Facebook, Sewing Street TV. If you go to our website, www.sewingstreet.com, once you're there, you can click on Watch Live and you can message us. Hello, Hannah. Hello. Bless you. And then you can see what we've had today already. Osnaburg has sold out. What's coming up on the show? What's to come? Lots of loveliness. I've got a beautiful flannel collection from Lewis and Irene. Little acorns, little autumn gnomes, gorgeous. I've also got some bundles with French General that are under £10. So you might want to have a shop ahead. Always a good idea. Always a good idea. Right, well, let's get into it. I am just arranging fabrics because I've got the most incredible fabric collection here. It's from Moda. It's 3 sisters who we adore. And you're getting a metre of fabric for free. It's called Sandalwood. Here's your price, £206.77. Now, I'm just going to let you know right at the start, I've only got 3 of these bundles left. I've got 3 bundles left. There we go. I'm just going to move that one. There we go. Now, you can go on a 5-way split pay if you'd like. £41.35. And this is, I mean, Moda at its best for me. It is traditional. It is soothing. It is classy. But it's also got a freshness to it, hasn't it? It's not murky. It's got that lovely freshness. You've got the beautiful creams in there. I mean, stunning prints. I've been using these such a lot. You've got these sort of eau de Nil of very, very soft aqua. You've got the blues, so you've got some definition, you've got some deeper shades, and then you've got these corals or sort of madder reds. Little ditzy prints, you've got larger florals, this beautiful, almost like engraved print, paisley, and again, ditsies. I've only got 1 of these bundles left. If it's in your basket, don't miss out. Don't miss out. Particularly love the creams. Rebecca says, good morning, Stuart. My bestie is visiting and watching for the first time. She thinks you have beautiful eyes. Oh, well, thank you, Rebecca, and thank you, Rebecca's friend. Hannah's teasing me. Hannah's teasing me. Oh, no, that's true. Yeah, when I wore this top before, lots of people emailed in and thought I should model for Jean-Paul Gaultier, which I was also very flattered by Rebecca. I'm very flattered. Thank you. Thank you. Yes. I've got another kind of like navy Breton long sleeve, but I didn't know if it was a bit heavy for today. It's just the weather's so strange at the moment, isn't it? You put a jacket on in the morning and by the afternoon you're regretting it. I don't know what I'm doing at the moment, but I know where I am with fabric. Absolutely gorgeous. You've got some really sort of fresh prints, as well as the sort of quite traditional looking prints with kind of more paisleys and more formal florals. You've also got things like this, which I think have got a wonderful sort of art quality to them. You could almost just embroider that, couldn't you? If you got the Osnaburg, that would also work well. It's a peaceful collection. It is, it's peaceful, it's calm, it's tranquil. You know, there are times when we want our fabric to be quite shouty and loud. There are times when we want it to be gentle and calm. And this is definitely one of those gentle and calm collections. But still, you've got lots of vibrant colour there. These coral and madder red tones are stunning. Now, what would I make with this? I think I would do something like, if you've got my garden maze quilt pattern, that would look stunning. If you've got tangled, now a big shout out actually this morning to everybody from Brockhampton Quilters in Gloucestershire. I did a really fun tangled workshop with them yesterday. They were an absolute dream and a joy. We had a great day. A big shout out to Georgina who organised it and also feeds us. And let me just, I make you very jealous now. The workshop, we have homemade soup and a roll. We get through that as quickly as possible because lunch is really pudding. So there's pear and amaretto cheesecake and a gooseberry roulade, which I had dreams about last night, and a chocolate torte, and it's so yummy. And I felt very well looked after, thank you. Great day, great day. Now, tangled would look good in this. If you've got my new log cabin quilt pattern, excellent. Because you've got, there's all your lights, easy. There's all your lights. You'll have to be ever so quick now. About to sell out, about to sell out. You've got all your lights there. You could also mix in these into your lights, and I definitely would. So I would mix those throughout for the light portion. And then here's the dark half of your log cabins. Absolutely beautiful. And if you wanted to, you could do some with blues, some with the corals, or mix the two. Alison from the Isle of Anglesey's message. She says, "Morning, Stuart. I have used this fabric bundle for your little crosses quilt from your book, Quilts from the Country." Alison, oh, please send a picture. I would love to see that. Beautiful idea. Absolutely gorgeous. Right. Now, I've got 3 French General under £10 bundles. Can I start very neutral? These are beautiful, well worth getting. I've only got single figures. So you're getting half a metre of the French General from Sacré Bleu, and you're also getting half a metre of, this is beige. This is our cotton solid beige. Now the two together, gorgeous. You could do a beautiful bag. You're normally paying £8.99 a half metre for French General. So you're paying £1 for your half metre of solid, which is a rather lovely deal. Gorgeous that, isn't it? Absolutely gorgeous. If you were watching my socials this week, I made a Japanese rice bag and an essential purse from Make 100 Bags. And I used a new moda collection called Nantucket Summer. But I'm just thinking now, the purse, the essential purse, would look absolutely stunning in this fabric, wouldn't it? Can we show that, Hannah? Is there any way we can? On Instagram? No. Ah, understood, that's fine. Well, have a look, but I'm just thinking that would look stunning. I've got 5 of these bundles left. It's £9.99. You're paying £1 for your half metre of solid. If you don't already follow me on socials, have a look on Instagram, Stuart Hillard Makes. 4 left and then it is gone. That is a wonderful bargain. £8.99 is your half metre price for French General. £1 extra for the half metre. I'm oversubscribed. I am oversubscribed on that. 3 bundles left, 5 of you with it in your basket. 2 left and 6 of you with it in your basket. Let's do this one next. So this is the largest scale. Absolutely beautiful, this one. Again, you know the score. You're paying £8.99 for your half metre. Your half a metre of white solid here is £1. It's added £1 to the price. So it's such a good deal. Now, you might just say, well, you know what? I'm going to pop that in my stash, and that's going to go in my stash. Or you might think straight away, gosh, yeah, I could definitely make a couple of cushions out of that combo. Either way, it is a great buy. Yeah. Get involved. It's £9.99. I've got single figures left. It's a busy morning. Love our French General. I'm just doing a quilt actually in lots and lots of blues with some creams and some white on whites and tan background prints. This would be gorgeous to pop into your stash. The pattern will be coming out at the very beginning of November. I've got 6 left. No, I don't have 6 left. I've got 3 left. Oh. And then the last one, oh, single figures on this one already. You've been shopping ahead. I've got 5 left. So you've got your beautiful French General Sacré Bleu. Sacré Bleu. And then you've got half a metre in nude. Nude. Again, great combo for a bag, cushion, something like that. Or stash it, add to your navy and your blue stash. My navy and blue stash is huge, but I don't care. I'll use it. I'll use it. Well, it's such an easy fabric to collect because there's lots of lovely blue fabrics. They're very easy to make, work together and put together. That's sold out. Well done. Yeah, now talking of blues, this is gorgeous, and this is your last chance on this one. This is Henry Glass. So vibrant. This would work so well with my Galleria quilt pattern because you've got some larger scale and some smaller scale prints here to go in the large and small windows. 42.45, you're getting half a metre for free. Are we? Okay, let's do it. Okay, that's all right. If you want to get this in your basket ready, Hannah is just working out what she's going to do. Let's just go into the gallery and watch Hannah scratch her head. Look, she's clutching her forehead. She's clutching her forehead. Why did you make it hard for yourself? Well, I love the customer who's just had the faith to check out their basket anyway, even though Hannah is prevaricating. These are yummy, aren't they? Absolutely gorgeous. Did you see this? Stunning. Absolutely stunning. That is not where I... Now, I thought you were going to go $39.99. I thought you were going to take us under £30. $33.96. Wow. Wow, that's a really good price. $33.96. Gosh. Now, that would look amazing done as a one-block wonder. You know where you do 4 identical stacks and cut them? Beautiful. Paula Doyle. If you want to get the book, have a look for Paula Doyle, One Block Wonders, and any of her books. Brilliant. That's amazing. And it has sold out. Well done if you got yours. Okay. We certainly can, and do that one as well. Love that. Mixed bag of lollies. The blue. Jen Kinwell, Australian designer. Really clever concept. This is cut to order. And what you'll see is that there are 8 strips of different prints that coordinate beautifully together, and they are printed vertically. So if you buy 1.5 meters, you'd end 3 units, you'd end up with 1.5 meters with a 5-inch wide strip, 1.5 meters, this fabric, this one, going in one long straight strip. Now, really, really useful when you need lots of fabric, lots of different fabrics, but you don't want to have to buy 0.5 meters of everything. You get such a lot because you get 8 different fabrics all on one piece of fabric. It's a very clever concept. Lots of people now are including this little dashed line as part of their design. So they're cutting shapes over the top, so that cutting line runs down the center, or you could, if you imagine cutting maybe something like a square, but just that included a bit of this, maybe at the bottom, this sort of thing. Sew those together. Again, you could get some really clever effects. Steph says, morning, Stuart, you've got my favourite top on. Love a stripe. Me too. Me too. That's gorgeous. Now, I've also got the same concept in a yellow colourway. Just right for autumn, this one. Look. You've got, and I love that they're those kind of mid-century modern kind of prints. So they've got a freshness, but they're a little bit vintage at the same time. Look at all of those. All of that in 0.5 meter. It may be that there's a colour that you don't have much of in your stash. And yellow is certainly one that I don't have a lot of in my stash. But it brings lots of sunshine, lots of brightness to a quilt. This would work really well for log cabins again, where you want lots of variety. You need long strips. Remember, you're getting a 5-inch strip of each. So you could cut 2 2.5-inch wide strips for your log cabin. Very good. Very easy. Very easy. Now, talking of a fabric where half the work, all the work, is done for you, I've got this fabulous fabric from Moda. Now, this is pre-cut into a piece which is 60 centimetres in depth. So a generous ½ metre. If you multi-buy, it doesn't come joined up. But look, here we go. This is what it looks like. Now, instantly what I'm seeing there are 4 borders. If I lay it down, I would cut it here in a strip, 2, 3 and 4, and then you've got 4 strips there. You could also make some really easy, quick cushions, a little quilted tote bag. You could also multi-buy this and use it to make something like the Haori jacket, quilted jacket, makeup bags, things like that, where perhaps you don't want to do a lot of extra piecing, a lot of extra work, but you want the look. Also, if you want to make a quilt border or alternate blocks, again, cut it. And don't worry about cutting it too precisely, you know, on the line, you know, sometimes it looks better just to have part, you know, like this sort of thing. So if it was cut there and there, say, like that, for your border, fabulous, absolutely stunning. £12.99 for that. Now I've got Liberty Autumn. Here we go. This is a lovely soft autumn as well. A selection of Emily Bell. You've also got some Wiltshire Shadow. And then you've also got August Meadow, which is this last one here. So you've got 2 prints that have the kind of soft white in there, and then 2 which are tone on tone, but absolutely lovely. £29.99. So is that £7.50 a ½ metre, £7.49 thereabouts? Yeah, gorgeous, really pretty. These are all Miss It, Miss Out bundles, by the way. So these are ones where we've got very limited stocks, and when we've sold out of them, we can't guarantee that we'll get them back in stock or when we'll get them back in stock. Most of them we won't be able to ever get back in stock. So if you spot something you love, I would say grab it today. Tina's messaged in. Thanks, Tina. She says, good morning, Stuart. One of my favourite presenters. You give great tips. That's from Tina and Stephen. Ah, thank you both. Thank you. Well, what would I do with this? I think I would do some autumn leaves, some like maple leaf, pieced maple leaves with this, with perhaps a darker background would be lovely. Or you could go just very soft and use a light background like a cream. That would be lovely. But I might even be tempted to go with a darker background, maybe like a slate or something like that, or a chestnut. That would be lovely. It's gorgeous. It's absolutely gorgeous. Now, I've also got a Christmas bundle of Liberty. And if you bought the Osnaburg earlier, you might want to team that with some Liberty, Christmas decorations, runners, placemats, that kind of thing. You're getting a great price as well. You've got the silver and the gold metallic, Wiltshire Shadow, both metallic. £29.99 for this, under £30. You've also got that fabulous Christmas red, can't beat that, and a gorgeous Christmassy green. So colour-wise, this is ruby, and this is bottle. Forest. So forest, ruby, gold and silver, and these are those metallic Wiltshire Shadows. Really, really lovely. Very, very limited stocks now. I've just about got teens left, but I am hanging on by a thread. Under £30 today. You get a whole metre. Did you like that? Hanging on by a thread. But it's a Liberty thread. Lots and lots of these in baskets. Over half my stock spoken for. Next up, a little more gold Liberty. This is golden blackcurrant. Hannah named this bundle. She really peaked with this one. You've got half a metre of the gold Wiltshire Shadow. Really good price on this. $14.99. You've also got half a metre of blackcurrant, hence the very creative name, golden blackcurrant. Do you see where Hannah was going with that? Names are hard to come up with, I get it, I get it. I think you did okay. This colour is amazing, so rich, so rich. Loads of you coming in now, just be aware of that, lots of you, it's suddenly got very busy, lots and lots of checkouts. The coffee has kicked in. Mine hasn't yet, I don't think. That's a hint, Hannah. Which one next? What should we do next? Snuggle up. Oh, now. Snuggle up, literally. This is beautiful. So this is a big collection, new collection from Lewis and Irene. This is just right. And what you can't see, really, but I can feel, is that these are flannel. These are a brushed cotton. How adorable is this? It looks like bumbleberries, but it's acorns. These are so beautiful. Look at this one. It's got little autumn garden gnomes. It's also got hedgehogs, foxes. I went out into the garden a couple of nights ago and there was a hedgehog sitting at my back door, waiting, I think, waiting for treats. How beautiful is that? The colour palette in this collection is absolutely gorgeous, isn't it? You've got those gorgeous soft teals. You've got some chocolate brown and some warm kind of cinnamon colours, some coral, some gold, and just these very sort of soft, gentle gold and pink tones. This has never been bundled before. I've never seen or felt it before, and it is sublime. Now, if you've got any concerns or reservations about working with flannel, perhaps because you've never worked with it before, let me reassure you. It's 100% cotton. It is completely stable and easy to cut, rotary cut, scissor cut, however you want to work with it. You do it just the same. You don't have to starch it. You don't have to use a walking foot. You can sew it normally. Now, some people always use a walking foot to piece flannel. I think it's out of habit more than anything else. You piece it any way you like. It's not tricky fabric to work with at all. I do use a slightly longer stitch length when I'm sewing with flannel. But like I go from 1.8 to 2, that's all. Oh, I've got one bundle left. There's 8 of you with it in your basket, so you need to check out, don't miss out on this. Snuggle Up Gnomes. Hello. Look, just gorgeous. Now I think, now the other really cool thing actually about, oh, Alison's called it a delicious combination. It really is on this autumny day. Perfect autumn day, in fact. Cup of tea in hand, loving the show. Awesome. Steph says, did I invite the hedgehog in? Well, no, it looked a little bit frightened. So I just I closed the door and then I sort of peeped through the window to watch it. But it didn't move for ages. So I went in and then it scurried away. But yeah, I was talking with friends yesterday who have what they refer to as the hedgehog canteen, I think it's called. So they have they buy hedgehog food, the whole shebang, which is lovely. We get lots actually of hedgehogs who hibernate in the barns, which is awesome. But this is gorgeous. You can use this for things like rag quilts as well, where you have exposed, snipped into seams that go all fluffy and fringy. It's really snuggly. Really snuggly. Way more in baskets than I've got. It's a really good price too. Lewis and Irene fabrics are always really good value, aren't they? You always get a lot for your money. They're fabulous quality. I do my fabric ranges with Lewis and Irene. I only work with the best. They are terrific and they are beautiful, beautiful fabrics. Very soft, very snuggly. Now, if you've been particularly taken with those acorn fabrics, let me show you. I've got a little mini bundle of 3. The colours are gorgeous. You've got this wonderful soft coral. They have called it oak. You've also got, is this gold? Is this gold? And sage. The sage one is my absolute favourite. This middle one. Oh, that's oak, blush and sage. Okay, oak, blush, sage. I think they're yummy. Now, if you wanted to, you could just do a rail fence. So just sew 3 strips of fabric together, long strips, and then cut them into square units. This sort of, do you know what I mean? Like that. And then just sew your blocks together. Turn them this way and that, or set them on point. I've got 2 left when you've all checked out your baskets. It's lovely, isn't it? And you're making a saving. Should be $22.47. You're paying $19.99. I think that's a bit of a bargain. And a lovely new fabric. Is this fabric available by the half metre, Hannah? Now, these are by the half metre. What I would say is, if you're planning to make a quilt out of this bundle, I would back it with flannel, just because if it's going to be super snuggly on the front, it really deserves to be super snuggly on the back, right? And any of those would work. Now, all of these are available by the half metre. We don't have time to go through them all on the show, but lots of you have already found these. So we'll do these by the half metre. Let's do sage first, because it's my favourite. Gorgeous. It's a really beautiful fabric, isn't it? Very clever. Love the kind of seasonal bumbleberry. Oh, I can't stop touching it. It's gorgeous. I would like lounge pants in this. Snuggly lounge pants with an elasticated waist that you can just get cozy and snuggle in. And maybe slippers as well. If you've got quilts from the country, there is a pattern in there for patchwork quilted slippers. Now, you don't have to piece them. You can just use whole fabric, and this would be gorgeous. Can you imagine slipping your feet into a pair of flannel slippers? Yes, please. Half a metre would be plenty. Let's do oak next. This gorgeous, rich, golden colour. It's lovely. Really lovely. Hot water bottle cover would be gorgeous, actually. Yes, that's a great idea. Yeah, you could do a hot water bottle cover, or, you know, you can make those kind of wheaty bags as well. If you've got, you know, if you get, I don't know, cold back or cold shoulders, or you get achy back, they can be lovely and comforting, can't they? I bought some from that were filled with cherry stones. Yeah, it moulded quite well, you know. And then last of all, blush. Blush. Yummy. Absolutely yummy. Really gorgeous. Steph says, oh gosh, Lewis and Irene have gone right up my street. These are adorable prints. They really are, aren't they? Fabulous. Now, talking of adorable, let's talk Peter Rabbit. Let's talk Peter Rabbit. I've got a few little things here. I've got a half-metre bundle that I'm going to show you first. I've got fat quarters and an advent panel as well. But let's start with the fabric by the half-metre. So this is official Peter Rabbit fabric. The colours are actually really vibrant. You get a half-metre of each of these. So you get the all-over feature print. That green, it's beautiful. Holly leaves, rosy apples, Peter Rabbit, of course. This is gorgeous. Look at that fabulous, vibrant green. Little vignettes. And then this fabulous, this is like an all over. That is a gorgeous fabric. Half a metre of each. You're saving money too. £3 off, £26.95. Wow, that was already a good price when we started. £5.99 a half metre when we started. We've gone to £5.39 now with the price crash. It's 100% cotton. It's official Peter Rabbit. There we go, look. Beatrix Potter, trademark. It's the real McCoy. Gorgeous. And Christmassy, but not too Christmassy that you couldn't use it elsewhere. Glynis. Hello, my darling. Was there more of that message? It might have just been Stuart. But it very much depends on the tone of voice, doesn't it? It could have been Stuart, or it could have been Stuart. Morning, lovely, anyway. It's lovely that you messaged in. How are you? How are you? Gloomy outside. Gloomy. But I think, as Alison said, a perfect autumn day. I actually arrived this morning. I thought, you know what? This is the perfect day to stay in, knit, crochet, sew, enjoy Sewing Street, you know, stay cozy, actually. So I like that kind of day. It's a cozy day. It's a cozy day. Right, these are our half meters, £3 saving. You get half metre of each of 5. Quilt weight cotton. Absolutely amazing price for gorgeous, gorgeous Peter Rabbit fabrics. They are lush, absolutely lush. Now I've also got a pack of fat quarters, same 5 fabrics, pre-cut, pre-packed, but look, you've got the same 5 fabrics in there, a fat quarter of each. If you've not bought fat quarters before, they're approximately 18 inches by 21 inches, so a very useful size and shape for quilters in particular. Really good price point for that. And then we've got the advent calendar. Now the price on this is an absolute steal. It's an absolute steal. This is one of those fold and stitch. Look, here's the top. Isn't that gorgeous? The background almost looks like Osnaburg, doesn't it? You've got your background, you've got your border already. You've got all the place for your pockets, and then you've got all of your pockets, and you've got full instructions at the bottom on how to put the whole thing together. Again, it is official Peter Rabbit. It is £7.49, which is a bit bonkers as prices go, because literally all you need to add to that is some quilt wadding or some H630 or 40. Either of those would be fine. If you didn't want to use wadding, you could interface it actually, that would be fine, H250. And then you'd want something to back it with. Now, if you got our early bird, that Osnaburg, that would be brilliant. Back it, maybe put some tab tops and then hang it on a pole. That would be fab. Or another thing you can do to hang these is, I'll mock it up for you just with these fat quarters. If this was the background of the advent calendar, okay, you would get 4 squares of fabric, one for each corner, and all you do is you fold it in half, okay, and then you put that folded triangle in each of the 4 corners, okay, bind it, which will attach them, and then you've got these pockets in the, so what you can do then is you can push a piece of dowel between there and at the bottom and then hang it, and it will hold it beautifully kind of straight and square and true, and it's a hidden hanging system that works really well. Now at £7.49, this isn't going to hang about for very long at all. It's gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. You've got your 3 little wreaths there, that beautiful vibrant green border. I really love the colours. They're really vibrant and bold. I'm used to seeing Peter Rabbit fabrics that are quite vintagey, quite sort of soft colours, but this is vibrant and Christmassy. Keep going through for that. Now let's also talk more Christmas, because it's coming, and if you want to make things, now's the time. Now I've got Susan Wheeler Frosty Paws. I've got that available in a half-metre bundle and a fat quarter bundle. I'll show you the half meters first. Very, very limited. And you're making a saving. It should be £24.95. That seems like nothing for 5 half meters anyway. £21.95. Gosh. So you've got some prints which are very Christmassy, wintry. You've got some fabrics that aren't. £4.39 a half metre. I mean, look at that gorgeous tartan. Half a metre of that. It's amazing. I mean, you're paying fat quarter price for half metre bundle. You've got gorgeous little Westies, West Highland Terriers with their bandanas and collars and little bows, sledging in amongst the holly. Single figures left now. Gorgeous robins. We can't rebundle this, by the way. This is one and done. That would be a gorgeous combination together. But you can really mix and match these any way you like. They could be Christmas stockings for your doggies. They could be Christmas stockings for you. They just all work so beautifully together, don't they? Add in a few solids maybe from your stash, a few tone-on tones, and you are laughing. Actually, if you got, I'm just going to grab the Liberty Christmas bundle. You know, you've got a bit of red, you've got a bit of gold, you've got a bit of silver, you've got a bit of green. I mean, fabulous. Last few chances then on that Susan Wheeler collection, Frosty Paws. If you want the fat quarters, here we go. Pre-cut and pre-packed by the manufacturer. These are approximately 18 inches by 21. You get the same 5 prints, but in fat quarter form. Now that's £12.49. £2.49 a fat quarter. It's a bit of a steal, that. I'm used to paying about £4, £4.50 a fat quarter. This is £2.49. 100% cotton. Beautiful. You can see the smoothness and the quality. And they are soft and silky. Beautiful. There's your 5 fat quarters for £12.49. It's amazing value. It really is amazing value. I have one more little bundle from Susan Wheeler, but this is only available in fat quarters. Now I'm going to open this up so you can have a little look. Oh, these are gorgeous. £2.49 per fat quarter. They must have a sort of linen-y texture in the background. You've got the robins with berries. You've got the pine and cones. It's lovely, isn't it? That sort of soft teal, O'Donnell. 8 of these bundles left now. You've got robins. Glenn's messaged in. Hi, Glenn. He says, hi, Stuart. My wife, Michelle, is not feeling too good today, but you brighten her day. Oh, just hang on there. Hang on there. I feel like Michelle needs a cuddle. Come here. Oh. Sorry if that scared anybody. Well, sending lots of love to you both, Glenn and Michelle. Have a lovely day and take care. Stay cosy inside. Oh, outside. No. There we go. Oh, and how lovely of Glenn to message in as well. Love that. I would use, I'm just going to wrap, this is nude. You see, this is one of our solids, nude. This one here is beige. But you see, either of those, if you want a neutral, they would be lovely. They would work really well. Great value. 6 of those bundles left. Morning, Jill. Gillian, sorry. Morning, morning, Stuart, Hillard and team. Good morning. And what a team we are today. We've got Millie on floor, by the way. There's Millie. Come on, Millie. Where are you? Always in shadow. We'll bring you out into the light one day, Millie. It's become a thing now, hasn't it? £12.49. That is going to sell out. Well done if you got yours. Susan Wheeler is such a talented illustrator, isn't she? Amazing. Now, I've got some panels that go with it, actually. Let's do stocking first. This is called Winter Moon. And I'm just going to hold this up, actually, first off, so you can just see. Look. Isn't that fab? They're really big stockings. And you've got 2, a left and a right. Now, of course, you could put them, one on the front, one on the back, and, make them up like that. However, I would use this perhaps with Osnaburg or perhaps with a solid, or you might have a print. You could even do some patchwork, and I would make 2 stockings out of this and back it and line it. Beautiful, aren't they? That's your Dalmatian, gazing up at the robin, lovingly, I think. Or, now is this like a giant robin, or is it just like really zoomed in? Because there's a Christmas tree, and there's the robin. Oh no, it's gorgeous. Absolutely beautiful. This is in the foreground. This is in the background. And you've got that winter moon. I don't know. Lovely, aren't they? And look, even the background fabric is usable. I've also got an advent calendar panel from Susan Wheeler again. And, this is really cute. It's got, look, little doggies. Beautiful. And, look at the top. That's gorgeous. £8.99 for that. It's an absolute bargain. And you've got simple instructions on the side for where you fold. I think you just literally fold it up and fold it up like that. Do you see? So you fold up the pockets like that. Get them all nicely lined up, and then all you've got to do is sew vertical lines. You've got little pocket, very easy. Now, I have got good news for two of you, certainly. On Thursday last week, there was a special competition to win a bundle of books worth over £100, and we had two prizes. Now, Search Press have chosen their winners. They've been chosen at random, and I'm going to announce them. Are you ready? Drum roll, please. You'll be contacted by our team. We've got two winners. They are Gail Prince and M. Dalglish. Congratulations. Woohoo! That's fab. Over £100 of books each. Love it. Alison's message, she says, I've just made one of these for my local hedgehog charity to raffle off for Christmas. They are fab. What a brilliant idea. That's a super idea and a lovely thing to do. Right, we're going to go to a break now. When we come back, it's White Gecko Craft Lounge with Sara Kear-Smith. Things like this coming up. Don't go anywhere.
Want to know what's coming up on Sewing Street? It's easy. Just visit www.sewingstreet.com and head to the TV Guide section for all the latest show details. Stay ahead and never miss a stitch with Sewing Street.
Hello everyone, Andy here, and I'm very excited to announce that tickets are now available for our next Craftopia weekend retreat, taking place at the Abbey Hotel in Redditch from Friday the 24th of October to Sunday the 26th of October. We are bringing back everything you've enjoyed from previous weekends with some of the best tutors representing the very best of Gemporia craft.
From Jewellery Maker, we have Debbie Kershaw with an introduction to jewellery making. From Sewing Street, we have Sam Sabido with a focus on crochet. And from Hobby Maker, we have Prudence Rogers with a workshop focusing on her ever-popular bouquet in a book, and Julie Peplow, who will be focusing on paper crafting, but will also be leading the Friday night crafting workshop with a focus on candle painting.
As always, your ticket includes all the workshops, all the food, all the goodies, and all the fun. You can find out all the details and all the options at sewingstreet.com. We'll see you there.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
So have you heard of the sewing term fat quarter? A fat quarter is a rectangular piece of fabric, usually measuring 18 inches by 22 inches. It's called a fat quarter because it's a quarter of the fabric on a roll or bolt, and because they're pre-cut, no need to measure or trim. You can find fat quarters in different styles, plain, patterned, or even bundled together in matching sets. So now you know what a fat quarter is.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers, by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again. Looking for some creative inspiration? Head over to the Sewing Street website and click on the SS Hub. It's packed with ideas, tips and projects to spark your creativity. Plus you'll find the latest news and information on sewing machines and overlockers. Get inspired with Sewing Street.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers, by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to Looking for some creative inspiration? Head over to the Sewing Street website and click on the SS Hub. It's packed with ideas, tips and projects to spark your creativity. Plus you'll find the latest news and information on sewing machines and overlockers. Get inspired with Sewing Street.
Now, you know we're in for a treat when we've got this one in the house. It's Sara Kear-Smith from White Gecko Craft Lounge. Hello.
Hello, my lovely. You're right.
Really good, thank you. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you.
Bringing a gorgeous dose of colour to Sewing
Hopefully,
Street.
yes.
Beautiful. Well, I've seen everything that Sarah's brought and it's fabulous, of course. Actually, loads of you have already found White Gecko Craft Lounge. As always, lots of shopping ahead. We love that. Let's dive straight in. Half the stock's already gone. It's the Liberty scrap bag. Now, how do your scrap bags work, Sarah?
So it's 250 grams of mixed Liberty scraps. They're all quilting weight. There's no tarn lawn in there. They are all quilting weight. But the scraps vary. So some will be long, thin strips. Some will be bigger pieces. But there's never any like little tiny skinny bits. There's always they're good size usable pieces.
You're not kidding. Yeah. I mean, this is an example. But let me just show you. I mean, can you imagine? I bought a scrap bag and I actually got, look, that's one of the pieces. I mean, my goodness.
It's about a third of a metre of fabric in there, yeah.
I mean, I'm thinking you could make it's like baby wear, like a baby dress out of that.
Absolutely, yeah.
Alone.
So the contents will vary. Every bag is slightly different, but they are all, we call them scrap bags, but they are decent sized pieces in there. They're really, really usable. Yeah. It's brilliant, absolutely brilliant. And you've got different prints, different collections, but they're all iconic, Liberty, 100% cotton, quilt weight cotton too. You know it's going to be perfect. Now, I have got just 9 bundles left. That is all. 7 now. They're about to sell out. If you want to get yours, 3 left. 2.
3 left.
Right.
Hold it right
like
there. Not
like
quite.
countdown.
2 left now. 2 left now. one left now. I feel like I'm at the farmer's market.
You need to be really fast. Your hammer.
I've got a beautiful little foal here. Well done if you got those.
Wow.
Like I said, everyone shops ahead for White
Yeah,
Gecko.
we need to bring more next time, don't I? I thought
But they take such a long time to do.
They do. They take a while to put together.
Yeah.
But yeah, I thought I'd given you quite a lot of stock, but obviously not.
Well,
good luck, everyone.
we love them. That's the thing, you see. Right, on to an absolutely beautiful project. I've got a couple of kits. I've also got pattern on its own, digital and physical. This is something a little bit different, and Sarah's going to be demoing this in a short while. This is Seminole patchwork. Now, I'll show you, these are the two kits that I've got. I've got a rainbow. If you want the rainbow, be really, really quick. We've also got the climped. Absolutely gorgeous, aren't they? I've got kits, but for the uninitiated, Sarah, what is Seminole?
So Seminole comes from Native American embroidery, and we've, as patchworkers, we've kind of nicked the designs basically because they're all beautifully intricate ones and created them in fabric. This is just a really nice little way because it's only one design. It's a little heart Seminole design on the pouch, just to give you a little taster of how it's done. But it's quite addictive. It's one of those techniques that when you start it, you can do all sorts of lovely
It's a rabbit
patterns.
hole, isn't it?
Yeah, all sorts of, lots of rabbit holes to dive into, believe you me.
True enough.
So yeah.
Such an attractive project as well, isn't it? Let's give you the details to start with of the rainbow Seminole kit. Really good price too. Now for £21.99, you're getting your number 5 zip in there. Okay. You are also getting, oh, this is lush.
Yeah, it's really pretty, that one. I can't remember what it's from. It was like a rainbow ombre. It was really, really pretty fabric. So you've got more than enough there to do the actual pouch with a little bit left. Well, I'm using what's left over to do my demo. So you've got extras in there.
That is lovely. So you're getting that. You're also getting your background fabric.
Yeah, so you're going to use that for part of the outer and your lining as well. So you've got
Oh, that's a lining
underneath
too.
there.
Excellent. And then you get your full pattern as well. £21.99. That's a brilliant price. Absolutely brilliant. It's the kind of thing I'd be picking up at a show.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
yes.
It's a nice afternoon project as well. And if you've never had a go at Seminole patchwork before, this, like I was saying earlier, it's a really nice little introduction because it's a really easy one, the little heart. It's not overly complicated. Again, if you can, we don't, White Gecko don't do complicated. We like easy. Because I like the satisfaction of finishing a project. 100%. So yeah, so it's an afternoon, couple of hours sort of your time and you'll have a finished project.
But it's really fun to learn a new technique
as
well.
Yeah.
If you can sew strips of fabric together and then cut them, you can do Seminole. But
Definitely.
Sarah, you're going to show us how,
Yeah,
aren't
we will.
you?
Yeah.
I love
Super
it.
easy.
I've got low single figures of this left. If you want the Seminole quilted pouch in the rainbow, and frankly, look at this fabric. Who wouldn't? That is stunning.
You gotta love a bit of rainbow.
Ah, all my favourite colours.
Yeah.
All of them. Love it. That is gorgeous. Be quick on that, please. You get your number 5 zip as well. Nice beginner level project. Easy. Learn a new technique. It's a rabbit hole. Just saying. That is going to sell out. Now, I've also got the rather sophisticated Klimt. Are we talking Gustav Klimt?
Gustav Klimt's, yeah, absolutely. One of my favourite, I did a visual arts degree and absolutely I wrote my dissertation partly on him. Yeah, he's my favourite. Just, oh, I love him. I love his works. Mainly because I like a little bit of sparkle, I think, more than anything else. So yeah, this is a Klimt print. And we've paired it with a really pretty sort of heathery purple because it just picks up the purple that's in the accent fabric. But I mean, you could use, if you wanted to choose like a navy or a dark, maybe a dark grey would work as well, or red,
or black.
Yeah, black would make it pop. But it's a really stunning gold, like foil almost.
It
on this
is.
fabric.
Can you see that sparkle?
Very shiny.
It is gorgeous, but it's also deep and rich, isn't it?
Yeah. It's
Gorgeous.
like little jewels. little tiny jewels all over it. It's so pretty.
Yeah, totally. Your purple is... Now, is that a linen texture?
It is a linen texture,
a
yeah,
linen
yeah.
texture, which is one of my absolute favourites. So you've got this gorgeous combo of fabrics. You've got a lot of fabric there.
Yeah, you've got 3/4 of a metre of your outer fabric and then a long quarter of your accent fabric. So there's a metre in total with your zip and your pattern as well.
Fantastic. Yeah, you get your number 5 zip as well. Don't pull that zip pull off. They're easy enough to put back on, but...
Yeah, I learned a new trick the other day because I'm terrible at putting zip pulls on.
Okay.
And lovely Annie, who works with us in the shop, bless her, she does... I think it was because there's a lot of different pouches on the next 2 shows. She's put a lot of pulls on zips the last couple of weeks.
Ah.
And she wraps it around her finger. She holds the tape like over her finger like that and then clamps it in. And the pull just goes straight on. I was like, what do you do? Because I've tried the fork method. I've tried putting it in the, you can buy those like towel rail things and you put, and tried that. I'm terrible at putting them on. Holding it down and doing it. No, she wraps it around her finger and just pings like that. And I was just like, that's genius. And it works every time.
This is very clever. This is very clever. I like anything that makes the job easier. Well, be quick on that. I do not have many of these kits left. Going to have a little demo of this as well. Yeah, a bit later on. That's the climped version of the Seminole pouch. Now, if you would like the pattern on its own, learn a new technique. Now, you actually get 2 different designs in this, don't you, for the Seminole?
Oh,
so it's 2 designs per pattern.
Oh, no, that's the wrong cover on there.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, there's only one. There's only the heart one.
Oh, okay.
I'm really sorry.
That's fine.
It's just the heart one in there.
That's fine. Okay, no problem at all.
Yeah, we do have the other one, the other design available, but I think the wrong cover has
got you. Okay, no worries. No worries.
Yeah. Yeah, sorry, that's my mistake. I've uploaded the wrong cover to you guys.
Okay.
I do apologise. It is only the heart one. It is definitely only the heart one in this one.
Yes, so you get your heart design here. So you get how to do the Seminole patchwork and how to make the pouch.
Yes, yes.
Right. $9.99, that's the physical pattern. If you want the digital pattern, these are the details you need for that. Let me see the message. Catherine's got in touch this morning, loving the fall colours and the wintry colours. Happy Sunday to all. Thank you for that. Hilary says, morning, Sarah. Love all the fabric you bring to Sewing Street. Also, head straight to your stand at Festival of Quilts.
Oh, bless you. We had a brilliant festival this year. We met so many people. It was great. Really, really lovely.
It's a favourite time of year. We were saying earlier on, you're going to be at Malvern very soon.
Yeah, Malvern's coming up in about 3 weeks' time. 17th, 18th,
it's in the diary.
19th. Yeah.
It's in the diary. I should be there. Also, Ali Pally, I'm there on Friday, Thursday and Friday. If you're going to be around, come and say hi. I should just be wandering. Well, I should probably be mostly shopping. Right, that's that. Now, let's do... Oh, this is a gorgeous panel. This is Riley Blake, and it's the 12 Days of Christmas. And this is a really, really beautiful set of designs. They're big too.
Yeah, it's a really nice big panel, that
It's fab. 12, but price amazing.
Yeah.
Look, I mean, it's got to be about a 10-inch square at least there. A partridge in a pear tree. You've got your turtle doves, your 3 French hens, 4 calling birds, 5 golden rings. You've got 6 geese a-laying. You've got 7 swans a-swimming. 8 maids... Oh, we've just rocked Dan, director Dan's world. He's always thought it was 7 songs a-singing.
Oh, no, it's the swans.
Swans. Maids milking, 9 ladies dancing. Oh! You've also got 10 lords a-leaping, 11 pipers piping, and 12 drummers drumming. Christmas panels come into their own, don't they? Because you can make
Absolutely, yeah.
something quickly.
Yeah, definitely. If you want to make a really quick gift for somebody, you know, just cut those into nice squares, a little bit of sashing in between, and they're such pretty designs that you don't really need to do much more than that. I think they've got a slightly Scandi feel to them.
They do,
Almost,
don't they?
Yeah, I think they've got that sort of like Scandinavian feel
European
to it.
folk
Yeah.
art kind of vibe. Yeah,
definitely.
lovely. And they've got some really gorgeous colours in there. Be very, very easy to pick out some cotton solids from our range. You know, cloud blue would look really nice with these. We've got some pinks, we've got some greens, any of those really. Terracotta maybe, and just do your sashing, quilt it, bind it, you're done. Lovely. I don't even have teens left. There's more in baskets than we have. So if you want to get that, yes, that's one to grab quickly. Right, next up, oh, now I'm in love with this. I think it's a gorgeous project. It's the Herb tote bag, the Herbie. Now, let me show you the project. It's this gorgeous canvas tote bag, embroideries on the front. You've got your handles. You've a pocket. Oh, I love these pockets.
Yeah, it's a nice little hanging pocket, nice and simple.
That's ace. And also very clever design so that even though it's not lined fully, it's French seamed, you've got a lining to cover the back of your embroidery.
Yeah.
That's awfully clever.
Yeah, so it comes as a pre-printed panel, so you can you can embroider into it, do some red work. We've given you some threads in with the panel and your webbing. But if you didn't want to necessarily do embroidery, it would be, you could get like your fabric ink tense pencils. I always find that hard to say, ink tense. Pencils in there and do like fabric painting. You could, use all sorts of bits and pieces on there. Decorate it as you will. But the panel's designed, and we did bring these on a couple of months ago and I've had them reprinted because they went so well. And it's designed so that part of the panel actually covers the back of the embroidery. So you don't see all of the messy knots and things that are in there. So, yeah.
It's really clever. Here's the panel that you get. So you can see there, you've got the pre-printed embroideries in the centre. And then
Yeah, the top folds
the
down.
top folds down and the other side folds up. And this is how you get your part-lined tote. You've then got gorgeous handles plus your embroidery floss. I think that's wonderful. And what a lovely thing to sit and do as well.
Yeah, absolutely. If you like.
Handle colour is gorgeous.
Yeah. So I think the sample's actually done in cream, but this time I've put like a sage colour just to pick up the greens in the front of the bag. And yeah, this time of year, just sat nice and cosy, do a little bit of stitching. It's lovely.
Yeah, and also because it's pre-printed, you can get straight to the good stuff. Brilliant, isn't it? $22.99 for your Herbie tote bag. Lots and lots of you with that in your basket. Don't forget to check out. Fran, I shall be at Ali Pally on the Thursday and the Friday. More or less all day, both days. Yeah, can't wait, love it. And I'm going to go to Malvern as well.
Ah, lovely.
On the Saturday.
We'll see you there
Come
then.
and see you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely. As Hilary says, straight to your stand. Yeah. Beautiful. Beautiful. 15 of you with this in your baskets. Do check out, won't you? Sarah had to have this reprinted because it completely sold out last time. This would also be something lovely to make up, have the pleasure of doing it, and then gift the finished bag.
Yeah, definitely, yeah. With Christmas and all coming, I know it's the C word, we've got Christmas coming up, but it'd be nice to actually make for a friend and then, maybe put a little present or something inside it. And they've got that, then that's like your gift wrap as well as the present.
Little, maybe lavender scented hand cream.
Oh,
or
yeah, nice, yeah.
something like that, or sort of
Something
herbaceous things.
Yeah. Or if you've
I
got a
love
gardener or something in the family.
Oh, what, sorry?
If you've got a gardener or something in the family, because it's all herbs, or somebody who does a lot of cooking, a nice cookbook in there, and it's all because it's all herbs printed on the front. So.
Oh, I love that. Lavender shortbread, lavender and lemon shortbread.
Oh, lovely.
Ooh.
Oh, making me hungry now.
Sorry. A Kit Kat for the guests, please. I think that's stunning. That finished object, finished project, gorgeous. Half the stock's gone. Half the stock. Karen's just asked what size the panel is.
Oh, now you've got me.
Ooh.
Now you've got me. Let's have a measure. I've got one here.
Oh, brilliant. Thank you.
True Peter style. Let's have a little look. So, I can't remember. It's been a while since I did it. Let's have a look. So it is 16 inches across by 16 by 16. So you've got a square on that panel, which is roughly what because you've got a seam allowance on there, that's roughly what your bag's going to end up.
So the bag will be like 16 inch on front, back, and then you've got your lining as well.
Yeah.
Brilliant value. What a lovely project. Yeah, very taken with that. It's gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. Well over half the stock's gone. Lots and lots in baskets. Don't miss out, will you? Now, we've got some gorgeous cushions. I'm going to grab this one first. This is Glow Garden. Now, Sarah, you are rather famous for your mini charms and your mini charm patterns.
Yes.
Which you write so many patterns.
We do a lot of pre-cut patterns. Yeah, absolutely. We deal a lot with pre-cuts, and so a lot of our patterns are geared towards the different sizes.
Yeah, fabulous. Now, this time around, what we've done, we're not doing the pick and mix, but Sarah has pre-selected 2 mini charms, and you get a pattern, and the pattern is for the Scrappy Steps quilt block. Now you can make it into a quilt, you could make it into a cushion. This is a fabulous example. Now this is using Glow Garden, which is one of the mini charms that you get. So you get 42 2.5-inch squares in your mini charm. You've also got a mini charm of Robin Pickens Dotty Thatched. Now, Robin Pickens is one of my favourite designers and also one of my favourite fabric designers, certainly for your kind of tonals. You see this print here, you've got like, well, she does a range called Thatched, which is this sort of almost lines in the background. But then this one's got these like little dots on it, and you've got a whole range of rainbow colours there and all of your neutrals as well. She's a great designer, isn't she?
She really is. I love it. And Thatched is one of the most popular blenders that we sell in the shop. Everybody absolutely loves it. And it's the Dotty Thatched is really pretty. I think the green one looks like snow. It's almost, you can use it for all sorts of different things. And it's a beautiful range. And
gorgeous.
The two we've chosen for that set are sort of slightly more modern designers, I think. They're sort of, maybe if you're making for, teenagers, if they're gamers and you want to make them a cushion for their chair or something. The Glow Garden is stunning, absolutely stunning. It's a ruby star one.
Oh.
I'm a little bit obsessed with it, to be
Completely.
honest.
And it's got such a glow, hasn't it?
It
Those
really has,
colours.
yeah.
This is the other mini charm pack that you've got, Glow Garden. So, you could use them together or separate them. $16.99, that's for you 2 mini charms and your pattern included. I've only got 6 of this bundle left, and then it's gone. It's been absolutely wild, Sarah. Wow, love it. That's your first option. Be quick if you want that. Be very quick. The other option that I've got, I'm going to reach across. There we go. Now this is Simply Cozy. This, very me.
Oh, it's
This
beautiful.
is very me.
Mustard and navy and grey together is yummy. Really, really scrumptious.
Absolutely fabulous. Again, you get 2. Oh, now what's lovely, this is like autumn and Christmas because you've got your Simply Cozy, and that's all of these shades. It's the one that we've got here. You could be making bags out of these.
Yeah, definitely. I've made it up into a cushion. The pattern gives you the instructions on how to make one block, and then there's options there. So one block makes a cushion, and you can do that with the mini charm. But then you've got options in the back of the pattern about, how, and it tells you how much fabric you would need if you wanted to make a lap quilt or a double bed quilt with that same block. And you can get all sorts of different designs, like secondary patterns happening then as well.
Now, the other mini charm that you've got is called A Very Sweet Christmas, and it's from Bunny Hill Designs. And it is gorgeous. I've actually just ordered this range. You've got these beautiful florals in shades of kind of apple green, pink, deep red. You've got these beautiful grey prints as well. If you've got quilts from the country, and there's a quilt in there called Bloom Where You're Planted, where I used loads of Bunny Hill designers because they use these colours a lot, don't they?
Yeah, they really do. It's a really like cottagecore type feel.
Yeah.
And this is Christmas, but it's not like in-your-face Christmas.
No, not
you know,
at all.
you've got some little tiny penguins and a couple of little candy canes in there, but actually there's lots of pretty florals in there, and it's quite a muted Christmas palette because you've got, as you were saying, like the apple greens and sort of pale pinks with a touch of red in there. But it's all very, very gentle. So it's not your Father Christmases and your Rudolphs. It's a gentle Christmas, this one.
That's it. It's just gorgeous. Love it. Love it so much. That could just be pretty all year round. Gorgeous little cushion. Over 20 of you with this in your basket. Some of you multi-buying. Now, if you are multi-buying, just be aware, with so many in baskets, multi-buyers can end up cleaning out the stock in a heartbeat. So don't miss out on this. Such a great price too, $16.99, essentially giving you 2 projects or more.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you could make 2 cushions, or that could be the front of a bag. You could use that as the front and then just add something to the other side. Lots and lots. If you're making maybe a quillo or something, that could be the pocket that folds into. All sorts.
Lovely. Really good question from Susan, who's in the West Midlands for you, Sarah.
Hi.
She asks, what thickness of wadding would you use if you were making a cushion that you wanted to quilt?
I tend to use a lot of H640 if it's just a cushion front, because I like to have the front of a cushion quilted. I think it just feels a little bit more cosy and a bit more padded. I do, H640 because it's fusible and it's nice and easy to quilt through. To be honest, with cushions, I tend to Frankenstein all the bits of wadding I've got left over.
Totally.
Because you only need a small amount. We've all got those strips from other projects. As long as you're sort of keeping the same weight, so always put your 80/20s together or your 100% and whatever. But yeah, I tend to Frankenstein it a lot with cushions because it doesn't matter as much as on a big quilt.
And again, I'm totally with you that a cushion will look better and wear better if you put some wadding, do a little bit quilting.
And
Good question.
I also tend to in the back of it, because you're going to make a quilt pad up, any random scraps, because it's on the inside of a cushion, so nice and easy to do.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. Good question as well. Glad you asked that. Right, next up, I've got some rather beautiful fat quarters. This is called Raspberry Summer. And as much as I am embracing autumn, I am still more than happy to do a little summery things. And also, actually, these are just beautiful, low volume, beautiful prints. $14.99 for your 4 fat quarters. Now, wait a minute.
It's
Am I
only
missing
4.
one?
Yeah, the
I
graphics.
should say 4 fat quarters.
Yeah, the graphics wrong on that. It's definitely 4 fat
4
quarters.
fat quarters, thank you. What do we mean, Sarah, when we say low volume fabrics?
Well, for me, it's the contrast between the fabrics. So your white on whites or your very pale greys on whites and creams. For me, it's the lack of tonal contrast.
Okay.
I mean, other people have different views possibly, but for me, I would say a low volume is something that is very lacking in contrast.
Okay.
So, and I think that they tend to look sort of cleaner. Low volume. Low volume quilts are beautiful when they're put together. They're not going to really stand out. You're not going to have big, tonal differences in them. But they can be really elegant.
It's kind of soft, it's gentle, quiet.
Yes.
Yeah, it's kind of quieter fabrics. Yeah. These are lovely though, because you've got some lovely juicy colour in here, but it is gentle in tone. Our graphics are wrong. It shouldn't say 5, it should say 4 pieces. You're getting a metre of fabric in total here, 4 fat quarters. This is all Moda. $14.99 for Moda. That's amazing. That's amazing. We were only talking this morning, weren't we, Sarah, about how fabric has gone up.
Absolutely, in the
price.
last couple of years, yeah, it's getting more and more expensive for us to buy in and stuff. So yeah, very much so. But no, that is a really good price for it because you've got a full metre there, and it's a nice little stash builder. That one, it's the type of fabrics that there's lots of colours in there.
Yeah.
So even though they are low volume, there's lots of colours in there, so you could put them in with, if you've bought the rainbow Seminole pouch, you will have some of the rainbow fabric left. You could then do another one, maybe with those.
Yeah. Great idea. Grab those while you can. I've got low double figures. Right, low teens, in fact. Now, a pattern that is back in stock. Oh my goodness me, what a popular pattern this is, Sarah. It's the accordion pouch pattern. We'll show you a picture. Look at this. That is so clever. Think about your EPP, your different shapes, your embroidery flosses if you're cross-stitcher.
Yeah, definitely. I actually taught this as a class last Wednesday with a lovely group of quilters in Landoc, which is in South Wales. And there was 11 ladies and they all went away with finished accordion pouches and they look great.
It's a day project.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Beautiful, really nice there in Liberty. $9.99. This is a great pattern. This is a great pattern. All of White Gecko Craft Lounge patterns are well done. They're detailed, they're innovative, they're useful. You'll make them more than once, that's for sure.
These are lovely if you are, again, thinking about Christmas. If you're giving a gift voucher or something, rather than it just being in a card, you could make one of the little pouches and pop that in, and it's another present within a present. For gardeners, for seed packets.
Great idea.
They're really, really nice for that as well, or recipe cards and things. So,
yeah, cool, really good. Yeah. Over 20 of you have just grabbed it and popped it in your basket, just like that. Can I make and sell?
Yes, absolutely.
Oh.
Yep. Yeah, please don't reproduce the pattern and sell the pattern, but if you want to make to sell, that's no problem at all.
I think they're terrific. What a brilliant design. Jewellery when you travel? Different jewellery or accessories, always useful. It could be things like your contact lens bits and bobs. It could be your daily disposables. Loads and loads of different ways that you could use this pattern creatively, and such a useful thing. What about charging cables?
Oh yeah, that's a really
things.
different cables. Or if you've got different tablets you have to take, different strips of tablets, morning through to night and stuff.
All of that stuff. Sarah, I have to have upstairs ibuprofen and downstairs ibuprofen. I've got to that age.
Haven't we all, lovely? Haven't we all?
Over 30 of you now with this in your basket. That's the physical pattern. Loads of you already checked out. Let's do the digital pattern now. A message, fab pouch, great for sets of EPP papers. That's
lovely.
from Kate in Merseyside.
Fabulous, thank you very much. I'm glad that you're liking making it.
Yeah, buttons, embellishments.
Yeah.
Anything like that?
Any sort of organising, that sort of thing. If you've got little templates and stuff, if you've got little acrylic templates and all, and you want to keep all those nice and safe and all. Yeah. And it's very easy once you've made one. Go for it. Adapt the pattern. Do different sizes. Because they could be great for them for travelling. So you've got your passport in one bit, and travel bits and pieces and all in it. So the class that I did last week. One lady was going to do it for her daughter who's a teacher, and she was going to scale it up to A4 size, but using the exact same technique of that accordion. So she could put different papers and all in there.
Great. What a great idea. So you've got a pattern, but you're also learning a technique that you can replicate again and again. Really worth buying. Now, if you're impatient and you want to get going today, I don't blame you. The details on screen now are for a digital download, so no postage to pay, and it's an instant download. You could be making your first accordion pouch before lunchtime. What about flashcards, if you're a teacher?
Oh, yeah, that would be a nice idea, yeah.
Loved a flashcard.
Yeah. Like that.
Loved a flashcard.
Matt.
That's it. Those CVC patterns, onset and rhyme. Oh, triggering. Anyway, Catherine says, good morning, Sarah and Stuart again. I love Sarah's mini charm kits and mini sets. I have the Halloween mini charm packs in use for a current project as we speak.
Oh, lovely. What are you making? Let us know. What pattern are you doing?
Just talking of those mini charm packs, the Glow Garden set has sold out, which means we do still have the other set available, which is the Cozy, Simply Cozy, and a Very Sweet Christmas. That's to make this cushion here with some background fabric from your stash. And then you've also, remember, got the Very Sweet Christmas. Now, I just have teens of this set left. You get your pattern as well, which is for a quilt block, which you can turn into a bag, a cushion, a quilt, a runner, you name it. Last chance on that one. Right, one more pattern before we have a little recap. This is the Memory Elephants. Tell me about the Memory Elephants.
It's not actually what they're called, a collection of, you know the collection names, I can't think what it is.
Oh, yeah.
For elephants, but when we were naming this pattern, this is one of Sarah Jane's, she's like, I like the idea it's a memory of elephants because they never forget. So, so the pattern, you've got all three designs in there. So there's the large, medium and small elephant. You've got all your templates in the pattern ready to cut out. It's a really nice, again, super simple if you've never done toy making before. It's a very nice one to have a little go at. The little one stands about that big. He stands about that big, which he makes a great pin cushion. You've just got to tell him he's a pin cushion once you've made him, and then it's fine.
Yeah, don't shock him.
Don't just stab pins in without telling him. But he makes a really, really lovely pin cushion. The big one, if you put some like rice or sandbags in his legs, makes a great doorstop. Oh,
terrific.
If you don't want to just use them as soft toys, you know.
For sure. Sarah, we've just fact-checked, and actually Memory of Elephants is one of the collective nouns for...
There we go.
A memory of elephants.
Got it right without realising.
Yeah, love that. Or a parade, or a...
Yeah, I thought it was a parade of elephants. Yeah,
I heard a parade or a memory.
Oh, there we go. Memory of elephants.
That's gorgeous. Grab your pattern while you can. A memory of elephants. Small, medium and large. Toys, doorstops, pin cushions. Use them as you will, but love them. Love them. Digital pattern if you want. Oh, it's not available for this one. Oh, okay. Oh, fair enough. Fair enough. No Flower says, Sarah is my favourite demonstrator. She has a fabulous work ethic.
Thank you, my darling. That's really sweet of you to say.
And Catherine's messaged back to say, I'm making a Halloween sweeties basket with a handle for the trick or treaters.
Lovely.
Candy.
Very nice. Nice idea. I like that idea.
Now, let's just go back a second to where we started, the Seminole quilted pouch. The rainbow has sold out. You are still in time to get the Gustav Klimt inspired version. You've got that gorgeous gold overprinted fabric there, quarter metre of that, long quarter of that. You get 3/4 of a metre of the purple linen texture from Makawa. You also get your pattern in there, and you're not just learning how to make a pouch, you're also learning a technique called Seminole patchwork. Grab yours, $21.99. Now, you're going to show us a little bit, aren't you?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to show you how to make the hearts, if that's okay.
Amazing.
Watch along with me, and it's super, super easy. You know we do easy. We don't do complicated. We're going to start by making a strip set, and you're going to make 2 different size strip sets. And basically, strip sets are the basis of all Seminole quilting. So I've already done one here, okay, and this one was nice and easy. Just all the instructions are in the pattern and all the sizes. So I've already made one that's got a little narrow piece of my accent in, and then I'm going to make another one here. I'm not going to make a full length one because you don't need to watch me sew long straight seams for too long. So I've got 2.5-inch strips on this one. I mean, all you're going to do is we're going to put them right sides together and stitch down, just sandwiching in that accent fabric between the 2 background fabrics. Yeah. So super simple, 1/2-inch seam allowance, 1/2-inch, 1/4-inch seam allowance, and hang on, let's find that foot. It's run away from me. There we go. There we go.
So 1/4-inch seam.
1/4-inch seam allowance on it, yeah, just straight down, straight line stitching, okay, so it's nice and easy. All the way down that side. Like that.
Graphics, by the way, are for your pattern only. If you're thinking, I've got fabric, I've got fabric.
Yeah. Just going to finger press that one out just quickly, and then I'm going to put this one on. Obviously, I'm doing a very, very small piece here just for demo. You would do this the full width of fabric, okay? I'm going to pop that one on like that, and we're going to stitch that one down as well. So just get that all lined up. Pin it if you want, but I am innately lazy with pins.
Fair enough.
And
I love it when a technique is, you know, you learn a brand new technique, but actually it's using some skills we've already got.
Yeah, yeah, definitely.
Most of us have done strip piece.
Yeah, yeah, and that's all Seminole is. It's different ways of different sizes of strips and cutting it a little bit like Bargello, where you cut it at different sizes and stuff. But it's more repetitive than a Bargello, however you want to say it. Right.
You say potato. Nobody says potato.
No, they really don't, do they? Who does? So on the one strip set, I've ironed it in towards the accent fabric. On this one, I'm going to iron it the other way, so everything nests nicely. Okay, so I'm just going to finger press that out and iron that way. Make sure it's all nice and crisp as you're doing it. Spray starch or best press your fabrics before you're doing it, because we're going to be cutting this into quite small pieces.
Okay.
And it will just help with the distortion and stuff. Okay. So given that, so far, super, super simple, straight line stitching. Okay, get that back out of the way.
I'm already intrigued by the different sizes of strip set.
So what we're going to do now is we're going to cut this up into 1.5 inch strips, okay, all the way down on both strip sets. So I'm just going to cut a few off this one. Now we're going to put a horizontal line on our ruler along one of these seams, okay. First of all, I'm just going to trim off the very edge. Okay, so again, I'm just making sure I'm not only going to try and keep that straight there, but I'm just using the horizontal lines on my ruler, just get everything nice and parallel.
Hey, that seam allowance was on point, wasn't it? Look at
Wasn't
that.
it? Get me. It makes a change, because normally I'm reading comments and stuff as I'm demoing or talking too much, and the stitching goes like that. So it's quite nice for a change.
Yeah.
So if you're cutting up like this, like a shape cut or something like that is really, really good, because you can do lots and lots of 1.5s at a time. If you're haven't got one of those, just using a ruler, think about your multiples of 1.5, okay? Because the less you move your fabric, the more accurate your cutting is going to be. So, because I've only got a little ruler here, I'm going to, multiple is 1.5, 3, 4.5. So I'm going to start by putting my 4.5 inch down like that, okay? And then again, just keep that horizontal line there. So I'm going to cut down the 4.5, and then rather than keep moving the fabric, I'm going to move the ruler. I'm going to come down to 3, and then down to 1.5. And you would work along your strip set, cutting them all up into little 1.5 inch strips for this pattern. Okay, so I'm just going to put 3 of them over there out the way. We're going to do exactly the same with the other strip set.
Same width?
Same width, 1.5.
Okay.
Yep, so again, I'm just going to gently take off the edge there, just lose a little bit, and then again, do exactly the same. So 4.5, so again, use that horizontal line along a seam there, and then 3, and then 1.5, like that. Okay, you would obviously chop up your whole strip set like this. Then what we're going to do is we're going to put this together to make the little hearts. And what we're going to do, how we're going to do that is actually just offset them slightly. So I'm going to start with a skinny one, and I'm going to pop that one right sides together. But can you see I'm doing that. Ignore that bit. I'm going to line up the top edge. Okay, and this is why they were different sizes. So you've got this piece of fabric longer than this one. I'm then going to put a skinny one. Okay, well actually I'm going to stitch those two together first. So we're going to stitch those two together like that. Okay, so I'm going to nest that seam, which is why we ironed them in opposite directions. And it's only the one nest at the top at this point. Pop a pin in there just to keep it all nice and neat. And again, these are small pieces, so this is one time I would actually pin. I'm going to line that up like that, and we're going to stitch down 1/4 inch on that edge.
Should we be pressing record at this point? Sarah pinning?
Yeah, it doesn't. Absolutely. Those who watch my Facebook Lives will know it's a few and far between that I actually pin. Very, very rare for me to pin anything. There we go, all the way down like that. And you're going to make lots of pairs. I'm going to just press that out again. No, I've lost my little piece. There it is. There it is, just there. I'm just going to press that out. And press it out toward the slightly bigger fabric because you've got a lot more sort of space there for the seam to settle into. And then you can see that that is actually going to make your heart. When that goes on point, you see you've got that little heart shape come in. Okay? So we would do that again. So we take a little, let's take that one because that's a bit of a darker one. Skinny one, bigger one. Line up that top edge just here. Okay, right sides together. And we're going to stitch again. Okay, so, and you would just make, well, for the top of the pouch, I believe it's 5 in a row. So you'd make 5 pairs to start with. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put these 2 together just so I can show you how to trim them down.
4 in a row.
4 in a row, sorry, 4 in a row, and then 3 underneath. There we go. Just press that out
But
again.
imagine using this technique. You could use that for then a tote bag or a wash bag or a boxy pouch.
Yeah.
I mean, you can.
Or a border on a quilt. You could do long strips of this, okay?
A Christmas stocking.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
Loads you could do.
So
get the pattern. Get the pattern.
there we go. So you're making, at the moment, they look like funny little L's, okay? But what we're going to do is we're going to, again, as we join the rows, we're going to join up that long line there.
Oh, this is clever.
Okay, can you see there like that? So I'm going to put that one to there. Again, I'm dropping each pair down as you go. So I've got my larger one on the left, bit skinnier one on the right, and then I'm just going to drop that down like that, lining up that bit and nest that seam. So we're just going to stitch that one all the way down.
Looks highly addictive.
It really is. There's so many patterns out there for Seminole. This is just one little version of it. It's a little taste of how it goes together. So again, just
see,
very quick
anybody
eye
that's
on
ever
that.
sewn 2 strips of fabric together, chopped them up, turned them around and made 4 patches can do this. It's just taking that skill in a
Absolutely,
different direction, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's really clever.
You would carry on, you know, make a long strip of them, but I'll just do the 2 for now so I can show you. So when we chop this up, you're actually going to put a triangle of white fabric on here for the pouch. Pretend it's there, okay? Pretend I've added a triangle on. It's in the pattern. Once you've done that, you then want to find these top points, okay? So you're going to find the 1/4 inch on your ruler and you're going to line those up with those top points, okay? So don't worry about the lines of your mat or anything. You're just concentrating on the points of the hearts there and there. And you want that to be on your 1/4 inch, like that. And then you would trim that off. Now, obviously, if there was more hearts in a row, I would keep wiggling this so that the points of that heart are all the way down the ruler, okay? And then we're going to turn it that way, and you're going to do exactly the same on the bottom of the heart. So I'm just going to line up my point there on that 1/4 inch. Keep wiggling until you've got the points right on there, and obviously that's your seam allowance for when you join it in. I'm going to add that in there. And then if I just grab a little bit of white here, you imagine that's my triangle, that side, okay? You can you see those little hearts starting to appear? Once you've put your top and your bottom in, that's what the strips are on the pouch, is your little hearts there, and you've got 4 at the top and then 3 along the bottom.
It's so clever.
How you can put them together is entirely up to you. So like this one, and I've written this in the pattern as well, this one, they're kind of sat on each other. You can do it so that they are, hang on, if I do it like this. Ooh, there we go, like that. Can you see? So that you've got points touching. You know, it's until they're kind of trimmed down, it's quite difficult to see the heart. But follow the steps in the pattern, honestly. It's very, very easy to do. But yeah, can you see that there's your one heart there, there's that one there. So how you put them together, and again, it says it in the pattern, is up to you. So you can have them so they're touching. You can have them so they're not touching. You can actually drop it down further so you've got more white space between as well. So they're more like floating hearts then as well, rather than a string of
It'd be
hearts.
gorgeous to use a border on a quilt.
Yeah, yeah. So you can really
Love
play
it.
around with it. Once you've done the pouch to get a taste of it, play around with that placement. You know, maybe add a white strip in between so you've got little hearts, you know, just dotted along with more background fabric. Lots and lots you can play around with.
Very, very cute. Very clever too. If you want the pattern, it's on the screen. I think that the kit's beautiful and well worth getting. It's great value too, because you are getting a metre of fabric in total. You get 3/4 of a metre of your purple linen texture from Macara. Then you get a long quarter metre of your Klimt inspired fabric with gold overprinting. Really rich, absolutely gorgeous. When you've all checked out, I've only got single figures of this left. You also get your pattern, and don't forget you're also getting a generous length of number 5 zip to create the zip in the top of your pouch. Very smart. Well done if you're checking out your basket now. You've got your fabulous kit from White Gecko Craft Lounge. Love it. Now, we are going to have a little look at Herbie, at the Herbie tote. Really gorgeous project this. You get everything you need to make the Herbie tote, and it's embroidered. So it's back in stock today, previously sold out. You get pre-printed, it's like a cotton canvas, isn't it?
It is, they call it half Osnaburg?
Osnaburg.
That's it,
Yeah.
yeah. Yeah, it's
Ah.
lovely. Yeah, it's a really nice weight on it.
We love that.
Yeah. Or
It's
Panama.
all
No, it's not. It's
pre-printed.
half Panama. I lie. It's because you were talking about it earlier. It's half Panama.
Gotcha. You've also, so you've got all of that. You've also, to make the whole bag, you've also got your embroidery floss. You've also got your webbing for your handles and full instructions. All of that for £22.99. Amazing value. Could you show us a little bit?
Yeah, I'd show you, just because we haven't got a huge amount of time, but just show you some of the little points on there. Obviously, you've got a full pattern in the kit, which shows you all this. But if we have a little look at the panel in more detail. So you've got your 9 designs there. And like I was saying, you can embroider these. You could add beads and sequins into like the little lavender flowers or on the oregano leaves and stuff. Or you could paint into them. Use your fabric paints or your Inktense pencils and paint them. Or just leave them like that. They're quite lovely as they are.
Yeah, they are.
You know, nice and gentle. Or you can add extra colours. We've given you 2, but you could add.
Sarah, will that wash out when we wash the bag, or is
No,
it permanent?
No, it's a permanent one.
Phew,
yeah,
good.
Yeah, it's permanent. However, you've also got some marks on it as well. So when you cut your panel out, you've got a dark mark, which is your actual stitch line, and then you've got your purple mark, which is your seam allowance. So you're going to cut it out on your purple mark. And then you've got here, at the top of the central panel, 2 little fold lines, okay? Again, at the top as well, that's just, you don't need to do it, you don't need to hem the top at all, because that's going to disappear in the French seam. But at the bottom, you've got another little mark here, okay? And this is a hem. You do need to hem the bottom. So it's a really simple, just double hem. So all you're going to do is just fold over on those little marks and give it a good press. Ooh, so bash the sewing machine. There we go. So I've folded over on those little stitch marks there, just to get it nice and crisp, and then I'm just going to open it out and fold it over again. So you've got that really nice little double hem at the back. Okay. What you cut off the pattern, off the panel, which I've got down here, 2 seconds. This here, this is what is on the end of the panel. This is the pieces you're actually going to use to make your pocket. You've got more than enough there to add the pocket in, okay? So you've got that lovely little hanging pocket. Don't throw this bit away. That's what you make your pocket out of. So I'm just gonna pop it along there. And it's this really simple little double hem, okay? Like that. Give it an iron, and then you would just top stitch that in place. Okay. The idea then is once you've done your embroidery, you are going to fold back on these lines here, like that. Give that a good press, and that lining piece will actually cover all of your knots and bits from where you've done your embroidery. Okay. You're then going to fold this bit back up to meet the top, and you would do this right sides out. So once I've sewn that down as my seam, I'm going to do that. With a French seam, it feels odd. You know, for those, lots of you will have done French seams before, but you're going to stitch down on the outside first, and then turn the whole thing inside out, and then do another slightly bigger. Now, some people trim down their French seams. Because I've only given you like just a scant 1/4 of an inch on the seam allowance, you're going to stitch down on that black line here, okay? You don't need to really trim this down, because I would do on the line that side, and then I would just do edge of foot, so 3/8 of an inch on the inside.
So
and that
make
will
your second
enclose
seam tiny bit bigger.
tiny bit bigger. So yeah, so stitch on the black line when on the outside, which is just under a quarter, and then when you turn it inside out and you stitch down those sides again, you would do it at sort of 3/8 of an inch. But again, that's all in the pattern.
Fabulous.
And that's your bag ready done. Okay, you're then just going to add your webbing on as handles and sorted. But
And they're almost a French seam as well, aren't they?
yeah, yeah.
Brilliant. It's great. I love it. What a super project. Loads of you with that in your basket. Nice bit of sort of quiet time, sitting embroidering, and then make it up into a gorgeous bag. We could even make it into a cushion if you prefer. Yeah, really lovely and very popular too. Sold out previously. If you missed out, don't miss out today. You can get it for $22.99. Now, lots of you are already shopping ahead for your next hour, Sarah.
Oh, amazing.
You've got some lovely things for us
Yeah.
at 11.
Yeah, we really have got some more kits. There's some more fabric. There's more pattern. Lots and lots of bits, all different from this hour.
Have we got the panel that's hanging behind you and the fabric?
Yes,
I mean,
indeed.
Stunning.
Yeah. This is a pocket full of poses by Gail Pan. It's a really, really beautiful quilt panel, and then we've got some fat quarter bundles which you can use to make the border if you want to.
How beautiful is that? Shop ahead if you can. Right, after the break, I'm joined by Janet Clare. The Fat Quarter special bundle is about to sell out. We'll start with it, but you might want to use the break time to grab yours. Sarah, thanks for a wonderful
That's
hour.
right, my pleasure.
See you at 11.
See you soon.
And I'll see you after this short break.
Please don't forget about the notches when you're cutting out your pattern pieces. Every notch on one piece will match up with a notch on another piece of your garment, and they'll make the whole thing go together so much more easily. This is how you do it. Your notches might be a small little line or a double line, or they might be a triangle. When you cut them out, I recommend that you cut a small triangle outwards rather than cutting into your seam allowance. Notches on sleeves are particularly important for helping you to get them into the right place. So take your time to cut them out carefully. 2 notches means it's the back of your garment. 1 notch means it's the front.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Now, normally when you sew 2 pieces of fabric together, you sew them together, right sides together, and open the fabric up. We, however, are doing a French seam, which means that all of the raw edges are encased within the seam. So, we don't do it the normal way. This is how we do it. So, instead of sewing your fabrics right sides together, you sew them wrong sides together within the seam allowance. Then what you do is you then take the whole seam, you would press it, and you will turn it round. So you now sew along the seam, but having the right sides together. So what you've done is you've encased your raw edges in here, you've created your normal seam from the right side, but on the wrong side, all of your raw edges are all encased within the French seam. A lot of people are terrified by French seams. You don't need to be at all. They're really haute couture, and they turn your garment from being homemade to made with love.
Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with our social media pages. All the latest news, events, product launches, and much, much more. Search Sewing Street.
The winner of this year's Search for a Star is... Congratulations, Amber Elizabeth.
My name is Amber Elizabeth, and I was thrilled to win Search for a Star last year.
By day I work in marketing, but in the evenings I run adult sewing classes via my company called The Sewist & Co.
I'm a fourth generation seamstress. On my dad's side, there are some key seamstresses too, including my gran in Barbados doing some repairs by hand at age 90. Dressmaking is my go-to, but I also enjoy working with leather, creating small items and handbags. Teaching has become one of my greatest joys for all ages and abilities. I really enjoy demonstrating on Sewing Street and look forward to being back on air again very, very soon.
Missed a show on Sewing Street? Don't worry, you can catch up on all the action from the past week on our website. Just head over to sewingstreet.com and go to TV Guide and pick a day, then a show up to 7 days back from the Today tab. Looking for something older? Check out the Sewing Street YouTube page, where you'll find our full archive of shows anytime, anywhere. Stay inspired and keep sewing with Sewing Street.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Well, look who's with me this hour. It's only Janet Clare.
I am. Hello. Good to see you.
Oh, good to see you as well, my lovely friend. I've got to just jump straight in. What have you done to us, Janet Clare? What have you done?
I've got you lots of temptations.
Well, there were lots. There aren't any more.
Oh, sorry about
I've got 5 bundles left. You get 25 Janet Clare fat quarters, and we're dropping the price. Here is where we are going. Everyone who's already checked out their baskets pays £100 on the nose.
Lovely.
Absolutely fab. What are we getting, Janet?
You are getting some Bluebell collection and some Blooming Lovely, and they are some of my favourite collections I've ever done. And the fabric is soft and silky, and the richness of the colours and the prints are fabulous.
It's
I'm
stunning.
feeling very modest this morning.
It's stunning, Janet. It is what it is. It is all Blooming Lovely, in my humble opinion. There are 3 bundles left. Well done if you got yours. Look, absolutely gorgeous. It could have been a random selection. I would have been perfectly happy with that. But the fact that you have got this beautiful split of Bluebell and Blooming Lovely, it's just gorgeous.
Thank you. And they all, they all complement each other. And as you say, it's scrappy, but it's considered, and it goes together. Really beautiful fabrics, and what you couldn't make with those. Lovely. They're off. Stuart's.
You know what that means, don't you,
they've
Janet?
gone. They've gone.
They've all gone. They've all gone.
Thank you so much, everyone.
We're just a few minutes into the show, but you know what? We've still got loads of loveliness.
We have got lots of things to show you, and I've got my sketchbook and things with me, so we've got lots and lots of treats ahead. So stay tuned.
Now, Janet, this quilt that's hanging behind me has been catching my eye all morning. It is gorgeous.
Thank you. It's called Mabel, and it's a brand new pattern, and it uses my jelly rolls. Now the pattern has all the maths done for 2 jelly rolls with no waste. This sample that we've been hanging up has just 1 jelly roll, and I say there's no waste. Any little trimmings that you can use on the back of your quilt.
Excellent.
To add a lovely stripe down your backing fabric. Super, super simple to make. And you know, with a jelly roll, which I can say it's not a design roll because it's Moda, a lot of the cutting's already done for you. So if you're a beginner or you just want to make something quick, this is really, really easy for you. And you get to play with lots of secondary patterns. So sometimes you focus on this part, which is like the 4 prints, or sometimes you'll focus on the main sort of block.
It's ever so clever. Ever so clever. It's gorgeous, isn't it? And I love it when a very beginner-friendly pattern also looks amazing.
Looks elevated because it's simple, but it's not. You don't want it to be basic, darling.
Right, yeah.
You know, it's simple and nice to sew and a nice mindful sew if you are experienced, but it's never basic, darling. We're not basic.
Never basic, darling.
Basic.
Janet, what are you like? Well, let's talk about the quilt kit. Let me grab the kit. Is it that one, Janet? It is.
Yes, that
isn't
one is the Bluebell version.
Oh, sorry. Then I need.
And then this one is the Larking.
Let's
fabric.
do Larking.
And I do have the jelly. I have the cap sets from the rep, so you can see the whole collection.
Oh, amazing.
So you don't have to unravel.
Well, let me just show you what's in your kit. I mean, price is amazing. $74.99 for a quilt kit, and you're getting your full pattern. I'm just going to show you here because this is shows you what it would look like in a different colour range. I mean, talk about a complete transformation.
It is. So this, and I've got some samples to show you, a tiny, tiny little sneak peek, is a new fabric collection that's coming out. It's called Sweet Cecily. It's not here yet, but I've printed the pattern to sort of future-proof it. But while I actually designed it using the Larking jelly rolls. So
you know, as well, Janet, I think this pattern would do really, really well for those kind of like more masculine quilts. That we might, I mean, it looks really pretty and soft and feminine in these colours, but the graphic nature of the pattern would do a really good guy quilt.
Yes, and you've got lots of structure there, lots of straight lines, and lots of different layouts.
Is Tony's hand in here anywhere at all?
Tony writes the patterns.
Does he?
Yes, he does all the quilt maths. He does all of the graphics. Yes, he's everywhere.
It's pretty minimal. It's pretty minimal.
It's a
though,
minimal
isn't it, Janet?
input.
Really
Yeah,
does.
it's a minimal input. Yeah,
it's a very
Morning,
Tony. You get your gorgeous fabric for your binding.
Yes, mine's only a flimsy. So if you've got unfinished quilts, you know you can call them flimsies and romanticise them. This is just a flimsy. Have you got lots of flimsies in your life, or you finished? Everything's finished.
Yeah. I've got one waiting to be long-armed, and in a couple of days I'll have a second one. So I'll get that done, and then I'll have a day.
You like them to be
quilting 2
completely
quilts.
finished.
I'll just have a day quilting, you know.
Yeah,
but,
lovely.
Yeah. But look, you've got your binding, you've got your jelly roll, you've got your pattern, all for $74.99. It's a brand new pattern. It's called Mabel.
Mabel. I've got a goddaughter called Mabel.
Oh, do you?
Yes. So this is the whole collection, which let's see if we can show you so you don't have to open the jelly roll.
Sure.
So you've got at least 1 width of fabric strip in every single one of these prints, and often there's 2 of them. And so the jelly rolls and all the pre-cuts are brilliant because they get the collection exactly as we've designed them.
These are absolutely gorgeous, aren't they?
And it's all about mudlarking, collecting china, and then, of course, because I was collecting china, I had to have all the teapots, and I had great fun designing it, and it's lovely to bring to you. It's floral in sense it's quite soft, but they're very sort of structured, geometric floral, so they would work for, you know, a guy quilt or a lounge or anywhere.
I love the stripes as well. They are absolutely gorgeous.
Thank you. Lots of textures. Because when you're designing a collection, you don't want everything to be a storyteller print. I love that colour.
I
it's
love
a really
that.
lovely soft colour.
It is so clever.
I can say this now because I've had this I've finished with this quite a few years now, so I can see it all with fresh eyes. So when it's new or I'm designing something new, it's very hard to sort of take a step back, you know. You're too involved in it. But this is really pretty and lovely, lovely to design.
Gorgeous. Love this stripe.
Thank you. That stripe is on all the China chips. I've got my China chips with me. I always bring my China chips with me. So it's all these sorts of details here. This one. This one. Thank you. I know, that's the storytelling print. That's a big collage. So I keep a sketchbook and I turn my sketchbook in when I'm sending my designs to Moda. And we were talking about these elements here. I drew all these little bits. And we were talking about something being a bit more detailed. There's lots and lots of China patterns now in the public domain, which means that you can use them. So Moda combined some of those images with my sketchbook pages, and we've got that. It's beautiful. I love the way it's sort of all the curves coming in and out.
So do I. It's almost patchworky, isn't it? It's like a drunkard's path.
Yeah, and you can imagine sort of quilting into that or embroidering into it. So this would be a lovely quilt backing. Fabulous quilt backing.
We don't have any of this in stock, unfortunately.
Here today.
We do have the jelly roll, which is in your quilt kit to make Mabel, the quilt hanging behind. You'll get all of these prints. They're all there in your jelly roll. 2.5-inch wide strips multiplied by, is it 40?
I think you get 40 in there.
Yeah, yeah.
40 with the fabric, so you've got a selvage at each end, and you're subdividing that to make the quilts. Very, very simple. And as I say, this size is just one jelly roll.
There you are.
Just one jelly. There I am, leaning on my desk.
Do the pose.
Do the pose.
Look, here it is. I love it. Brilliant. And of course, as well, you also get your beautiful tote bag.
That's new design. That's the latest design. Yeah, we've got the squirrels for autumn. Recycled cotton. Nice to have, and it keeps, if you haven't got the luxury of a space that you can keep everything out, it's nice to be able to tuck everything away in a bag and keep it all nice and neat. So that's good. Anyway,
Totally
yes,
agree.
so that is Larky.
That's one option. That is one option. We've got a second option to make Mabel, and this is using Bluebell, one of my favourite ranges that you've ever designed.
Oh, thank you so much.
Genuinely, I love it. I love the combination of colours, but it has such a luminous quality, this range.
Thank you. It's I have the best job ever because I actually learned how to do how to make cyanotypes when I was designing this collection, which is an early form of photography. So you're working with light-sensitive fabric and paper. And a lovely lady called Dr. Kathy Corbishley-Michelle, who's got a big name. I spent the day in her studio and we just had the best time making it.
You can see that sort of almost photographic image, can't you?
Yep. So here we go. This is what the reps will go out to the shops with, and they've come to Sewing Street with, and you get to choose their fabrics. So this, again, you've got at least one of each of those in your strips. But yeah, you can totally see any element that we covered up with a pressed flower. Sort of stays white. It's protected from the sun, basically. And then there's a very clever chemistry, makes it work. And then when you're washing out all the excess sort of chemicals and things, the water goes this lovely limey green. Cyanotypes are Prussian blue, and then I had this limey green with the water. So they're the paint colours that I mixed with white to get that shade, those shades of jade and the green.
Came from.
That's where it's from. Cool. I bought lime green paint, I had the Prussian blue, I've got my white. I put white in everything. I love a sort of soft colour palette. So that's where they come from. And that's why they make sense, because they kind of do belong to each other. But we had the best time.
It's absolutely
We had
gorgeous.
the best time.
You get your jelly roll, you get your binding fabric as well. And the binding fabric is this print here.
I love that one. It's so pretty. And they've got the tiniest little flecks of that mint green, which really just brings it to life.
It's stunning. Those, you get your pattern as well. I did a cyanotype workshop in Manchester, and the tutor had a full-sized lay-down sunbed.
That's how Kathy
in her
does hers.
studio. Yeah, and I was like, I'm sorry, what? And she went, we're in Manchester. We don't have any sunshine. This is how we cure the fabric.
Exactly. And the other thing is that you, I mean, Kathy and your tutor have got it down to a science. It's one of those things you could do with a toddler because you don't have to handle any chemicals.
Well, I think that's how the tutor felt that day.
Yeah, they're just herding cats. It's great fun. Well, I put that down. But the sunlight, of course, outside, is it 15 minutes? Is it 5 minutes? And the sunbed, they know exactly how to do it.
Yeah.
It's great. If you get the chance, do it. I mean, just playing is one of the joys of our jobs, isn't it?
It really is. But the images that you get on the fabric are so unique. They really are. It's a tantalising process. And this is gorgeous.
The shadows, really lovely. And that comes in that green.
Is that elderflower?
Yes, I think I was pressing sort of elderflowers, and I was making daisy chains. I had ivy.
Was this an old will?
That's an old will, and you, Kathy was using acetates, so we were printing on acetates first, and then I had the acetate, and then the fabric, the flowers on top, the leaves on top.
Sort of multi-layered. Now the story behind this is very clever.
I've got those. I don't think I brought those with me. So when you're making the print, I had all these postcards, and the photosensitive paper had sort of come onto the back, and all these postcards had really interesting edges on the reverse of them. So I got those all layered up.
Yeah.
Everything that we design, it means something.
Yes.
There's a story,
to it.
There's a story to it, and it's lovely to come and share it with you all. But of course, if you just love it, you can just sew along and enjoy the process and don't have to worry about all the story that goes behind it.
I think it's always cool to understand what's behind a range. Just have a look at this picture. You can see how the fabric is going to come together in your quilt. This is the bluebell. And I just think that glow of the jades and the blues and the luminous quality of the fabric, it's just very, very clever and a gorgeous finished result.
Oh, I should hang out with you every day, shouldn't I?
Oh, you know I love what you do. It's absolutely stunning.
Best time. Thank you. Right.
You tried to hang out with me last night, and I
blew me off.
I did, because I was meeting up with school friends who I haven't seen for 35 years.
Wow.
I know.
They haven't aged a day.
Not really. Not really.
It's interesting, isn't it?
Our sense of humour was just as childish.
Of course.
In fairness.
Of course. Oh, well, it was cheap round because it was my turn to pay. So, Stuart,
I
you know.
haven't missed out on that, have I?
Well, it goes
Aren't we going to go and eat edamame beans again? Yeah, Can I tell the story? Last time Janet was here, we went out for dinner, didn't we?
We did.
And I took Janet to a Japanese
And by
restaurant.
dinner, I mean I'll meet you at 5:30.
Yes.
Because we go to bed very early.
So we went to a Japanese restaurant, we're ordering food, and I spot they've got edamame beans, which normally I have in a little pot with salad from
They're lovely.
Marks and Spencer's. You know,
Of course, darling. And they had us sat in the window.
We did. And so I said, oh, let's order the edamame. Anyway, they came in the pods, and I know that like the pod is a bit salty. I couldn't remember whether you eat the pod or not. So I just grab a whole pod, put the whole thing in my mouth. Janet Clare
So did I the same.
Copying me in the mouth. We're both sitting like that, like a couple of dairy cows going...
In the window.
And after a while, I said to Janet, are you supposed to eat the pods? She said, I don't know, I'm just copying you. And I'm like, no. Terrible.
It's very elevated, our nights out, isn't it?
They really are.
Yeah, you get home by 8, it's brilliant. I'll meet you early. Anyway, never a dull moment, but there's lots and lots of different layouts. I'll show you when I demo, I'll show you. But lots and lots of different layouts that you can make. This is just with the one jelly roll.
Ooh.
They look so cool, and of course you can mix them up. And this is the one that I actually went for because I liked that secondary pattern going round. I like the structure of it.
You can do all of that with one jelly roll?
One jelly roll.
That's awesome.
And then this one's the larking, so that's the sample that I've made. And then on the back, Tony's mental around. So it's exactly the same blocks, exactly the same sewing. You've just got the strips in a different order. So you could make one, I think this is why we love patchwork so much. You come up with one thing and you change a little variable and you're on another tangent.
This is totally different,
It looks
isn't
completely different.
Really bold and graphic, almost Aztec.
Yeah. And you could mix and match, of course, you could do whatever you like. Do whatever you like.
I will just mention, in Janet's second hour, we have got some of your larking range by the half metre. So if you're thinking, yes, but I want to put a border on because I want it for my queen size bed.
Yes.
Not an issue.
Put a border on it.
Not an issue.
And people always ask me why I don't do a block and sashing, you know, to separate the blocks out. And a lot of times I don't do that because I've said it about 4 times already. I love building that secondary pattern.
You would lose this.
You would lose that if there was a big set inside. But
Yeah.
it makes your fabric go a lot further. And if you want to make something bigger and you've got one jelly roll, you can totally do that. And you'll get something that's unique in the world, which is crazy, isn't it?
I love that. I love that. Yeah.
Unique.
Very cool pattern indeed. Details on screen are for the larking quilt pattern. You get the pattern, you get your jelly roll, you get your binding fabric as well. Remember, there is the option to add in maybe a couple of half meters, maybe a light and a dark, later in the morning or on the website, and then you can add borders and easily make this into a bed quilt.
Yeah, beautiful. But this is a useful size.
Very useful.
Useful size, and it's done. Sometimes
It's
you just want
autumn
to sit and
snuggling.
sew and it's done.
Autumn snuggling.
Yeah, you could even put like a fleecy backing on it. That would be nice and cuddly, soft. Everything very, very washable, very stable, washes and gets better and better with age, particularly if you've quilted it. They just get better, don't they?
Yeah, they really do.
Next time you see this, if I can bring it back, I will have it finished completely because the quilting adds a whole other dimension to it, doesn't it?
Does.
Really,
really does. I love that. $74.99, brilliant price. Great quilt, great new design from Janet. If you would prefer to get the pattern on its own, we've got the pattern on its own for Mabel. This is the physical pattern, $9.99. All the different variations and ways of setting this, I think, are incredibly clever. And then if you want the digital pattern, we'll give you the details for that. And that's an instant download. You can get cracking. Even hanging it vertically or horizontally totally
makes a
transforms.
huge difference. And actually, if you hung it horizontally, you could put sort of really bold stripes, like a nautical stripe in it, in the middle, couldn't you?
You know me, I love a nautical stripe. Janet asks, can you back it with flannel? I'm going to be back in 1 minute.
Why not?
Keep talking, Janet.
Why not? So here's the pattern. Lots and lots of detailed instructions. All the maths is done for you. It tells you how to cut. It tells you what the layout is. And the pattern is written for 2 jelly rolls and 1 jelly roll. Now, I never cut all of my fabric at the same time. I like to cut a few blocks and sew a few blocks. And then once you're in the sort of the flow of things, oh, nice little acorns.
Just have a little feel of that.
Oh, yeah, that's cosy.
You see,
That's
this
like your
is
brushed cotton sheets, a
It
lovely
is.
flannel sheets.
I'm just thinking, if you wanted, when you make your quilt, to back it in a flannel
Something cosy.
with a colour that would work.
Yes, you would get away with that on the back, just
would.
about, I reckon. It's quite sweet with the acorns.
Lovely, isn't it?
Our back garden is covered in acorns. There's a year, they call it, don't they? There's a special term when they've a bumper year for
Autumn.
the conkers. No, there's, I'll look it up in the break. There's a special year where the trees just decide that they need to bombard. They need a lot of acorns and a lot of conkers. On our back, we've got 2 oak trees in our back garden. Makes us sound like we've got acres. We haven't. And the whole garden is just covered in acorns. It's like everywhere you go, it's crunchy.
Do you live at Harewood House?
Yes, with staff. I have staff.
Are you lady of the manor?
Absolutely.
Now, collector from
Absolutely.
Midlothian's message to
Hello,
say, bought the
collector.
download pattern, as I have an Astra jelly roll somewhere in my stash. But where?
Astra would look lovely.
Wouldn't it?
Yeah, fabulous.
Gorgeous. Yeah, you can get the pattern on its own, digital or physical. Our collector there has downloaded the pattern for Mabel. Get cracking. Yeah.
Get cracking. Find that jelly roll and get cracking.
Yeah.
Yes, the patterns for the pre-cuts are really, really good to have in your stash or to give as a gift because, of course, it's a finite amount of fabric. So once you've got, you just that and that, and it will match. It will look fantastic.
Fab. What are you able to show us?
Well, look, I've got these, Tony in his wonders has made some little, these are the elements of the jelly, of the blocks that you will be making, just to show you. So this is what I went for, because again, I like that sort of bold dimension, but you can literally put them anywhere you like. You just keep moving around and playing. So Tony did this because they're jelly rolls, they get quite big. So anyway, lots and lots of fun you can do. I don't think the maths works for if you had like 2 horizontal and 1 vertical. I don't think it does quite, but you could put something else in there. But anyway, endless fun. And this fabric collection is coming, I don't know when. It's not here yet. And then the larking, this is just the same. So when you've got your jelly roll, what you're going to do is you can copy what I've done exactly, or, which is all in the pattern, or you can mix and match and do your own sort of contrast strips if you like. And what you're really going to do is when you're opening your jelly roll, and this works with any sort of thing that you're trying to make a colour palette for, I wouldn't go and put like the cream with the darkest indigo, because the cream will look pale against everything else in the jelly roll, and the darkest indigo will look dark against everything else in the jelly roll. So what you're going to try and do is pair out those mid-tones first, and that means you've got that light and dark running through. So can you see this sort of jelly roll? This is one of the textures. I've used that as a dark because it went nicely with that storytelling print that we were talking about. But you could have had that as a light against one of those. You know, so you really want to think about it. And I've seen when we're doing workshops and things, people, it's easiest to go, that's the lightest, that's the darkest. You know, you go for the easiest contrast first. And that gives you all the sticky mid-tones to work with. So if you start with those first, then you can mix and match. And the beauty of the jelly roll strips is you can literally put them all out in the mid-tones, do all the pales together, all the mids together, and start working it out like that. So it's very, very simple to make.
A message from Amanda. She says,
hello, Amanda.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I just had to get the Mabel quilt as I had a wire fox terrier called Mabel who sadly died in April, aged 15.
Oh, Mabel did well, 15.
That if I had a dog, that's the dog I would have, a wire fox terrier.
They're gorgeous.
Love them.
Why haven't you got a dog?
Oh, because I'm away so much. I'm away so much.
Yeah, it's not fair. It's
not fair on a dog. And
it's not fair on you.
Well, I would miss a dog
You would
terribly.
miss them.
So I would end up having them here in a bed.
You could have them. You could just buy a tabard, and it could just be your emotional support dog. And if you'd had the dog in the Japanese restaurant, we could have thrown it our edamame bean pods. Stuart, have a little chihuahua in a handbag.
Fran's message says she made a quilt earlier this year that she backed with faux fur rather than wadding, and had it long-armed. It's like a weighted blanket.
I bet it is.
Yeah.
Did the long armour love you?
I was going to say, I'm not so sure. Hilary says, love, love, love. That was in capitals, the last bit. All things Janet Clare.
Thank you so much. It's always fun to come. Now then, this is the leftovers. So this is all you've got left of one jelly roll. This is literally what I pieced together.
Well, once you've made the quilt,
once you've made the quilt, that's what you've got as the leftovers.
I love
and
this.
I thought that would be, there's not enough for the binding, but you could supplement it a little bit and had a jazzy binding. Or you could have a really bold stripe down the centre of your backing. And that might save you some yardage with the backing because it gets you, you know, just that bit wider. So there you go, lots and lots. So you know me, I don't like to waste fabric. And I think if I've asked you, I know, why would you? I don't think quilters do waste fabric.
No.
But if I've asked you to buy a jelly roll or you've bought 2 jelly rolls to make Mabel, I think you should use it up. I think the pattern should require that amount of fabric. And it's a nice challenge for me when I'm designing.
Could I buy one of each kit?
Oh,
right? Larking.
Yes, why not?
And...
Why not?
And
Bluebell.
Bluebell, thank you.
Why not?
And splice them together.
Why not?
To make the 2 jelly roll quilts.
I can't bend this, but yes, look, why not?
Because
why
for me,
not?
mix together those, wouldn't it?
That would be really nice.
And then you could do the bigger quilt because you've got double binding. And if I just show you the binding from both kits,
yes,
they would work beautifully together.
And of course, you've got all your scraps as well. They do work. They do work. Yeah, nice.
Both of those together.
Both of those together. You could.
Oh, there's
you
a
could.
thought.
Top tip.
There's a thought. Well, I'm just greedy. I want it all.
You just want everything.
Can I say? What can I say?
What can
but
you
also
say?
as well, because the kits are so keenly priced. Amazing, $74.99. To buy both to make a big quilt is still in the very reasonable price range,
Yes,
isn't it?
yes, and the quilt, 2 jelly rolls are 75 by 80.
Wow.
So,
Could we just have that message from Kate again, please, just so I can read it out? Kate message to say, Janet's fabrics are all gorgeous. I would use this leftover strip for a matching cushion.
oh, yes, you definitely got enough to
Amanda's
make a front
messaged in with
cushion.
something similar. Amanda says, hi, I would use the strips of leftovers to edge 4 plain white pillowcases.
Oh, that's a lovely idea. Very nice.
Janice says, morning, love this pattern. I'm trying to buy the digital option on app and cannot add it to my basket. Janice, no, you can't on the app. That's the only place that you can't buy the downloadable patterns. The software just doesn't support it through the app. So you need to either be on a tablet or a computer to do the download. If you call the customer service team, they'll be able to help you.
Wonderful. That technology, if it goes how I think it's going to go, I'm fine. And as soon as it doesn't, I'm completely lost.
I know.
It will be a security type GPS, like whatever. There'll be some reason why you can't do it on the app.
Catherine's come to your aid. She says, Janet, an excessive year of conkers is called a mast year.
A mast year, thank you so much. It's a mast year because we have got a horse chestnut tree in the grounds.
In the grounds?
In the grounds.
We've 2 oaks.
Oh,
We've 2 oaks. What
two
else?
mature oaks. And 2 mature oaks.
Yes.
And honestly, if you saw our garden, it's
Does the
great.
gardener look after them?
Yes.
Good.
Yes.
Is he called Watkins or Williams or something?
Well, the dog's called Wilson, so let's call him Wilson.
Wilson? That's like Friday night dinner.
I know.
That's too funny.
He's rescued and he came with his name Wilson and he's terrified and he used to growl at everyone. And Wilson sort of, we weren't going to call him Wilson, but it kind of suited him so much that he is Wilson. Anyway, there's a horse chestnut outside, so the conkers come down as well. And honestly, there are seeds for everybody.
Okay.
Acorns and conkers are everywhere. It's a mast year. I'll try and get that in.
Mast year.
A mast year. Did you know that or did you Google it?
Yeah.
Did you know that or did you Google it? Anyway, I'm showing you like fabric that's coming.
Coming. This is
Coming.
Coming. This is Mabel.
So I brought this. I talked to Tony whether I should bring this or not. And I wanted to bring it, not to tease you, but to make sense of the pattern, because we're working so far in advance that the pattern was... I am teasing you. There you go. But I actually designed it with larking. So, larking. As you can see, very, very simple construction. It's exactly like the little
Janet, this pattern you could make with any fabric range
You
at
could.
all.
You could make it with your leftovers.
It's incredibly
You
versatile.
really, really could. And the sewing is so simple, but it's very relaxing and sewing. What you do want to do with these long strips is make sure you've got a really decent 1/4 inch seam allowance, as decent as you can get, while still enjoying yourself.
So when you say decent, accurate?
Accurate, all over the shop. And what I found is that the slower I go, the more accurate I am, which is boring, but true. Who have we got?
Joanne's message, she says, my dog is called Wilson and is currently very confused by the TV.
Hey, Wilson puppy. He's a good boy.
You never say that to me.
I don't, Stuart. You stood me up.
I did.
For friends he's known 35 years instead of me. Never mind.
Loving Janet Two Oaks Clare and Stuart Edamame Hillard this morning.
Oh, we work so hard, don't we, darling?
We're a pair. We're
there
a
you
pair.
go. So look, this is all you're going to do. Two Oaks Clare. Oh dear. Yes. So this is all you're going to do. You get 2 jelly roll strips. Each block uses 2 strips, one dark, one light, or mid-tones, whatever. And then you've seen these. If you've watched me on my other hours, I like to cover a piece of board with this wadding, just PVA glue, and then I can layer all of these up and then all sit. You can pile them all up and then I have a little set by the sewing machine, and then you can just ready to zoom, zoom, zoom.
Brilliant.
And you can carry things to the ironing board. Really, really simple. But this is the construction. And I said when we were talking about what I was going to demo, it's so straightforward. You're literally just going to do pretty sides together and sew these tiny, tiny little seams. That's all you've got to do. And mine aren't jelly roll strips. Mine, I've cut. Yours will have that little pinked edge. Do you care whether you go to the outside of the pinking or the inside of the pinking, or you just don't even worry about it?
To be fair, Janet, I treat every piece of fabric that's cut like that, I treat it individually, and I sew 2 pieces or 3 pieces together and I measure. I line it up as I would normally, and I measure my result.
There you go.
Right, because some of the pinking can be very deep, some of it's very fine.
This is right. Moda's is very fine, and you can tell mine are hand cut because I can already see that my stripe fabric is a bit wider than my. I was going to point that out there. Don't point out your mistakes. That's the last step in all my patterns. The sewing is very simple. Your jelly roll is accurate. Don't wash it beforehand or anything like that. It doesn't need steaming or anything. Just keep it flat and just lay them out accurately and you'll be gone. And then what you want to do is you just want to sew at a speed and a level where you're still enjoying yourself, because I never unpick. I hate unpicking. Do you unpick? Are you an unpicker?
If necessary.
What's necessary? Like if you really can't live with it, like if something's in the wrong place, or if a point's not there.
Well, you know, sometimes when you sew and actually the fabric underneath has shifted.
Yes.
And so now it's just like less than 1/8 of an inch. I'll unpick that.
Okay.
You know, I don't unpick very much at all, really. But when it's necessary, there's nothing wrong with unpicking.
No, there isn't anything wrong with unpicking. What I find is, because we do a lot of workshops and teaching, don't we? I find people stopping enjoying the process because they're very worried about like a little matching something or other being off. And I think you should just enjoy.
I agree.
Just enjoy it.
Well, I always say to my class, in fact, I was teaching yesterday in Brockhampton.
You were, yeah, lovely.
And I said a couple of times, you know, to people, you've got to pick your battles.
You do.
You've got to pick what's important to you. If that really matters, do it.
Yeah, absolutely.
But, you know.
I think if the seams are lying smoothly and every element of the block is in the right place, I will generally leave it. Yeah. I will generally leave it.
Now, for anybody that's ever looked at striped fabric and thought, well, yes, bindings, borders, yes, but nothing else, not piecing, not directional, not a background, this looks amazing.
Thank you.
As your background fabric.
I love it. I love it. Thank you. I love a stripe. And when I'm designing, I really like to include a stripe because it gives that real energy to a print, a collection, and you can play with, you know, where you place it, with the directionality. We had that conversation about directionality last time I was here, didn't we? Tony was shocked.
Was he? Shocked. What was he shocked about?
That you said you didn't worry about it.
Oh, gosh, no. Pick your battles.
Pick your battles.
Yeah.
Also, the quilts that we have, you know, they're hanging up. Your quilts aren't going to be hanging up, are they really? You're going to be using them.
Yeah, I do always say to people, look, when you're in bed with this quilt on, you'll be looking at it in one direction.
Yes.
When you're opening the curtains and looking back at the bed, it'll be in another direction.
Yeah.
So don't worry too much.
Don't worry about it.
Just enjoy the process.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
And here you go. Really, really basic, quick sewing. Lovely, gentle project. Something you could take away with you if you were going away with your sewing machine.
I think now you've been a speaker for Brockhampton Quilters, haven't you?
Oh,
Or are you going to be a speaker? They're near Cheltenham.
Yes, I'm sure. It rings a bell.
They were talking about
They were
you,
chatting
Janet.
about me.
Talking about you.
I've been.
It was all good stuff. It was all good
The quilt groups, it's a lot of work to go to these quilt groups. But it's such a pleasure, isn't it? You get to, in real life, sewing together, having a laugh, sharing skills. Everyone's so generous. You go, oh, I've run out of, and there's 20 people with their hands up going, I've got some, you know, really, really lovely thing to
yesterday.
do.
I've run out of £10 notes.
I've run out of tenors.
I've got one.
The butler's late, darling. The
I've
butler's
no one
late.
to sweep my acorns.
Oh, my acorns. They're poisonous. And Wilson, oh, sorry.
Oh, are they?
Wilson keeps bringing them in. Yeah, they're poisonous for dogs. He
Who
keeps
does?
bringing them in. Wilson!
Stop it. You are naughty, Janet.
I am naughty. Well, you know, we've been here hours, haven't we? We've got to entertain ourselves. So
if you want to get this kit, by the way, the Larking kit, that's the one that's hanging behind, $74.99. Now, can I just mention, when you've checked out your baskets, I've only got 3 of these kits left.
Wow.
So these aren't endless.
They're not endless.
We're not selling jelly rolls on their own. You can get it in the kit with your binding, with your Mabel pattern. And genuinely, I think this is a super, super versatile pattern that you could make again and again.
Thank you.
Delia from Greater Manchester says, I would like to make a bed runner for my daughter. Would the pattern work that way, please?
Why not? It would actually, yeah, because you could have it long. Yes, so decide whether you want them vertical. Yes, I think if you did the 2 vertical strips and then you had these, so half of it and then put one, I think 4, yes, I think it would look lovely.
So 2 blocks?
I would do the 2 blocks across.
Yeah, 2
because
rows.
then that would give you double that length, wouldn't it? And that would give you the drape over the bed.
Over the sides.
Yeah, that would look lovely. Right, I'm going to get the iron.
Okie dokie. Pattern on its own if you want, by the way. $9.99. Over 20 of you with it in your baskets. I haven't got many left, to be fair. If you want to get the physical pattern.
Excuse me, rummaging.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
I'm rummaging under the table. Well, they did say, shall we put the iron on? I said, we don't need it just yet. So now I do.
Now you do.
Is it on?
Yes, it is. Yes.
Excellent. You can hear it squeaking.
Yes,
Was it you I was on here the last time and I hadn't turned the iron on?
Probably.
Probably. I have turned it
I've
on
done
today.
that. I broke my iron again the other day. Let's go and buy a new one.
Do you keep dropping them?
No, it's not that. It just literally, the thermostat stopped working so that the light came on, but it wasn't heating up. And I had just settled in. I'd got up early and I was going to have a full day of uninterrupted sewing.
Lovely.
And I'd done about 20 minutes and I thought, why isn't this ironing very well? And then, yeah, so I had to break off, go and buy a new iron, then come back, then carry on.
That's not what you want. It's not the vibe. My iron at work, it sort of times out, so it goes into sleep mode, which is really good because it's not sort of keeping at that really high temperature all the time. Just want dry iron, set your stitches. Again, your jelly roll strips will be cut accurately with a laser, unlike mine. And then I actually like to press my seams open. What do you do?
Whatever the pattern calls for, I suppose, or where it is. So probably there I would iron to the dark side.
Iron to the dark side. You can do whatever you like.
There's literally no seams to match up in this.
No, there's not. The only time you get seams to match up is you think, oh, I'm sailing along, and then you've got all these verticals. But they're easy. That is the width that's already been cut. That's the beauty of the jelly rolls. They've been laser cut. So you really are only dealing in the length that you're cutting.
Is that how jelly rolls are cut? Laser cut?
Yeah, I think they're laser cut.
Even the little pinked?
I think
not a
so.
blade?
I don't know whether it's a blade. Oh, I didn't sew that one on. There you go. I don't think it's a blade. I don't know. I can find out. I will find out. Thank you. Why not?
I just got the sense that you couldn't be bothered, Janet.
Just couldn't be bothered. Butler normally does that kind of thing. I've been doing a lot of sewing the last couple of weeks as well because I've got off to Quilt Market in Houston next week, which is a trade show, which is a big treat to go and see what's new in the industry and go and talk to all the folks. So I have made 2 quilt tops in 2 weeks.
Oh my goodness.
So I have had lots
That's
and lots
hardcore.
of, yeah, there's a lot of hours,
Mhm.
but all lovely. So I've had a lot of hours where you just think, right, I'm just settling in today and sewing. And it's such a privileged thing to be able to do, isn't it? To just think, really focus. And you really get in the flow and there's none of this, where was I? What have I got to do?
That's when I love to look out the window and see that it's a bit gloomy, a bit drizzly.
It's
and
got
I
to be
think,
gloomy.
Who cares? I'm staying in, I'm sewing.
Yes, love it.
Lovely.
Love it.
Or I'm knitting.
Oh, yes, I've been knitting. I'm knitting a little treat for my friend. I don't think I'm seeing her next week, but...
Oh, I got excited then.
Yes, not you. You're not on the nice list at the moment. You will reach the list for knitting eventually, but you do knit yourself, don't you? Or you don't need a knitted gift.
I
knit.
literally don't know what to say. And my heart is breaking. I'm not on the list.
Not on the list. Sorry,
Stuart
darling.
Edamame Hillard is not on the list. Princess says, morning, beautiful people.
Good morning.
Lovely way to start a message.
Lovely to see you.
Stuart, you just mentioned a whole day of sewing, so I thought I'd take the opportunity to ask you about your sewing chair. Which one do you use, please, or do you stand and sew? That's a good question. Over to you, Janet. Janet, Two Oaks, Clare.
Two Oaks, Clare. I sit down and sew, and I've just got an ordinary chair from IKEA. But I can change the height of it, and it is padded. But it's not ergonomic or anything.
Okay, fair enough.
What do you do?
I've got one of those like padded office chairs, you know, that has the legs and that you can raise and lower. Again, nicely padded. If I'm sewing at home, then actually I took my sewing machine home about 2 weeks ago. It's supposed to be for one day, and I've just been sewing from home because it's been so lovely. And there I just sit on a kitchen chair, which is like flat, heavy oak chairs, which are not at all comfortable, but somehow I don't care, and I manage to...
Because you're at home and you're all cosy. I also have the foot pedals. I'm spending more time under the table today than on top of it. This is a normal foot pedal. And it's for 1 foot, and you find that you get a bit misaligned. My foot pedal at home is actually for 2 feet. It's double. So it means you sit straight and you're in a better position. And the other thing I do is I don't have my iron near me. So I will sew for half an hour and then I get up and stand. And because we can, not everyone can, obviously, but I think it's good to just get up and keep moving, because you can sit for hours because you're so immersed with all the patterns and the colours.
Yeah. Don't I know
and
it
you're
when
relaxing.
Yeah. When I look at my phone and see my step count.
Oh, and just think, I know.
88 steps. And I'm like,
think,
what? What? I made 12 cups of tea.
Exactly.
I had to walk there and back.
I know,
Surely that's more than 88.
Exactly. It must be miles. I must have walked miles. Right, then all you're going to do is you're going to match these. So you've got this long seam. What you do is you're going to pin either end, and then you can pin in the centre. So I'm going to find my pins and then do that. And then that means that you're not stretching anything out.
Perfect. Pauline Wheeler has
Make it
messaged
work.
in.
Oh, Auntie Pauline!
It's Auntie Pauline. She says,
Auntie
hey, lovelies,
Pauline.
I am sewing a plique on a bed runner. So for a moment I thought it said, hey, lovelies, I'm sewing a plique on a bed.
Well, she might be.
While I'm watching you.
Aww.
How lovely. Morning, Pauline.
Morning,
I've seen Pauline for
Pauline.
ages.
No.
Pat says, morning, Stuart and Janet. Is it true that pigs love acorns? Yes, it is. If so, give them to someone who keeps pigs. Great show today.
Who would keep
love
pigs
acorns.
near me? I live in a commuter town outside London. I wish I knew somebody who kept pigs. Do you keep pigs?
No, we don't. And we don't keep pigs because we'd love to. They're gorgeous animals, but they are so intelligent that it's like they can tell time. And if you don't feed them at the same time, they're fed twice a day, and if you don't feed them at the same time every day, morning and night, they get really upset. They know it's breakfast time. They know it's dinner.
Yeah.
And we have to be, like, our chickens are on, like, they've got permanent access to food. Our sheep, our goats, they can all feed whenever they like. Whereas if you try that with pigs, they would just keep going.
Do they? They just literally just eat and eat.
You know,
and
like cats
eat.
have got an off switch.
Do
They're
they?
like,
Yeah.
apparently, they're sort of self-limiting. I haven't got the off.
I'm not self-limiting.
No.
I'm not self-limiting. No.
Is it Labradors or Golden Retrievers?
They're
that they
terrible
haven't-
for eating.
Yeah, they haven't really got that sort of satiety trigger,
No.
you know. I can
No.
relate. I can
Yeah.
relate.
Yeah. No. Also, no pigs. That is not a bad shout, though. I don't know whether anyone, because you can't do anything with them. It's not like the horse chestnuts or anything where you
No,
can sort of
they're
eat
conkers.
them or anything. You can't eat horse chestnuts, can you?
No, you
You
can't.
can make soap powder, not soap powder, like a washing
Yeah,
powder.
yes,
Have
you
you done
can.
that?
No. No.
I haven't done that.
Yeah.
I'll get the butler to do it.
All right, 2 oaks.
Yeah, 2 oaks. There's not much you can do with your oaks, though. Your acorns, I don't think.
You can dye, can't you, with oak bark?
Oh, I could
You get
dye.
a nice black colour, dark
That
brown
would be
and black.
fantastic. I could do some natural dyeing. That would be fun. I'm just going to increase the speed of this. So
That's a workshop I'd love to go on. Natural dyeing
natural
yarn.
dyeing would be
of yarn,
fantastic.
for sure.
Yeah.
I've seen some other people who've gone on, and oh my goodness, absolutely gorgeous.
You need sort of you put like a metal in it, don't you? And that can change the tone. And then whether you use it's not what's it called? A mordant.
Mordant, yeah.
There you
yeah.
go. So
Oh, Catherine's fessed up. She says I googled the
Thank
Conquest
you.
answer, the mask.
Right, now we all know now, a mast year. Thank you for Googling for us. So really, really simple, straightforward sewing, very, very relaxing. And I don't sew for more than about half an hour or so. I wouldn't cut more than about 10 blocks ahead. And I do a bit of cutting, a bit of sewing, a bit of ironing, a bit of cutting, a bit of sewing, a bit of an ironing. And then that keeps everything broken up. And it means that if I have made a mistake or I'm a bit tired, then they're not sort of compounding.
So true.
Where you just think, oh, zoom, 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 that's your jelly roll all cut out. And then you realise if you have cut them too short, then you're just going to make a different size quilt. Like there's no drama. And everything can be sewn back together again. So
We
don't
had a
worry
little bit of
about
that
it.
yesterday, actually. A couple of people miscut and they were like, what am I going to do? Because they brought exactly the right amount. I went, it's all right, it's patchwork. So the 2 pieces together again and recut.
Yes.
And it worked perfectly, of course.
And try to keep that seam not on the edge. You know, you try and keep it towards the middle. We've got to be like the only generation that have used pristine, brand new fabric for our piecing. I think people did genuinely, back in the day, piece from what they had, unless you were very wealthy, and then, of course, you would collect all the sort of paisleys and everything. But, it's perfectly, I think it's the right thing to do in lots of ways. Like, don't waste it.
I totally agree.
It's cotton, it's all been printed, it's been designed, and it's there to be sort of cherished and enjoyed, so don't waste it.
No, I totally agree with you. Now, let's recap the quilt kits that we've got. Larking first. This is Mabel Larking. Weren't you at school with her?
Mabel Larkin. My goddaughter's Mabel. It's a cute name.
She sounds like a character in a cosy crime.
She does.
Just then, Mabel Larking rushed through the door carrying a dagger. It's the Colonel. I'm afraid he's gone.
It's a mast year. We've lost him to the acorns.
I could imagine you doing a fabric range called Mast Year.
Mast year.
Park that one. So you get your jelly roll, Larking. You get your binding fabric, Larking. You get your pattern, Mabel. Beautiful. And your quilt, made with 1 jelly roll, measures...
It's in there somewhere.
It is.
Should know,
It's in there
shouldn't
somewhere.
we? We should know.
If you use 2 jelly rolls, it's 75 by 80.
Yes, and the 1 jelly roll is 60 by 50.
Awesome. But like I say, we've got Larking fabrics by the half metre in your 12 o'clock show.
Yes.
You could always shop ahead, get yourself a metre maybe, put a border.
Yeah, absolutely beautiful. And look at your stash, see what you've got that you would like to bring to it. I mean, you could put more green in it or red. The Astra lady, she could use orange. There's a really nice rusty orange.
Oh, there is.
In Astra. So yeah, have a plate, make it your own, and then you will make something that's unique.
I love that. The other option is for this one right here, which is in Bluebell. So this is the one that was inspired by your experiments with cyanotype.
Cyanotype. Yep, really lovely soft greens and some jade and lots of sort of leaves and flowers, but sort of silhouettes. Nothing too sort of pretty or ditzy. And then really lovely binding fabric, really pretty binding fabric.
Gorgeous.
And all in our new bag.
Yeah, there it is. Look, there's the new bag.
Yeah, new bag with squirrels on.
Is this taken from your quilt with all the string piecing?
Yes, it is.
Love
Good
it.
remember.
Love it.
Yes, oddly enough, it was called, and string piecing blocks. I love making those. They're brilliant for leftovers. String piecing blocks. So yeah, Tony just made it a bit more graphic. That's another thing he, did. He does everything. Chief of everything.
What's his nickname?
Chief of everything.
The Chief of Everything.
Chief of everything. It's aspiring head of possibilities.
I love it. I love it. And hopefully your personal chef tonight.
Absolutely. And Tessa, who does so much, she makes all the kits and does all your shopping orders and all of that and helps in every department. She's chief of dispatch. She's the cod.
God.
She's the cod.
I love it. I love it. Well, they're going to be busy because you've been shopping hard on these kits.
Wonderful. Thank you so
Absolutely
much.
Fab. Now, if you want the pattern on its own for Mabel, would work in literally any fabric range. I could imagine this being done in scraps. You could use your jelly rolls or your strip rolls. You could use your yardage. Make it your own.
Make it your own.
$9.99 for that. Just amazing, though, how it can be so pretty, so soft, so feminine, or bold and graphic.
Yes, absolutely. And that's the pleasure of
done,
patchwork.
eh?
Yeah, perfect.
And then digital download. Remember, and thank you to our customer actually for reminding us, and I'm sorry you had issues, but it reminded me to say, if you're doing a downloadable pattern, you can't buy that through the app because the software isn't compatible. It needs to be a laptop, an iPad, something like that, or a computer. $9.99, though, same price, and an instant download. Lynn says, every year in the New Forest, they let the pigs out into the forest to eat the acorns as they're poisonous for the horses. Now that is nature working in harmony.
Poisonous for horses as well. Right, I need to find a pig.
On that note, we're going to go to a break. Janet Two Oaks Clare will be back at 12 o'clock. But in the meantime, grab yourself a coffee or a tea or something else. Join us after the break because Sara Kear-Smith is back from White Gecko Lounge, and we have got loads of new stuff for you. Don't go anywhere.
Let's talk about quilt blocks. Quilt blocks are like building blocks. They come in all sorts of patterns and sizes and are pieced together to create a larger quilt top. In sewing, a quilt block is a single section of a quilt design, often made up of smaller shapes like squares, triangles or strips. That's quilt blocks, the foundation of every beautiful quilt.
Sew my bedroom. That's how my career started, me just sewing in my bedroom on my own and running a live stream basically.
Hello everyone, welcome back to my sewing room.
My name is Holly Dennett. I am a sewing content creator, a sewing pattern and fabric designer, and I have a degree in fashion design. So my style, it kind of goes back into like my fashion degree. I discovered that I loved gowns and formal wear, fabrics that move and drape such as silks, anything natural. The dress behind me, it's inspired by the dress that Villanelle wears in Killing Eve. It's so poofy, and I made a underskirt as well to really stick it out. And yeah, I just really love it. It's one of my favorite makes. Yeah, so my outfit I'm wearing here, this is actually the sewing pattern that I sampled in my very first show in December. It's a pyjama shirt and trouser. So here we are, we're wearing it as day wear. I've just tucked it in, and so many people have said, oh, I like your jumpsuit. And I'm like, no, it's a pyjama sewing pattern. So yeah, so I quite like it. I've always loved clothes, but never really put the two and two together, that I could make clothes. And it's just snowballed from that, from being a hobby to then turning into my job.
We're proud to have some of the most skilled and experienced experts in the industry. They're brought to you here every day on Sewing Street.
Did you know that we have 4 brands within our Gemporia craft family, including Gem Collector? So who are Gem Collector?
It's where the world of gemstone collecting comes to life. Whether you're just starting out or you're already passionate about this rewarding hobby, we're here to inspire and guide you.
Our channel offers an incredible variety of gemstones from around the globe. From timeless classics like rubies and emeralds to rare and exotic gemstones, there's always something to spark your interest.
More than just a showcase, we aim to educate you by providing so much more insight into each gemstone's origin, history, and unique characteristics, making it easy to grow your knowledge and appreciation for this extraordinary hobby.
Gem Collector helps you build your collection and connect with a vibrant community of gemstone enthusiasts.
Go over to our website or download the Gemporia app to discover how rewarding gemstone collecting can be here with us at Gem Collector.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show.
Missed a show on Sewing Street? Don't worry, you can catch up on all the action from the past week on our website. Just head over to sewingstreet.com and go to TV Guide and pick a day, then a show up to 7 days back from the Today tab. Looking for something older? Check out the Sewing Street YouTube page, where you'll find our full archive of shows anytime, anywhere. Stay inspired and keep sewing with Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Now you deserve a treat. And I'm talking a Tonga treat, but also a treat like you. It's always a treat having you here.
Thank you. It's a treat to be here.
Sarah from White Gecko Lounge Crafts. Is that all the right words in the wrong order?
Right words, wrong order, but you're forgiven.
Go on, do it again.
White Gecko. It's White Gecko Craft Lounge. But everyone shortens it to White Gecko. It's all good. It's all good.
We're starting off with a gorgeous treat. These are Tonga treats. These are timeless treasures, batiks, a curated collection of 5-inch squares. You get 42 5-inch squares. They're all absolutely beautiful. The colour palette, as you can see there, this is your full colour palette. You get repeats, is absolutely beautiful. That's a nice price, True. That price is a treat. $19.99. I've got very, very limited quantities of these. Love a batik.
Yeah, Sarah Jane's favourite. She collects batiks. Every batik that comes in the shop, she has to have a fat quarter. And there's an incredible pattern called All Squared Up, and it uses 54 fat quarters or different colours. It's beautiful. It's not ours. It's one that she bought ages ago. And I was just like, oh, you'll have to get some. She was like, no, that's like one drawer. No, doesn't matter about all the other drawers of batik. So yeah.
Oh, gosh.
Massive. So yeah, I had to pry those out of her hands to bring them on, frankly.
They are gorgeous. The palettes, fabulous. Half the stock went on pre-order. And the remaining stock is dropping out very, very quickly. I don't have teens left of this. You get 42 5-inch squares. I love using things like this to create machine or hand-stitched cathedral window, and then it really shows off the prints.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, the graphics actually say pack of 40, but it is 42. Actually says on the pack there are.
Yes.
Yeah, so you are getting 42, not 40 on the graphic.
And these are genuine, made in Indonesia. It's a beautiful process and a time-honoured process to create these gorgeous, glowy fabrics. Just 4 packs left now. 3, in fact. 2. Any advance on 2? I'm going to call that a sellout. Well done if you got yours. Beautiful. Now, let's talk about the quilt that's hanging behind Sarah. That is beautiful.
Thank you. That was me having a play around with the panel in the fat quarters that we've got on. It's by Gail Pan. It's called Pocket Full of Poses. It's a really, really pretty one. Really just, I mean, I know we're going into autumn, but, you know, who doesn't like these spring colours? It's just cheerful and
Totally.
fun. I love it.
Now, here's the thing. We don't have a kit to make that quilt, but we have most of the fixings for it, don't we?
Yeah.
The first thing is, and I suppose this is a little bit more flexible now because you can use it however you want, not just to make that quilt, is the panel. So the very centre rectangle is a panel. You get these 9 pockets, and they almost look like they've been cut off a denim shirt or a denim jacket, appliqued on and then filled with flowers. It's all printed. You get this lovely little kind of border design, this vine that runs between, and then a soft sort of chambray blue border all the way around. So to start off with, you might just use that on its own, a little bit of fabric on your own, a sweet baby quilt or a wall hanging. You could even add a pocket over the top and tuck things in and have it as a wall organiser. $13.99 for this, but please be aware that our stocks are very, very limited. I've got less than 20 of these panels left. Really good buy. You could also cut this up and make smaller projects. I think this would be gorgeous to make some cushions from.
Yeah, I mean, you could use it as a table runner, 3 pieces with just a nice little piece border in between, a block in between. I was thinking when you were saying about putting pockets on it, you can buy the little like test tubes that you can put real flowers in.
Oh, Sarah, that's a lovely idea.
Just as you say, and put a pocket and then something in it. How cute would that be as a wall hanging and actually make a little pocket and then those little sealed test tubes with just the odd posy in it would be really sweet.
Or even dried or artificial flowers.
Yeah.
Now, if you want to make, say, a quilt, you're probably going to want some extra fabrics that coordinate. I've got you covered. Here we go. We've got some gorgeous... Now, I've got 2 different fat quarter bundles. I'm going to open these up a little. This is adorable. $26.99 as well. It's a great price.
Yes, you've got 7 fat quarters in there, and we've cut them all, so they are cut on British size. It's not American, so they will be 20 inch by 21 on each one. Well, a bit more than 21 actually. But we split them into 2 different colour palettes. So they're all from the Pocket Full of Poses range. This is the sort of pink and red version, and then we've got the blue and green as well. And frankly, I used a little bit of all of it to create the quilt. And the quilt is there for sort of inspiration. This is what I did with it. You guys don't have to. You could do whatever you want with it, but this was kind of how I played around with it.
I think when you've got some of the fabrics from the range, you don't need them at all. When you've got the panel and you could mix some of your, your hatched blend, your thatched blender, say, for example,
that would work.
Or your linen texture, even some solids to mix in.
Yeah, pick out some of those, different sort of solid colours. So you could maybe pick out a really beautiful apple or sage green, or that lovely denim blue, and add then with the patterns. If you don't like anything too patterned, pick out some solid colours from your stash, because we've all got it, we know. And then in with those prints, and you've got loads to make a lovely quilt.
Totally. Totally. Now, this is the red and pink fat quarter bundle. Now, you might just be thinking, gosh, well, I just think the fabrics are beautiful in their own right. I have got a fat quarter friendly quilt pattern that I want to make, and this would be ideal. If you enjoy doing embroidery, I think these fabrics would team very nicely with red work, pink work, embroidery.
Absolutely.
About half my stock that's remaining is in baskets. So if you want to get those, now ideally you want a mixture of these and a mixture of the blues and greens to get as close to the quilt that's hanging behind Sarah as possible. So let me show you the other fat quarter bundle. Half the stock has gone of this bundle too. These are the blues and greens. Again, you're getting 7 fat quarters. These are so fresh, aren't they?
They're really, really pretty, yeah. And there's a stripe in there, and anybody who follows us knows I'm obsessed with stripes. So the fact there's a stripe in there as well, because I love a stripy binding.
Oh, me too. I always say if you can get a stripe and a dot into your colour, into your fabric mix, you're already onto a winner.
Oh, I was very excited the other day. I was watching Sewing Street, and Hayley from Craft Yourself Silly had those new stripy rolls.
Oh, for sure.
The barber ones. I was like, wow, they went in my basket.
Exactly. It's so useful. It just adds a wonderful design element. And for bindings, borders, sashings, but also in your piecing. Yeah, really lovely. Here's your 7 fat quarters in blues and greens. And just while they're there, I'm also going to bring the pinks and the reds just into the side so that you can see them alongside. Because if you get both fat quarter bundles and mix them together and add in that panel, you will be all the way there. Look at that. So here's your details here for your reds and pinks, and here's your details here for your blues and greens. But together, just stunning.
One of the patterns that we've got coming up actually uses 6 fat quarters. So if you didn't necessarily, if you're somebody who doesn't really like working with panels, but you love the fabrics, those fat quarter bundles, you would make, you can make a whole quilt with six fat quarters.
Amazing.
So that's, one of the patterns we've got coming up, which
pattern is that?
That's the all sides being equal one. Yeah, so I use that pattern in this, but if you don't necessarily like working with panels, because some people don't, they're just, that's not your thing, that's fine, you prefer a more patchworky look to something, you can use one of the fat quarter bundles and the panel to make a quilt in its own right.
So Sarah, am I right, that's this one here?
That's that one, yeah.
So let me show you. Now this is a Halloween-y version. Yeah. That is gorgeous. Let me show you the pattern. So you could use Pocket Full of Posies to make this.
With that pattern.
Is the pattern?
Yeah, I mean, that's a Halloween one that I made last year, but I used the all sides being equal pattern for it, which is why I brought it along for you guys to see what it looks like in different fabrics.
Yeah.
So you can just raid your stash, but you only need 6 fat quarters for the whole thing, and it makes a really lovely lap size quilt.
It is gorgeous.
So if you're, like I said, if you're not into panels but you love those fabrics, one of the fat quarter bundles and the pattern, and you can still do something really pretty.
But because I want it all, 14 fat quarters.
Oh, you're gonna make a gorgeous size quilt on that.
Couldn't you just? All sides being equal, $9.99 for the physical pattern. If you want a digital download, I think we can do that, can't we? We can. We can. We'll give you those details because you might want to just crack straight on. This isn't a template that we're using.
It's not, no.
You're giving us the skills to be able to cut this.
Hopefully, yes. Yeah, we're going to look at in demo on how to actually use your normal standard square rulers with markings, because we've all got the markings on the rulers. And we never, well, if you're anything like me, I was like, I don't use half of them half the time. So rather than having to have a specialist template or specialist ruler, we can use our rulers that we've got in stash, and I'm going to show you how to do it. Hopefully.
These are the skills we need, right? Absolutely. Love that. Absolutely gorgeous. All sides being equal. Great name as well.
Thanks.
Now I have a gorgeous panel. We're all a little bit in love with this panel, and you'll soon see why. We've all got our favourite. This is a Moda Farmstead, and this is a beautiful panel. I'm going to start with the goat. Guess which my favourite is. You've got duck, you've got goat, you've got sheep, you've got rooster, cow, chicken, donkey, pig, goose. You've also got words along the side. On the farm, there was a goat, and on the farm, there was a pig. So you can use all of these. Now, the first thing I saw when I looked at this panel, I saw a soft fabric book. The images are basically square, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. Yes.
And I just thought fabric book would be awesome. But there's so many ways you could use this.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the simplest way would just be put some sash in it, cut out the blocks, put some sash in between them, and you've got instant baby play mat or, a cuddle-up quilt, for when they're, and it's the type of thing that will grow with them as well. It's not just a baby quilt. They can have that right up until they're sort of like, tweens and stuff.
Of course.
But I love your idea of a soft book. I think it's, really, because they are square. I think they're 9.5-inch square panels, something like that. So, they would go together beautifully as a book. If you were doing like a quiet book, you could use one of those pictures on one side and then do an activity page on the other side, and then you make it more that way as well.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah.
Or if you've got an embroidery machine, you could embroider on the next page, something like, what noise does the cow make?
Oh,
or something like that,
nice.
and then you get that interaction.
Yeah, that'd be lovely.
Oh, well done, Hannah, for joining in. The other thing, imagine like a single or a double Irish chain where the alternate blocks that are often just plain, you could have these, and then you could pick out the terracottas, that deep orange, the pink, the black in your chain.
Yeah, that would be lovely. I like the fact it's very gender neutral, this one as well. So it would go for a boy or a girl. It's all, just,
54-year-old man?
Absolutely, why not?
Great price too, $13.99. But you've got teens left of that though. And you've got teens left. Very, very busy. Very lovely that. Now, let's talk trio of pyramid pouches.
We said we were all the P's today. I've bought pouches and panels and pre-cuts and pyramids and pocket full of poses. I've got to get your teeth in properly for P's this time.
Now, what you've got here in your pattern and in your kit, you've got the wherewithal to make 3 different pouches and 3 different sizes. So you've got the large size. This is great. Love that. Because this could be your quilting clips. It could be your wash bag that you take when you're camping.
Yeah, absolutely.
There's so many different ways that you could use that. You've got your medium size, again, lined. These could be table gifts for an anniversary party or Christmas or a birthday. You've got little minis as well. Again, just something small, but very expensive. Like a ring.
Well, you could put a ring in it, absolutely. A little, turquoise Tiffany box would be nice in there.
Wouldn't it?
But yeah, my kids use them for their headphones. So they put their little headphone case in it, and they've got like a lobster, a key ring clasp around the handle, so that they've got their headphones with them all the time.
Totally.
I've got a large one, a rummy cub. Because my husband and I love rummy cub, as does Sarah Jane. And my travel rummy cub lives in mine and goes round with us.
Brilliant. Yeah, really cool. The headphones, yes, absolutely need that. I've got my little earplugs. They could go in there.
Yeah.
Just to drown out all the noise.
All that travel.
Now, if you want the blue kit, let me show you. So in your kit, you're getting it all in here. You're getting your pattern, 3 different sizes. You're getting your zips. Enough zips to make the large, the medium and the small. You're getting all of your fabric for your outer, all the fabric for your lining. I mean, just saying, if you wanted to, you could substitute something like plain cotton.
Absolutely, yeah, and
Make a
use that for
second.
something else, yeah.
Yeah.
You've got exactly the same amount of fabric in there, so you can also choose which one you have is the outer and the lining.
Oh, nice.
But yeah, for a lining on a little pouch, use some calico or plain
Yeah.
cotton. Keep that fabric for something pretty.
Absolutely, that's what I'd be doing. Get the best value out of your kits. Really popular, $17.99. That's the blue. That one's in the lead, I think, isn't it? That's our most popular colourway at the moment, but it always changes when we start looking at other colourways. Easy to make?
Very easy, yeah, yeah, and really quick as well. I mean,
Fab.
you'll do all three in maybe an hour, if that, you know.
Oh, wow.
So if you're making for like, you know, maybe you're doing a charity stall or you do a craft stall or something like that,
Yep.
you know, they're a really nice, quick, easy make, and you'll get all three out of the fabric as well. So they
Fantastic.
don't use very much. In fact, if you're really careful, you can actually get a large and two mediums because there is quite a little bit of fabric left over.
Oh,
So, you know, if you don't want to do the really little tiny one,
Yeah.
you can actually get a large and two mediums out of it.
Cool. Great. And do we need anything inside or it's just fabric?
It's just fabric. I mean, you
Great.
could put interfacing if you want them a bit stiffer, but
Yep.
I like the fact that they fold down nice and flat when not in use.
Yeah, agreed. Should we do the red next? Let's do red next. I'm just going to grab the fabric out so you can see. Here's the large. Isn't this fun? Gorgeous.
This was from the Moda Whatever the Weather range. And I just thought they'd be really cute. You know, if you've got kids that are, you know, they like to keep little treasures and stuff, you know, it's
Sure.
slightly, you know, I mean, don't get me wrong, I love the fabric, but, you know, maybe if it's slightly more children-y fabric than the others. But yeah, if you're making for little ones, you know, again, to give a gift and stuff, you could put a little gift in there and things.
Look at the lining. Look, you are pure sunshine. This life is beautiful. You've got a little rabbit with a kite. Oh, it's gorgeous. Oh, and look, the tortoise has got a little umbrella balanced on her head. You are pure sunshine. There's no way I'm using that for a lining. I'm using that on the outside. Beautiful, absolutely beautiful. You get your zips, you get your pattern, the whole kit and caboodle, $17.99. I'll just show you the large one again. And look, there's the outer, got that handle on the back, and then look at that beautiful lining.
But yeah, I think you're right. I'd probably just use a plain lining and make double the amount of pouches, frankly.
Well, it's that, isn't it? It's such gorgeous fabric. I mean, it's fabulous as a lining, but I'd celebrate both. You can mix and match, of course. You've got the same amount of fabric. Really beautiful. If you are giving a gift, to pop it in something that can be kept. Did you say a mug will go in there?
Yeah, you can get a mug in there, yeah. Yeah, you
Take
could
it to
put a
cook
mug
class.
with some like hot chocolate and marshmallows or something inside that. It's like a little secret Santa or something.
Please, yes, please. Jane from Norfolk's got in touch. Oh, whereabouts in Norfolk? Morning, Sarah and Stuart. Well, this has got to be my favourite Sunday. I love White Gecko Craft Lounge. So many wonderful kits and fabrics.
Oh, thank you. That's really kind of you. Made me blush.
Oh, you bring gorgeous things, gorgeous things. Right, that is very popular too. Those are flying out. Oh, one more colourway. Oh, Steph's been busy baking apple and almond cake.
Oh, nice. Oh, apple cake's one of my favourites.
Steph sent me an afternoon tea last week.
Well, she's a sweetheart.
Like postal order. It arrived, scones, clotted cream,
Oh, my goodness.
jam, brownies,
Nice.
biscuits, even the tea bags. Oh, delicious.
That's so sweet of her.
It was so lovely. It was such a wonderful surprise. And I'd had a really, really day because the handbrake on my car had like jammed on.
Oh, no.
And I had to take it to the garage, you know?
Yeah.
And it totally made my day. Look at those. This is we've called this green. Isn't that fabric stunning?
Yeah, it's from a range called Koi Pond, which was a digitally printed one. And I love the depth of it. It's got a really, you know, almost a 3D feel to it, that fabric. It's really, really pretty.
It is gorgeous. The lining fabric is also stunning. Let me show you both. Well, I'm afraid no, I would again be keeping that. But, I mean, it coordinates absolutely beautifully for a line. I mean, look, yeah, if you want to make them super special, of course use that for the lining. But otherwise, use both. Isn't that yummy? Really, really yummy.
Those sort of water lilies look really 3D, don't they? They're gorgeous. Yeah.
It's all the shading.
Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. And then you've got the depth of like the water behind it as well. It's a really pretty fabric.
It's gorgeous. What designer is it from?
I want to say Studio E.
Oh.
Oh, now you're making me remember.
Sorry, it's not a quiz. You're all right. You're all right.
I know it was called Koi Pond, but I genuinely can't remember who the designer was.
It's gorgeous.
I think I've got a feeling it's Studio E, but.
Oh, we need to send a bit of love to Mo. She says, "Morning, handsome and all. I'm having a cleaning day."
Oh, what's cleaning?
Ooh.
No.
Ooh. She says, "The only bright side, I have you on TV."
Nice.
Yay.
Nice.
Oh yeah, I'd have to put on some really, really jazzy music.
Yeah, definitely. Get the mop out.
Yeah. I do love that when I said a cleaning day, Sarah said, "What? A what?" Yeah. What do they say? Sewing forever, cleaning whenever.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
That is stunning. You get your zips, you get your pattern, enough to make 3, a large, a medium and a small. Loads and loads of you coming in for this. You're all loving Koi Pond. You're all loving it. It is gorgeous. I've never seen that fabric before.
No,
it's
it's
stunning.
really pretty, isn't it? With the little one, now you can put a handle on the little one if you want to, but if you're going to use it on like a keyring or something, I would just put a little piece of ribbon through the zip pull, just so you've got something to hold on to open it up and down with.
Yeah.
And then maybe just put a one little tab right at the top to put a key ring through.
Yeah.
You know, you don't have to put that full handle on if you don't want to. But they're brilliant for keeping all like your little binding clips and all. If you go into like regular class and all, you don't necessarily want to take a big tub of binding clips or bits and pieces, you know, or I've got a couple of little ones that I keep the glue refills for my glue pen.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Otherwise they're white when they're out of the packet and they just disappear into stuff. So I've got like 2 or 3 glue refills in them, you know, all those little
Sarah,
bits
one day I'm
that
going to be as
disappear.
organised as you. Not yet, not this year.
You haven't seen the state of my sewing room.
Not this year. If you want the pattern on it, if you're thinking brilliant, 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 I've got fabric, I just need the pattern. Well, we can do that. We can do that. I've got the pattern. This is a physical pattern to make the pyramid pouch. Do I get 3 sizes again?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
Awesome.
everything's in there that gives you, all 3 sizes.
Oh, fantastic. Oh, Sue's having a more exciting day. She says, "I'm just cleaning." Just bear with. I'm just cleaning my 680 sewing machine.
Nice.
Ready to put into backup machine storage because this afternoon I unbox the 782. I am too excited. I bet you are.
Oh, new machine day is just the best though, isn't it? When that new machine comes.
Yeah.
Oh,
And
get
Sarah
to play with
bought,
it.
I believe, if I'm right, Sue, on Manager's Special.
Oh, nice. Very nice.
Yeah, nice price.
Oh, exciting
absolutely
days.
Yes, really good. Pattern on its own, physical first. Digital now. Digital pattern, instant download. $9.99. We are going to go to a little demo, I believe.
Okie doke.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. Should I do the all sides being equal? Should we go with that
Yes,
first?
please.
Absolutely.
Yes,
Cool.
please. So I'll
Lovely,
just
lovely.
quickly flash the quilt. That's this one here. So equilateral triangles go together so easily.
Really,
but a
really.
lot of us are a bit foxed by how to cut them.
Yeah, definitely, which is what I thought I'd show you today. So we've all got rulers which have got lines on and we don't use them a lot of the time. In order to be able to cut this, you want a ruler that has got a 60-degree line on it that comes off a corner, okay? If it comes off on the side, it's a little bit more tricky, but if you've got one like this, or the Creative Grids do the long one, that comes off the corner as well. So you want one that's got a 60-degree. We're going to start by, so I've cut a strip of fabric which is 6 inches wide. It doesn't matter what size you cut, I've just done a large strip for ease, okay? So you guys can see what I'm doing. I'm going to start by finding that 60 degree and lining that up along the top, okay, along my top edge of my fabric. So line it up, and you want to just make sure that you've got your corner on the edge of the fabric as well. It's a nice little double check that that is correct, okay? Now you can see I'm going to have a lot of wastage here at the minute, so I'm going to move my ruler all the way as far as I can. I'm just going to move that iron out of the way. There we go. All the way along, keeping that 60-degree line until my edge of my ruler hits the edge of my fabric, just here, okay? Because this is the only bit of wastage we're going to have then. So just reline that up, make sure my 60 degrees is there, and I've moved it as far left as I can. We're then going to cut up there, okay? That bit goes in your scrap bucket. So next thing we're going to do is we're going to take that 60-degree line, and we're going to, on the edge that we've just cut, we're going to line that up like that, okay? So corner right on the top of the fabric, making sure that 60-degree line is running right the way down that cut line, and then we're going to cut this side. And you're just going to repeat that. You're going to go top, side, all the way along your strip. So there's that one, and there's my perfectly cut triangles.
It's as easy as that.
It really is. It's so easy to do. You know, I know we all love a gadget and we all love new rulers and things, but you don't need lots and lots of specialty rulers. They're great, but if you learn to use the ones you've got, you can do so many techniques without having
knowledge.
Absolutely, yeah. So I'm going to go back to the top now. So that 60-degree line is going on the top, and I'm going to, again, I'm looking for this edge here to hit where I've just cut just there. Make sure that I'm lining up that 60-degree again. If you get a little bit confused about the lines, what I would do is just put a little piece of washi tape on the line that you're following.
Okay.
Because sometimes it can be when you get into the swing of cutting, you suddenly do the 45 or the 30, and then your triangles aren't going to be right. So just make, you know, a little bit of washi tape so you know that's the one you're heading for each time. So just line that one back up.
Tip that.
Like
Sue
that.
says, yes, it was bought on a manager's special. I know, an
Nice.
absolute bargain when I see one, and the machine of my dreams within a budget I'm comfortable with.
Lovely. There we go. So back to that 60-degree, down the side like that. Super, super easy. You would just, I'm cutting double as well, so I folded my strip in half, cut them double. So once you've cut all of your fabrics up, you know, cut up your triangles and stuff, what we're aiming for is something that looks like this, okay? So we're just going to sew them together, and this is what I used with around the panel. So I put a little stop border in, and then I just did one row of these all the way round, just as an additional little, you know, sort of design feature around the panel, just to make it a bit bigger.
Well, so many of you have admired it.
Yeah, yeah, that's lovely. So, but yeah, I mean, like I said, there wasn't a particular I didn't write a pattern for this one because lots of people use panels and fat quarters in different ways, but this was just to give you a bit of inspiration. When you're going to sew these together, so I've got a couple here, you're going to sew them together like that, okay? What we want to do is you want to make sure when you're lining them up, the very first one, you can just line them up like that. We're going to just stitch down really quickly, 1/4 inch. So it's just edge to edge with the very first one.
Oh, okay.
Okay, you don't need to offset them or anything like that.
Great.
Okay.
No Y seams.
No, not at all. No.
That shenanigans.
There you go. So the first one, nice and easy, nice and simple. Let me just get that ruler out of the way. Bring that one in. Out of the way as well. Clear the decks a bit. And then we're just going to give that a quick press, set that seam, and then press it out. Okay, so just finger press it, press that seam out. So the first one goes in nice and easily, like that. Okay. I'm going to put a next one in. So the next one's going to go like that. Okay. And what you want to do is when you're putting them right sides together, okay, is you want this flat edge here to line up. So you don't have to worry about measuring 1/4 inch or anything like that. Just line up the flat edge so that the excess is peeking out, the point is peeking out, okay? So the flat edges are aligned, and then you would stitch down this edge. And really, that's the only thing you need to sort of remember with putting this together, is just make sure your flat edges, your straight edges align. There we go. And then that one's going to go out like that, and that gives you your 1/4 inch seam allowance here. So when you're adding it in, okay. The next one will go on here. So say I'm just doing an alternating one. So when I put these right sides together, this is my flat edge here. So that's the one I'm going to line up. So I'm lining up that there. I'm not worried about what's happening down here. That will naturally have a little overlap, okay?
Okay.
And then we're going to
trust the process.
Trust the process, absolutely. It really is. It's incredibly simple to do. As we said earlier, I don't do complicated. I do things that look complicated, but I like
the dream.
I like to break them down into really, really simple steps because I don't want to have to overthink anything, you know. So here we go. And you can see it builds up really nice and easily. All right. And you can just, you could alternate them. You can add, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 as you go in with whatever fabrics you've got here. They make really pretty scrappy quilts as well. Yeah. You can do it.
If you mirror them as well, they end up looking like diamonds,
That's
don't they?
exactly what I was going to say now. Look, so if we do this, so say you were doing them, I haven't got another green, I haven't got another white one. I've put it on there. But the white one here, you also end up with like hexagons.
Yes.
Like that. If you sort of plan it out a little bit more, can you see now you've kind of got like tumbling blocks happening. You see you've got that sort of diamond shape. So you can absolutely, you've got that diamond shape happening there and that diamond shape happening there as well. So depending on how you put your fabrics together, you can create really beautiful secondary patterns. If I then put a different one in here, a different fabric in here, you'd get that sort of offset tumbling blocks type feel. So play around with it. It's a really, with a ruler you've already got probably, because we've all got them in our stashes, and some fat quarters, you can create some really, really beautiful shapes, with a equilateral triangle. So,
I think this is a really good stash busting pattern, isn't it?
Oh, it's beautifully done. If you do scrappy, just grab out all your fat quarters and
lights and darks.
Scrappy. Yeah, definitely.
Well, we love a pattern that uses our stash, don't we? That means that we can just dive in and get straight on with it and maybe clear the decks a little bit. It's £9.99 for the pattern. You're learning that technique. You can do this in any size. So you could do little tiny, you could do much bigger if you wanted. You see, if you buy a template, you can't do that. It comes as it comes. Whereas if you're learning a technique that you're using your ruler for, the world's your lobster.
Yeah, absolutely. It really doesn't matter what size. You could do it on jelly roll strips or you could do it on 10-inch strips. As long as your ruler is long enough and it goes off, that line goes off the corner, it works.
Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. £9.99 for the physical pattern. Same price for the digital pattern as well, if you prefer. If you're thinking, OK, Stuart, now I just need to get and collect my scraps now and I need to start this today, go for the digital pattern. And then you've got everything you need. You can just get started. If you were inspired by the fabrics that Sarah was using, those green and blue, pocket full of posy fabrics, we've got the fat quarter bundle. 7 of them, £26.99. I would not be able to walk past that if I saw you at a quilt show. That would be straight in my basket. Also, if you've bought the panel, the Pocket Full of Posies panel, and you want to keep it to a sort of quite a blue-green colourway with just a smidgen of red, get this. If you want to go more for the look that Sarah's done on the quilt behind her, and now we know how to make that border, isn't it gorgeous? Well, you could go for the other pack of fat quarters as well. Lynn from Greater Manchester asks, is the Pocket Full of Posies a white or a cream background? Thank you, Lynn.
I would say it's ivory. It's not a super white. It's not a pure blood, what I call a blue white. That really, really stark.
Absolutely.
But it's not a cream. It's like that. It's a warm white, like an ivory colour. Yeah.
It's a good way of putting it. If I grab a pattern, actually, obviously this paper is white, and you can see there that it's warm. It's a warm white.
Yeah. When I was playing around with the fabrics, the Moda bleached PFD, Moda bleached white PFD was a perfect match for the background fabric, which I think is 97. is the code on it.
Okay.
So you guys do a
Do
lot
know
of
your fabrics.
I've been doing stock take recently. It's in there. But you guys do a lot of the Bella solids and everything. So yeah, if you look for the Bella solid bleached white, and it says PFD is the little name after it, I think, which I believe is code 97, and that's a perfect match for it.
Awesome. So that is your blue-green colourway. I've also got reds and pinks. Of course, they play very nicely with each other, but you can also use them on their own. Imagine an all things being equal, all sides being equal pattern in these. Imagine if all things were equal, eh?
Oh, would be nice, wouldn't it? One day.
If you worked 3.5 days and had 3.5 days off.
Oh, yeah. 4-day week. It'd be brilliant. Be more jobs out there for the youngsters as well.
True.
We're fully into a 4-day week.
I think it's called semi-retirement, isn't
it?
Yeah. We'll get there. We'll get there. Oh,
Years
this has
from now.
been very, very popular. If you want this one, be quick. 7 pieces. Henry glass, and I'm just going to open one out so you can see these are cut by Sarah and her team. So you have got English sizes. So it's a fat quarter metre.
Yes, yes. So obviously, if they're if you buy a fat quarter bundle like from Moda, they're American cuts, so it'd be yardage. So they're normally 18 inches by 21, 22. But being in Wales, we use metres, so it's 20 inches by 21, 22.
Smashing. More fabric for your fat quarter. Now, you know what? This could work very, very nicely with this pattern. It's the red work Christmas quilt pattern. If you wanted to go a bit more red and green and pink, you absolutely could. Tell me about this.
So this is a mixture of pieced patchwork and red work. We had this on the show.
24th of July.
Oh, there we go. Christmas show, surprisingly, yeah. It's a really, really nice one. You've got quite a intricate centre block, so you're going to challenge yourself a little bit, and then some lovely log cabin pieces with, and again, those are super simple, as are the little Christmas trees on the side. But in the pattern, you've got all of your Christmas red works in there, so you
full
can
size.
Full size, yeah. So you can use them for blocks within a quilt, or you could use those just for individual cushions, and just put a lovely red board around them. Lots of things you can do with it.
That's a real heirloom, isn't it, don't you think? That's the kind of thing that will become part of your Christmas traditions, to bring the red work Christmas quilt out. And also, of course, don't forget, you've got individual elements that you could use for different, this piecing, your log cabin, your Blackford's Beauty in the centre. You've got those embroideries as well. What about making cushions out of those too?
Yeah, be really, really pretty. Yeah.
There's a lot in your patterns, isn't there?
I try. Some of them are super simple, but others are a little bit more complicated, yeah.
Now, if you prefer a digital pattern and you can print off your red work designs, well, then you could print them off any size, $9.99 for the download. Now we've got some more patterns from Sarah. We're going to do the Chubby Star. Oh, this is gorgeous. Yes, gorgeous.
So this is
Chubby Star.
Perfect one for a layer cake.
Okay.
1 layer cake and 1/2 metre of a coordinating fabric for your border. But the whole of the layer cake gets used for the main piece of the actual quilt, the main quilt top.
Looks amazing on the front cover in solids, but look, this is in, is that Moda?
That's
Adidas Sitar.
Yeah, it is. It's the Beach House.
Yes, it
is.
When because Macaro started doing pre-cuts, and we launched that for them
here
back in June, I think it was, something like that.
It's gorgeous.
Yeah.
There's so much movement.
Yeah, we will be launching her new one very soon with you guys.
Oh, will you?
Yeah, her brand new range is.
Which one is it? The
now you
sewing,
ask me.
not Sewing Bird. That's already out.
No, it's
Farmer's Wife.
Yes.
Or Farm Girl.
Something like that. It's got farmer in it,
yeah.
for sure. But yeah, I think that's due end of October.
Oh,
so I think
love that range.
For the November show, we're going to be bringing you all the pre-cuts.
Put it in your diary. So the thing is, our customers know now when you're on pre-order or miss out.
Yes.
You shop ahead. Yeah, absolutely brilliant.
Genuinely, during the break, I was answering some emails and lots of people had emailed, said, I missed out on this panel, I missed out on this on the first show, can I buy from you directly? And I was like, no, Sewing Street had it all. I'm so sorry, they had it all.
You bring us everything.
So, yeah,
You're very
yeah,
generous.
absolutely.
You bring us everything.
Yeah, we occasionally have like 1 or 2 left over, but if it's sold out on here, then unfortunately we can rarely get more unless it's something we print ourselves or have printed for us.
If you want the digital pattern for this, these are the details, $9.99 for the digital. Now, let's talk the pyramid pouches. All of the kits are limited. Shall we do do you want to go through each one or straight to demo? Okay, they're all limited. Let's do the water lilies, the koi pond. Here's your fabrics. Here's your pouches. You get a large, you get a medium, and you get the small. You get the pattern. You get the zips as well. They're all included. $17.99, fab. I think it's a little demo for this, isn't it?
It is. I think that's what we're going to do next. Yeah.
Yes, please.
Yeah, okie doke. So rather than use the fabrics of those, I had a little bit left of the pocket full of posies from the quilt, so I'm going to do a little pyramid pouch out of this. I've cut the large one out. We're going to cut your zip down and pop that down face down, okay? And then my lining is going to go on top, like that. And I'm being a very brave girl and doing a zip live on air, which never works out for me, so we're going to see if this works.
It'll work.
It better.
You have been told.
Zips have a thing against me, I think, sometimes when I'm live, and it is guarantee if it's going to go wrong, it goes perfectly. When you're doing bits at home, absolutely fine. The second I do a Facebook Live or I come on air, it just like, nope, right. So use a little bit of...
Sarah, once I sewed the zip in one side, and then I couldn't remember how to sew the zip on the other side of the bag. Ridiculous, I've done it 1,000 times.
Yeah, and then suddenly your brain just goes completely blank. You're like, what's going on? What do I do?
There's no way back.
Right, so the zip is face down, so I'm going to call this my outer. So zip face down on my outer, lining on top, and then I'm just going to pop my zipper foot on. I'm just going to stitch that down, okay? So, because it goes together slightly unusually, this one. So zipper foot down, and away we go. So far, so good.
And keeping everything crossed.
Everything crossed for me. Get rid of that one. I'm just going to turn that machine down. It's on super whizzy mode. There we go. Right. Okay, so I'm going to open that out now, like that, and flip those together. Okay, give that a quick little press. Make sure that's all nice and neat, and just give that a quick little press. Okay, like that. Then we're going to pretend that that zip's not attached. So open this out, outer goes face up, zip again goes face down, like that, and then the lining goes on top. So you've got these funny like 2 loopy bits here, okay? So just line that up on the edge, there and there. You want to kind of try and make sure that these edges are in line as well. Make sure that's all together like that.
So you've got lining, zip, and outer.
No, outer first.
Yep.
So outer first, zip face down, and then lining on top. Okay, just grab a pin on there. There we go. And then put another one over here, because she's going to behave. That zip is going to be a good girl. And then we're going to sew down just like we did a moment ago.
Okay.
Okey-doke. There we go. Just going to get that pull out of the way. So pull that past the... helps if the pin's not in the way, doesn't it?
It does.
There we go. Line that back up. And stitch all the way down. There we go. So you've got something that looks, take that pin out, you've got something that looks a bit odd at the moment. You've got this sort of thing going on. When you open it up, it's because the zip's open, kind of looks like a figure 8, okay? So you've got all that side, all that side. Make sure your zip is open at this point. So open it up, obviously don't pull it off the end. Hang on, sorry, 2 seconds. And what you're going to do is you're going to pull through that side just for a moment, because you just want to check that this is right, and pull through that side all the way through. So it is right sides out at the moment, and your lining is tucked in there. Okay, like that. Come on. Give it a bit of a shake, and it does pull through. It will pull through. Come on. There we go. See, it's not behaving. It's a zip. It's twisting. There we go. So, as you can see, if you look in, they're the right sides together, and that's right. So it did work. What you want to do now is you just want to mark the centre. So if you put the zip right at the top here, press that out, and then you're just going to put a pin, or mark it with a pencil or something. Just mark the centre here, okay? Like that. So I'm just going to put it on the lining for now, just like that, so I know where the centre is there, directly opposite. Turn it all the way back out, okay? So you want it inside out. Come on, there we go. I'm making this look harder than it normally is. There we go, outer, there we go, like that. Make sure that my zip is in the middle. So don't have it on the outside. I've gone a bit too far when I opened that out. Hang on a minute, guys. I've just pulled that way too far. Where is it? See, zips. It went in nicely.
Zips on air.
It zips on air. It's playing at something terrible. I'm making this look way hard. There we go. Got it. Harder than it actually is. I promise. Right. I've got to put that inside that now. Right. Oh my God. I'm so right. No, it's there. It's there. I got it. There we go. That's right, like that. And then I've got to put it inside out. Told you zips are like a
honestly, Sarah, when
my brain has gone blank.
Froze.
There we go. Right. I want it inside out. That way. That's it. Got it. Okay.
Hurrah!
Totally the wrong way round. Still the wrong way round. I need that inside there. What have I done? That's there. There we go. That's it. Don't pay no attention whatsoever to any of that. Follow the pattern.
That is what we've got.
Right, I'm there now.
We've got an excellent
There's also
pattern.
a full YouTube video as well of me doing this properly.
Is it heavily edited?
It really is, because honestly, zips and me are not good. So once you've got it to that point, then you are going to put your zip to that centre point just there, like that, okay? And you're going to stitch along here. I'm right now, I've got it there. No, I haven't, because that's outside. What have I done?
Can you just pull your zip in a little bit?
No, because I've twisted my zip now.
Oh.
How have I done that? See, I shouldn't do zips, ever.
Don't do zips on air.
How have I done that?
It's very warm in the studio, actually, and it is affecting all of us.
Honestly, I nearly passed out earlier, didn't I? I was
know.
like, just at the end of the last half show, I was just like, oh, I do not feel well.
Earlier, I was sort of like,
right, I'm going to make sure I do.
It's so the air conditioning is broken in the studio, and it's very, very warm. And you know those afternoons where it's very, very warm, or when you were in school in the classroom, it's very warm, and you were just sort of, yeah, it's a bit like that. It's not
really
helping.
is. It really is. I can't put this back together, and
Don't
it is
worry.
right.
Don't
It
worry.
is right.
Don't worry.
Can I have the
There
pattern?
are
Can I have the
brilliant instructions. You certainly can.
Why my brain is not seeing this all of a sudden. I've got an
While you have
absolute
a
blank.
read, I just wanted to mention the
There
Seren
it is.
quilt, which is stunning, absolutely stunning, and you can get a pattern on its own. Have a look at this. Look at the stars. They are so pretty. Very clever.
That goes on there. That pulls I do know what I've done, but I'm just trying to put it right.
Don't worry. $9.99 for the Seren. And just for the record, Sarah, what's Seren?
Seren is Welsh for star.
nice.
Welsh for star.
Beautiful, beautiful. It's ever such a clever design. I love that. Really beautiful. We've also got the digital pattern. Instant download and away you go. Don't worry, Hannah. Don't worry, Sarah. We've literally got about 30 seconds.
Honestly, I can't see what I'm doing. My brain has gone completely blank. I've got it to that point, which is right.
Yeah.
And I've got to turn it inside out. And then you sew across there, and then you do the other side.
Yeah, going the other way.
You sew it like that, and that becomes the pyramid.
Yep.
But honestly...
I promise you, 5 minutes out there, and you'll go,
why did
of course, it's...
I made all those genuinely in about 25 minutes. Well, not all of them, because Anne made some of them, but the green ones, the 3, I did in about 25 minutes. Easy peasy. And my brain, I cannot see it. Why won't it go? It zips. It's a curse. The curse of the zip.
They're cursed. But you will enjoy doing them. Christine says, oh, take the zip ends off and put them on again.
Yes. I could do that, couldn't I?
Fran says, I'm currently doing the burrito method for a jacket yoke and I empathise with the zip.
That's it.
Christine says, hi, you gorgeous people. Don't worry. We all have days like this. Do not worry.
I know, but I'm supposed to know what I'm doing. I wrote the pattern. I'm supposed to know what I'm doing, peeps.
No, honestly, it's happened to all of us. You know what
not
they say?
good.
The person that never made a mistake never made anything.
I can't make it go inside out. I can't do it.
Do not worry. Do not worry. Sarah is our amazing. You are.
Some of the time. Some of the time until my brain goes blank.
You always inspire us all. We absolutely love what you do, Sarah.
Thank you.
Do you know when you're back?
October the 25th.
Are you
It's a
doing
Monday.
zip?
Yeah, no, I'm not doing any more zips. Ever.
But we can also catch you at Malvern.
Yes, I'm at the Malvern show. You can catch us on Facebook Live as well.
Awesome.
We do Facebook Lives Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday every week. So,
Fantastic.
yeah.
Oh.
I'm going to make this work, and I'm going to put a picture on our Facebook later of me turning it the right way round.
There you go. It's a challenge. Right. Thank you so much. Safe journey home. See you soon.
Thank you.
I'll see you after the break for Janet Clare's final hour. It's our final hour too. Where did this morning go? I will see you after this.
Missed a show on Sewing Street? Don't worry, you can catch up on all the action from the past week on our website. Just head over to sewingstreet.com and go to TV Guide and pick a day, then a show up to 7 days back from the Today tab. Looking for something older? Check out the Sewing Street YouTube page, where you'll find our full archive of shows anytime, anywhere. Stay inspired and keep sewing with Sewing Street.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
A lot of people ask me, what dress size pattern should I buy, John? Because I never know. I can't answer that for you because if you go by your commercial shop bought dresses, if you go into different shops, Wallace, Marks and Spencer's, Topshop, any of those, size 14 in every single one of those shops will be a different size, depending on the designer, depending on the pattern cutter and the pattern grader. What you need to do when you're making your own clothes is don't think, oh, I buy 14 from Wallace, I'll make a size 14. What you need to do, and this is the sign of a good pattern, what they have is they have your body measurements, which are the ones that you have to go to. Now, it's sometimes a little bit depressing because you buy a 14 in a shop and on a pattern it could say that you're an 18. Ignore that. Nobody will ever see that. What you go by is your bust, waist and hip measurement on the pattern, and then if it's a good pattern, underneath it, it will tell you the finished size of the dress, which shows how much ease it's got. So what you can do is you can look at, say you look at this one and you say, oh, 100 bust, 82 waist, 106 hip. Obviously that's in centimetres. You think, yes, I'm going to make myself a size 16. You then look at the finished size here of the size 16, and you can see that you've got 12 centimetres ease around the bust, you've got a good amount of ease around the waist, and a lot of ease around the hip. Then what you do is you then look at the pattern, the finished size around your body, and you think, oh no, that looks like it might be too big. Then you can go down a size or up a size if you don't think it's going to be big enough. But the thing I always say is make a toile. Get yourself a bolt of calico and make a toile, and that's the way you'll make sure you buy the right size pattern.
Join us live on Facebook for an extra hour of Sewing Street fun.
It's called Sewing Street Extra Stitch. I know, apparently what we're going to be doing is an extra hour on Facebook and on Instagram. On the Sewing Street pages, we're going to have exclusive products and deals, competitions and giveaways, and they're expecting me to present some of them.
Follow our Facebook page for more information, and we'll see you there for an extra hour of Sewing Street fun.
In sewing, the term square up means trimming your fabric or block to ensure it has straight edges and perfect corners. Using a ruler and rotary cutter, trimming away any uneven edges. This step helps your pieces fit together neatly in your project. Square up is a quick way to keep everything perfectly aligned.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
We are back.
We are.
We're back.
We are.
Janet, Two Oaks, Clare. She's here.
Yes, I'm back.
The soup hater.
Don't give me soup. Don't give
Janet,
me soup.
Clare, everybody. Welcome back. Now, totally different look, totally different flavour to this hour. We've got soft, pretty, gorgeous blossom.
Pink, lovely soft blossoms, and then this brown that sort of anchors it and comes back in all the prints as well. Really, really pretty, very unusual for me. Very unusual for me, but I do love it. I think it's very soft.
But isn't there a bit of a doggy background to
is.
this?
Oh, you know, in the last hour, the lady with the dog, the same name as mine.
Yeah.
I was going nuts. Well, Joe, my eldest, was sat at home with our dog and sent me a photograph of him, and he's just sprawled out, didn't listen to his mummy's voice at all, didn't care. Sound asleep.
Oh.
I thought that was charming. So, Blooming Lovely, I design for Moda. I do 2 collections a year for them, and they don't send out colour or trend predictions. So it's to be your own. It's to be your own voice, really. They want designers to have their own voice and their own style, which is wonderful. Now, they do have first refusal on my paintings. So if I'm painting and I see something that I think would make lovely fabric, or I hope would make lovely fabric, I am kind of gentleman's agreement to run it past them first. So I saw a dog in the park, chocolate Labrador in the park, called Muffin, who had a lilac collar on. And I thought that chocolate brown and the lilac was such a beautiful colour palette that I went back to the studio and I started painting. And I was painting with my lilac paint, which I mixed up, on damp watercolour paper, and then I was using the sepia ink. And I just made a few of these. You can see these are all collaged on. I was just playing on scrap paper. And I was looking at them thinking, oh, I'd quite like fabric like that. But Moda normally just take my sort of indigos and those sort of blues and the more graphic things. So I thought, well, they won't want them, but, you know, just be polite. So I took the quickest little snap on my phone, sent them this little layout and said, I've just painted these, thinks they're lovely, thought I'd show them to you, expecting them to go, never mind, don't want them, thank you. And they went, oh, we love them too, please continue. So that is how I got the Blooming Lovely fabric collection, which was a complete change, and it's been so fun to design with a completely new colour palette, because you know the blues, I know them inside out. I can design quilts in my sleep. I understand all the tonal values and everything. Been doing it for 13 years, 26 fabric collections. So this pink was such a treat, and to play with florals and different scales was lovely. So that's how we came here with Blooming Lovely.
It is absolutely beautiful. I'm going to show you the quilt kit. Can I just take everything,
everything
sort of lock,
off.
stock and barrel, and we'll slide the fabric in because...
Let's slide the fabric
Brilliant,
in.
thanks Janet. You're getting the pattern for Briar. It's really a 2-for-1 on
It is.
You get 2 quilt tops out of the fabric. Look at these fabrics. You get your beautiful Janet Clare autumn bag as well, and the pattern for £245. Now there are split pays, 3 of them, under to £82 is your split pay to get it home. Look at these gorgeous fabric. They're stunning.
Pretty.
Absolutely
Thank you.
stunning.
So this is the print that I was showing you, and you can see the first flower there. You've got, it's digitally printed, because to get the tonal range in my watercolour paintings, they wanted them to be exact. So to do that, screen printing is a bit too clunky. You know, once you're up to like 20 screens and you're doing, it all layers up. Digital printing, they can make it exactly the same as my paintings. And to get the detail on the cloth, they needed to improve the grey goods. The base cloth is actually a tighter, finer weave. So it's a better quality. So it's got a bit of drape to it. And it's generally, it just feels softer and a bit cooler. It really is lovely. And the detail. And I've got the painting with me for that. Do you want to see that? That's on the cutting mat, the original painting. There you go.
Beautiful.
There you go. And you can see how identical they are. And then what I did was I asked them if they would overlap the sprigs as an idea. So that's what they've gone and done. But every single tone, every one of those lavender fronds is completely different. And that one is that one. I don't know whether the camera picked that up.
I can totally
Look
see.
at that.
Look at that. It's exact.
It's exact.
It's clever, isn't it? It's lovely to get an insight into your process and how you work.
Thank you. And I'm a good 2 years ahead. So I've just, I'm working on a sketchbook now to turn in next week when I go to Quilt Market in Houston. I see the design team in Moda, and I've got an idea that I've been developing in my sketchbook. And then next week we'll start the real conversation about what the collection will look like, whether they want it to be softer or bolder or more graphic, or what colour palette they want me to sort of develop. So that will be a big job for next year. And you will see that here, luckily, fortunately, if it goes well, in about 2 years. It takes 2 years from sketchbook to finished fabric. So,
how beautiful are these?
Thank
All
you.
of these fabrics. Of course, you get the beautiful quilt pattern for Briar as well. But you may just be looking, thinking, I'm going to use those fabrics in my favourite quilt pattern. You can do either.
Whatever you like.
There.
Whatever you like. Thank you. Really soft. As I say, there's got really soft lilacs and lots of detail in the prints, so that when you're under the quilt, you know, you've got lots of detail to look at. And I loved the brown with it. I know it's a bit Marmite brown, but I loved how deep and rich it was. And with the story of the muffin, the chocolate Labrador, it sort of all made sense.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. It's gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous.
Thank you so much. And there you go. So the quilt, you are making 2 quilts at the exact same time. It's not, this is what you do with the leftovers. You are actively working on your second quilt at the same time.
Which we have here.
Which we have here, and it's just a flimsy.
which we're romanticising.
We are romanticising.
It
It's
means
not
you
that I'm
haven't
only
finished
half
it.
finished. I've done the fun bit and I haven't given it to the elf yet.
Okay. So, in addition to the quilt that's hanging behind, you can also make this quilt. Well, that is stunning.
It is big as well. This is all half square triangles, and you know what you can do with a half square triangle. This is just one layout option. There are so many, and lots of them are in the pattern as well. But you're actively piecing this at the same time.
That's amazing.
So there's no waste, and it's fun and it's satisfying, and it's all beginner friendly. So again, it's another quilt that you think, okay, I can use my sewing machine, I understand the rotary cutter, and now you can piece those two at the same time. And that one's perfect for practicing your quilting or making a secondary gift for someone.
Well, I was going to say, it's two big quilts.
There is, I mean, that's a big
Two
size.
big quilts for £245.
Yeah, there
That's
you go.
amazing. I mean, I could tell it's a really, really big chunk.
And
It
they're
is a
so
lot.
nice, isn't it? You get
There
all
is a
that
lot.
fabric. It's so lovely.
You do. So many different prints from the collection, so much of each one as well. It really is fantastic value, all coming in Janet's brand new for autumn tote bag. Exclusive tote bag. You don't get these from anybody else but Janet Clare.
You don't. You don't. And it's fun. We've had like 3 or 4 designs of these now. It's good fun.
You get loads.
So the main quilt that's hanging up that I did finish is 72 inches square. And the leftover quilt is 60 inches square.
Oh, see, that's my perfect size for a lap quilt throw
It's
quilt.
lovely, isn't it?
60-inch square, perfect.
And it's really useful size. You can wrap yourself in it, but it's not so big.
Amazing.
Half square triangles for the win.
They are. Bridget's message from Berkshire, she says, those fabrics are absolutely fabulous, Janet.
Thank you so much. Honestly, it's such a pleasure. I've got my sketchbook with me, so if we've got a bit of time, I can talk you through that because it's nice. I always love seeing, I've been looking at Sandra Centangles in the green room. I've been looking through her sketchbook. Just love the sketchbooks.
Yeah.
And
It's
hers
the
is
process, isn't it?
Yeah, and hers is hers. I mean, it couldn't be anyone else's.
Totally. Totally.
The way she does all those lines and everything. Yeah, so anyway, the sketchbook's always good to see. And then I've got a piecing demo, and you'll see how easy it is. It's really very straightforward.
Now, I do have the pattern on its own if you would like. I love the idea of two quilts at the same time.
Two quilts
Loads
at
of you
the
have already
same
checked
time.
out on this. It's £9.99 for your 2 completely different patterns. You can use this range, of course, Blooming Lovely, or you could use your own fabrics, your fat quarters, your scraps. Mix and match.
Mix and match. There is a colouring sheet inside, which again I'll explain a bit more. A lot of my patterns have a colouring sheet, so you can use your own fabric. And there are some options for different layouts in here. Alternative layouts, they're in the pattern. But you know how versatile a flying geese block is and a half square triangle is. You can make them look so different. We spent an afternoon just putting things on the design wall, deciding what to do. And I actually went, you need to get your eye in, but I actually went for like a big star.
Yes.
Big brown star. That's what I decided to pick out. But there's so many things that you can do. And I say, making 2 at the same time is so satisfying.
It's such a bonus, it really is. Lots and lots of you coming in for the pattern. What if you were to amass your own fabrics, Janet? What sort of cut is? What's the smallest cut of fabric that you would recommend?
They're all using about a yard of each.
Right.
So there is a yard and 3/4. So I think if you had a yard of like 3-4 different tones.
Yeah.
So
what if I only had, like, say, fat quarters? Could I get sort of 4 dark brown fat quarters and substitute that for the yard of brown fabric?
Yes, you would definitely get a long way with that. Definitely. And that would give it scrappy then, wouldn't it?
Yeah. I sometimes just think, you know, like, yeah, I could do this in 1 red fabric, or I could do it in 15 red fabrics.
That's gorgeous. I love
that. So long as I can cut the piece of fabric out.
The big enough piece. And it depends if you want to A lot of the joy of making quilts for me is playing with building these patterns. But if you just want to be making flying geese and half square triangles and just be immersed in colour and prints, you could use anything.
It's a very, very healthy
Absolutely
practice,
anything.
that. Yeah.
And just think, I'm just going to make each unit, I love each unit, and then as it all comes together, it will be fabulous.
Yeah. Have a play.
Have a play.
Have lots of play.
Lots of play. And it's
Brilliant.
all very calm and soothing. Easy.
Loads of you have already checked out. Do you need to let you know? A quarter of the remaining stock is in baskets. You've already checked out loads. This is not a quarter of the stock. It's what I've got left.
Wow.
Yeah, you are going to have to be quick checking out your basket on that. 2 for 1, isn't it, really? You're getting 2 different quilt tops out of one pattern. And actually, use all the different variations. This could keep you going for years.
Yes, absolutely. And if you can make a half square triangle and flying geese, honestly, the blocks you can make, that needs to go there before we lose it. Thank you very much.
Really inspiring.
It's so useful and very easy and a good practice if you're, I'll show you the technique, but if you're making flying geese, it's so easy to make those supplementary half square triangles as well.
Yeah. Now, if you want a digital download, we've got that first time ever, actually, for this pattern. Not had digital before. Details are on screen. It's $9.99.
Lovely.
Gorgeous. I could see that in so many different colours.
It would look so different in, I mean, black and white with greys.
Wow.
I mean, just whatever. And you can really play. Now, that colouring sheet will really help you visualise before you start sewing. Oh, a lady on a workshop we were doing the other day, she had one of those quilters.
You tidied, didn't you?
Did I?
We all saw the picture.
And we did... no, she was on Zoom. It was on Zoom. She had one of those quilters kaleidoscopes.
Oh, yeah.
So you make one block and then it sort of multiplies them and then you twist them and set them on angles and everything. Such useful, really good fun.
Very cool. We should try and get those
We
in.
need to get some of those in. Definitely.
Okay. Did you say you have a bit of demo for this?
I do.
please?
It's all over there.
Amazing. I will pass
It's all
you
over there.
everything back.
I've got bits everywhere. I've got my sketchbook. I'll just pile everything on that I need to show you, and then it all just goes everywhere. So you've seen the drawings.
Muffin.
We can put those away. Lovely old muffin. Right, so this is some of the layouts. We showed you those briefly in, we're showing you the pattern. So you're going to make bonus half square triangles at the exact same time. Now the colouring sheet, Tony, bless him, he's printed out all of these flying geese for me.
Didn't Tony message in earlier on?
Did he?
We had a message.
He might have done.
Oh, we're going to play it. Oh, here, yeah. Go on, play it now.
Come on, Tony. What did he say? Is he telling me what's for dinner?
Awesome. No, he's put, Stuart had the idea of combining the 2 Mabel kits into one quilt in the 10 a.m. show. Great idea. Here is a digital mock-up of the blocks from both combined. Now,
Fabulous.
That looks amazing.
That does.
Well done, Tony.
I wonder if he's at work. I wonder if Tony's working on a Sunday.
He's definitely working it.
He is working.
Isn't it?
He's not having a day off.
But that shows
it
you.
does. It's amazing.
And that's combining the 2 different ranges, Bluebell and Larking, both kits into one quilt.
That looks lovely, actually. Doesn't it?
That's one of my better ideas.
That is one of your better ideas, Stuart. Very nice. Anyway, so if you've got the colouring sheet, you could... Don't do it if you're using the kit, because you know how it's going to turn out. But if you are using your scrap fabric, if you colour in your flying geese with what you've got, very simple quilt maths, then you can start playing around with different layout options. You see, I've just gone diamonds here, and look how different it looks again. Exact same blocks. So lots of versatility, hopefully, and hopefully you'll be lots of inspired. And then the demo, I'm going to show you really simple technique. It's not mine, I didn't invent it, but it's a really useful thing to sort of have in your toolbox and to know how to do, because it's very thrifty and it's very satisfying to do as well. And I was genuinely surprised how big the leftover quilt was, like 60 by 60.
Yeah.
For something that you think, well, just for an extra
Yes.
bit of sewing, You know, I would have just put that in the scrap bin and then nothing would have happened to it.
Well, funnily enough, yesterday I was teaching a workshop and there was like a bonus block that came out of that. And the bonus block that you made was, the main block you made was 16 inch and the bonus block was 10 inch.
Wow.
So yes,
You think it would be
exactly.
like 4 or 5 inches or 6
Yeah,
inches or something.
Yeah. So it's like, wow.
Wow.
We could definitely get together and make a quilt here.
Definitely make a quilt. Definitely make a quilt. Right, let's put these out of the way. I don't want to lose all of my bits.
Do you want me to keep them over here?
Let's put them over there.
No worries.
Thank you very much. Right, here we go. Very simple. I keep telling you it's simple. It genuinely is simple. Okay, another board.
I put those with those. They seem to be
Yes,
the same colour.
absolutely. Thank you very much. So, flying geese. Let me talk to you through what you're going to make and then I'll show you how to make it. Very relaxing, easy, easy, easy. So, here is a flying geese block. Is this the geese or is that the geese? Are they the wings?
That's the geese,
That's the
that's the
geese,
sky.
that's the sky. Okay?
It's a
And-
skein of geese. I think that's what it's meant
Oh,
to be. It's the whole, yeah, which is why one is always geese, not goose, because it's a skein of geese in flight, and then that's the sky.
Ah, there you go. It's a really lovely block. And it's got lots of energy to it. And when you multiply it, you can really play with all those secondary patterns. And these are the free half square triangles that you will get. Can you see? They're not much smaller. Not much smaller. So each flying geese block will give you 2 half square triangles. Simple, simple. Right, so the first thing you've got to do is cut your geese. Done that. And then what you're going to do is you're going to mark up 2 diagonal lines on the reverse. Oh, my ruler's not long enough.
Oh, I can get you a ruler.
There you
Don't
go,
worry.
we've got rulers
Yep.
down here.
Are you sure?
Yep, grab, thank you very much.
Awesome, thanks, Kat.
Kat. Hours to prep and didn't think about how short my ruler was. Now this one's too long, but it works just perfectly. So just corner to corner. Now you can leave it there if you want, if you just want to not bother with the half square triangles, but why would you? And then all you're going to do is, you're not going to mark 1/4 inch away from that diagonal line. You're going to mark 1/2 inch away because you're going to do 2 lines of sewing. And you can, look, you can even use the side of the ruler there to get accurate.
Oh, I see you've lined the edge.
Yeah, but I haven't. It doesn't line up because I didn't cut perfectly. But what you're doing is you want that central diagonal line and then you want another line 1/2 inch away. And I just mark it with a pencil. Are you one of the tape? Do you have a tape or a laser or
light
something?
on my machine, yeah.
So that's really handy. And then if you've got directional fabric, or your pipper, not Stuart, or not me particularly, if you really want to maintain the directional fabric, then with this other corner, you want to mark the diagonal line in the opposite direction. And that keeps your, like if it was a stripe, it keeps the stripes in the same direction.
Yeah. Stuart would care about that, probably.
Would you? You would do the stripes?
Well, it depends, it depends.
Pippa wouldn't entertain the thought of having anything that wasn't directional. She would even look at one of the flowers, a big flower in a print, and make sure that was the same way up.
Yeah, very, no, I mean, absolutely.
I mean,
it's
it does,
your
that's
quilt.
what she enjoys doing, and the level of precision she takes great satisfaction from. If I do try and sew that precisely, I get frustrated and I feel like it's slowing me down because I can't manage it.
Sure.
And that's really where I'm coming from.
That doesn't give you joy.
I can't do it and it doesn't find me any joy. But Pippa finds the general sewing so easy that her satisfaction now is getting perfect results.
Yeah, I totally get that.
I'm trying to get her to do some teaching.
Okay, in your studio?
Yes, because she's so fantastic and got so many sort of tips and tricks and how you can really elevate things. And a lot of things aren't difficult. It's just, you know, knowing how to do them and then doing them consistently. Yeah. So we'll have to convince her.
Yeah.
And then you're going to do pretty sides together, corners to corner, and you're just going to do one at a time. But basically, you're going to have them going into opposite directions. And what you want to do is you want to be pretty consistent with which side you're putting down first, so that the overlaps, here we are, the overlaps are the same. You see, would you do that as well, so that you always had the bottom fabric down first and then that was the same? Or you wouldn't bother with that either?
No, simply because once you've sewn the seam allowance, you'll never be able to see which one's over and which one's under. If it showed, I might.
This is true. This is very true. Right, so if you've drawn, you can pin this. I might just pin this. If you have drawn 2 lines, you're sewing on both lines.
Okay, on the line.
On the line.
Yep.
And if you've drawn 1 line, you are sewing 1/4 inch away from the lines, because this is what I try. You're always there thinking, what am I sewing on the line? Am I not sewing on the line? So 2 lines, you are sewing on the line.
Now, we had this discussion yesterday in my class at Brockhampton, and, you know, a couple of people said, you know, I hear different things from different people. Some people say sew directly on the drawn line. Some people say sew a needle width to one side.
Towards one side.
Towards the corner you're pressing to. What's your feeling about that?
I think if you really wanted to get the best results, you would be sewing a tiny bit away from that drawn line, just so that when you folded it back, your stitched line, that fold was actually on the diagonal. I can't say I'm able to sew that accurately. And do you know what? It'll be fine.
Yeah.
It's all fine.
Yeah.
You do want to go slow and steady, and you can chain piece this. So you just... So look, I can line the needle up just that side. So this is the half square triangle that I'm going to have for free, and this is the flying geese. So I could angle it down, and I'm going to have to sew very slowly. So it's really about patience. And I think the other thing when you're sewing is, it's like, how mindless do you want it to be? Do you want it to be a very sort of meditative process, and you just go with what you get, or do you want it to be a study in sort of accuracy? I'm having to think very, very carefully about stitching. I'm now on the line rather than across it, I think. But you know what? It'll be fine.
Yeah.
It's always fine. And then it's much easier to chain piece these, but I won't. I'm going to try and make one sort of set if we've got time.
Okay.
So I'm going to finish that whole thing. I was just saying, it's very strange I have to lift my own presser foot. I don't have to do that when the butler isn't, raising the presser foot for me.
Should I ask a floor manager to do it?
Yes, why not? Kat's got nothing to do. Why don't we just get her in to lift my presser foot for me when I need it?
Kat's literally the floor manager for Hobbycraft.
Hobbycraft.
Hobbymaker.
But she's the one who's running around at the moment.
She's what, sorry?
She's the one running around at the moment.
I know.
They're all getting ready.
Yeah, if you want to watch Hobbymaker, it's up straight after we come off air. You don't have to change channel, you don't have to touch that dial. And our wonderful, I'm claiming her for us at Sewing Street, our wonderful Sandra Rushton is on with Santangle.
Yes, she is. She's been in and we've been chatting. She's got a beautiful sketchbook with her. She's got a beautiful sketchbook. Okay, so you can press that, but what you want to do now is you're going to cut between those 2 stitch lines.
Okay.
And again, it doesn't really matter whether you're cutting perfectly true, because the stitching, it's all done.
Done it.
It's all done. So now I have 1 free half square triangle and a little bit of sky. Now with this, I do press to the dark side, because I think it makes it sit nicer. If you press it open, I find sometimes you can get a little bit of an awkward angle up the top. So I would always press it to the side. Do you do that? Would you say that?
I do press one to one side, really, yes. Yes. I always think, you know, whatever works for the project you're working on at the time.
Yes.
I like to be flexible. I never have like a hard rule. You always press this way.
Yeah.
And it doesn't...
And that's experience, though.
Yeah. And it doesn't matter sometimes if you can't nest your seams. It certainly isn't something that you should lose sleep over.
No, and I get in a muddle when I'm nesting sleeves because seams because you have to be so consistent with it.
You do.
And I get all over the place.
I think it would suit the mathematically minded, perhaps, or if you're sort of. Spatial awareness is really good. My spatial awareness is really bad.
I've got none. I've got no spatial awareness
I have.
whatsoever. Anyway, so you're putting this in the... So the seam's going to run in the opposite direction. I'm just pinning it. You don't have to pin that much. If I was at home, I probably wouldn't. And then I'm going to sew on that diagonal line again. And then we're going to sew the second line, and then we've got one flying geese and 2 half square triangles.
Brilliant.
And it's just simple, easy, and no waste, which I love.
You know the half square triangles? Do
Yes.
you have to trim them at all, or are they the size that we want them to be?
Well, the school's out on that as well. I like to trim them because I know then they're really sort of square. And also the ears are annoying. But if you don't want to trim them and you don't like the ears, all you have to do, you have to mind your fingers, is before you open it, just cut off those ears then, and then they're out of the way. And no quilt police is going to care if you haven't made that perfectly square. You can sew it together and they can just be wonky, or you can press them and then take your whatever your ruler is and get them cut to size. So this is going to be 5-inch finished. So you can cut it like that. But you see, you could, you know, you're losing a bit to get it really true. Or you can just do whatever makes you happy.
Yeah.
Whatever makes you happy. But I don't like having the ears around because I find that hard when you are trying to line them up when you're sewing. And the quickest way is just to snip them off when it's still folded. So there you go. I told you it was easy, and you just do that lots and lots. And if you're playing with your scraps, I mean, you've got a lot of design opportunities. You can really play with building the tones up and like start pale at the top or whatever you want to do.
Could be a real study in colour, couldn't it? Just want to check. It's saying on my tablet that the live video has ended. So if we come off YouTube, it's still... I'll just try refreshing.
Oh, we're off YouTube, are we? The gremlins are
Oh,
in.
no, we're back on. That's fine.
The gremlins are in.
Details on screen are for the quilt kit. Okay, it's been really popular. It's £245, but the thing to remember is that you're getting this quilt, which is 72 inches square.
Yes, I think so.
But you're also getting a second 60-inch square
60-inch
quilt
square.
kit.
Yeah, and you're making them
well.
both at the same time. So it's so satisfying, and there's no waste.
It's so economical like that.
It's really economical. It's a nice habit and skill. It's a nice learning thing to get into the habit of doing it. It's very easy. So every time I'm doing flying geese, I'm always looking for a free half square triangle because I know how versatile they are.
Split pay is an option. £81.66, first of 3 split pays. You only pay the first split pay and you get your kit sent out. And that comes direct from you, doesn't it,
It comes
Janet?
direct from me, and that's what we'll be doing tomorrow. We'll all be busy in the studio tomorrow. Tessa's been on holiday, so she will have lots of tales of her holiday. Back with a shock.
Iris says, love Janet. Watching you both while layering my spoondrift quilt. This is from Iris in Norfolk.
Spoondrift. Now there's a project. Lovely. And layering it up, it's nearly done. It's nearly done. You can see I wobbled there. It doesn't matter. I'm going to tidy that up. I'm a bit sort of, doesn't matter. It's in the seam allowance. No worries.
Good to know.
Good to know.
Well, no, but it is because
It doesn't matter.
You know, some people really worry about, and actually it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. You won't notice, and once it's in the quilt, you will not see. Now, I'm perfectly happy with that. I wouldn't square that up.
No, it's a very accurate method.
It really works, and also it's the easiest way to make a flying geese. So, you know, you're not thinking, you know, why am I bothering? Why am I cutting those triangles? The triangles, you'd be cutting squares. They've got to be in pairs anyway, and then they're all bias when you are sewing them together, and that is much, much harder. Much harder. So there you go.
Yeah, this is easy accuracy.
Really easy
Yeah.
and endlessly versatile, and you can play with them. You make lots and lots of blocks and have a lot of fun.
A lot of fun sounds good.
A lot of fun.
So much fabric in this kit. I am going to work my muscles.
It's lovely, isn't it?
So much fabric. It's absolutely gorgeous.
What a treat.
And the prints too. Michaelmas daisies, lavender. What's that sort of magnolia blossoms,
Yes,
aren't they?
yes.
Gorgeous.
That lavender, I must say the lavender is one of my favourites.
Oh, it's an absolutely stunning print. It would be beautiful on like a linen union as well for home deck.
I know.
This is a beautiful one as well. I love
That's my
that.
paint palette.
Love
so that
that.
is so much fun that we got that to work. And that's the beauty of turning in all your workings, because sometimes Moda will go, but we love that. And I think, oh yeah, I maybe wouldn't have put it in the collection.
That's not a fabric design. That's my paint palette.
That's my paint palette. But yeah, why not? And it just brings it a bit to life and makes it a bit more playful. It's good fun.
Sure, it's gorgeous. 81.66 first split pay to get this kit home. You get your 72-inch square quilt and you get a 60-inch square quilt out of the same kit, and you make them side by side. One to keep, one to gift, maybe. One for downstairs, one for upstairs.
Why not?
One for you, one
Why
for him.
Why not? Combine them both and make an absolutely enormous quilt. If you've got like a really big bed, why not?
Yeah, and very soothing, restful, beautiful fabrics. The tones are just lovely. And it's a real different look for isn't it? You know, lots more of you joining. Yeah, Muffin
Well
did well.
done, Muffin.
Just by being there.
Just by being
Just turning
herself. Just by being herself. If you've got a chocolate Labrador, get a lilac collar on them. They look fantastic.
It works. It really works. Love it. Well done if you've got your kit. Loads of you getting involved now and lots more of you checking out. Just be aware at this point the stock starts to dwindle very, very quickly. Pattern on its own has been super popular actually. It's the Briar quilt pattern. Here we go. Physical pattern for Briar. And you've got your full instructions there. You've also got your colouring sheets, which is so important. You've got how to use your bonus units. And what's rather nice as well is it's almost sort of workshop style, so you can have the page you're working on in front of you, and you can see the wood for the trees.
You can see the wood for the trees. We spend a lot of time developing the patterns so they're clear and step by step. And that's why Tony actually puts them together, because he's got a very logical brain. And he'll say to me, well, why am I doing that now? Well, you have to do that now. You know, and I say, well, that's obvious. And he can go, no, it's not obvious. Let's put that step in the pattern.
Okay.
It's not. So you could say, well, I'll just do that one diagonal seam to make my geese, and then I've still got those triangles, and I'll sew them together later. But actually, sew them together when they're a solid square, and you've got all that stability. You're not dealing with any bias edges, and it's done. And when you saw it didn't take long when I did it slowly. When you're chain piecing, they come together so quickly.
Tony has the odd really good idea, doesn't he?
He's very handy to have around. He is.
He is handy. He was very handy, actually, to combine both kits for an earlier quilt kit that we had on. This is both quilt kits, Larking and Bluebell, combined to make the double jelly roll quilt.
It looks great. It really looks
Love, love, love that. We're going to put the Larking option. That's the quilt we had hanging behind us in Janet's earlier show, this one right here. So that's what you can make with one jelly roll. That's the size you can make with one jelly roll. Now, of course, if you wanted the double size, you could buy 2 kits and combine them, but I've only got 9 of those kits remaining. If you like the idea of mixing the blues, the jades, those beautiful light turquoises from both collections, then you can buy one of each kit, and Tony's very kindly mocked up what it would look like. Now the other kit uses Bluebell, and this does have the blues, the jades, absolutely gorgeous. We'll show you that picture too. It's just such a lovely combination.
So soft. All those, you know I'm obsessed with blue. And those blue and the soft teals and the aquas, just lovely.
And of course, half the cutting's done for you, isn't it, with the jelly roll?
The jelly roll, and it's all precise, really, really precise.
Yeah.
And very, very simple to piece, and no bias, no stretch, nothing.
Fabulous.
Easy, easy, easy.
This is the mock-up using both Bluebell and Larking. The web's playing up for us, not for you at home, but for us. Then your quilt would be larger, wouldn't it? There would be the double jelly roll.
It would be the double jelly roll size, and we do know the size for that. I can dig that out. But yeah, really lovely size. That would cover a bed.
That's what I would make.
That's the one.
That's the one I would make.
It does look
because
lovely.
I love the combination of both.
Thank you.
Now, I have got some of Larking by the half
Oh,
metre.
yes, let's have a look.
I'm just going to grab some of them because you might like to add a border.
Look, I've tidied up a bit, she says. I haven't really. I've made another pile.
I'm just going to grab the teapots.
You love those teapots. I have my sketchbook.
Oh, yeah.
I have my sketchbook.
So teapots, I've got three different colourways. I've got the navy, I've got this gorgeous sort of slaty turquoise, and then I've got the cream. Should we start with the navy? Oh, there we
One
go.
drawing of teapots.
So we'll put the details, £8.99 for a half metre. If you wanted to put a border on the one jelly roll quilt, how much would you recommend? Metre?
Yeah, probably a metre. A metre's a good shout for most things, isn't it? If you do like a narrow little binding.
Yeah. Love this print so much.
Thank you.
I think that'd be gorgeous for dressmaking.
Yeah, and it's digitally printed, so it has got a bit more drape.
Where did the idea come from?
Well, I was collecting all the bits of china, and then, of course, when I had so many bits of china, I thought, well, where'd they all come
Big
from?
enough for a teapot.
Yeah, big enough for a teapot. And then I started researching, and I found all these, like Royal Worcester and everything, have catalogues with their, you know, all their designs, shapes of teapot and the services you could make. So I started playing with that, drew them lots and lots of times and doodled them, and made mistakes. And then when I got the ones that I liked, I put them on tracing paper, knowing that Moda would develop them from there. And then these here are my colour combinations that I suggest. And then, of course, we have to filter all of those combinations down to ones that we think that would fit the nicest in the collection. And we ended up with 3 for this one.
Very beautiful. This is the first colourway in, is the colourway Derby?
Could be Derby.
Yeah, Derby.
Could be Derby. They're all named after sort of China ceramic companies.
Oh, got you. This is our second colourway. I've only got 10 metres left of this. This is in Copeland.
There you go.
We can't get any more, by the way. Once it's gone, it's gone.
Once it's gone, it's gone. Because this would have been ordered, well, I designed it in November 23. So this would have ordered a good year ago, and it's literally gone.
Yeah,
It'd be
absolutely.
gone.
Yeah, the ranges aren't reprinted, sadly. And then the third colourway that we've got is this one on the cream background. And this one is called Porcelain.
There you go. I like the way it gets into the soft greens.
Yeah, it's lovely that, isn't
with
it?
that.
Beautiful. Now, you and I, we both love stripe.
So
A
useful.
little bit nautical as well, which
And
is, again, good.
A really good blender. Goes with so many things, and it's quite a classic stripe, but it's hand drawn, so it's still got a bit of energy in it.
Now, for dressmaking, gorgeous.
Yeah.
My quilted Haori jacket has a striped, front band and cuffs and pocket tops. This would be perfect.
Perfect for that.
I'd love to remake it, actually, in your fabric.
All right, let's do it.
Yeah, let's do it.
let's do it.
It's gorgeous, that. Really lovely.
Thank you.
Next colour is that mid-blue.
You always need more fabric, don't you? Just
Of
always just obsessed with having fabric and options in your stash. Options in your stash is such a good, freeing thing to have.
Oh, Janet, I once
got an
used up
idea.
and cleared up my stash. Worst thing I ever did.
Yeah.
Worst thing I ever did.
Because you've got nothing to go on. Like, you can't just be inspired by something and sort of get going with it.
No, exactly. And then the lightest, this has been the most popular. This is almost reminiscent of ticking, isn't it?
It is, and I was going down that sort of the French sort of vibe, that sort of classic, elegant. And again, I quite often like to design things that I know I'm not going to get tired of, that are useful. So if you bought a couple of yards or meters of this and had it in your stash, can pop up in lots of different projects. And don't forget, you can use the back of the print for all of these if you want something a bit more subtle. That works as an applique background. It's just, you know, you don't have to stick with the front. And also, if you're like piecing a star or something, you want it to look vintage, do half of the star with the front of the fabric and half with the reverse. You've already got that sort of faded elegance going on.
That's what I tell myself every morning when I look in the
Faded
mirror.
elegance.
Faded elegance.
Still got it. You just, honestly, when that alarm goes off for TV at 5 a.m, whatever it is.
5? That's a lie-in.
I know. Do not look in the mirror.
Next one, I picked out one of my favourites.
Oh,
That's very, very elegant. Again,
that would, great shirt.
would it be a...
Oh, that one goes with everything. Goes with everything.
Now tell us, where did this come from?
That's on one of the designs in the China. All of these supplements are from the designs in the China. I'm not going to be able to find the page. But I was literally just doodling, really studying the China chips and trying to pick out little design elements for it and playing with watercolour washes and things. So that's where it all comes from, just that freedom to play. And that's why you need a stash, because that gives you the freedom. Just think, oh, that was an interesting demo, I'll have a go at that. And you've got fabric to have a go at, rather than thinking, now I've got to go to the shop, I've got to order X, Y, Z. And then it feels really important and precious when you just want to play.
Totally. This is the mid-tone.
It's tiny, it's actually very pale background and then lots of little sort of dark dots that sort of makes it look a bit darker. And of course I had to have little teacups.
Of course.
On the side. And we get to design the selvage as well, and we're allowed to put little quotes and things on, and we tell them what... But first, tea. Tea before we do anything else. Let's have a cup of tea.
Yes. Exactly.
I don't want to rush.
Exactly. When I came down this morning from in the hotel earlier than I said, and it's already like hours earlier than they start breakfast, and I said, oh, was there any chance I could grab a cup? I know I'm a bit early. Oh, the machine's being cleaned out. I was like, no. And I was like, haven't you got a kettle out the back that you could boil? I need my tea. And he went, well, let me just tell you. He said, well, no, we haven't got a kettle. And I was like, give me 2 sticks, I'll rub them together and make fire. We'll find it. But anyway, the machine was on. So I had my tea. Here's the lightest. Oh, no, I mean, the chap was absolutely lovely, and he bent over backwards to get me my cup of tea, really did, because I think he could see I was a man
You're
in
just
need.
quite desperate. Because he'd been tossing and turning all night because he didn't go out to dinner with me. Because he was seeing friends he'd only known 35 years.
Well, it's 35 years since I've seen them.
That's crazy.
I mean, it made us all feel quite old when we reflected on that. Yeah. But yes, 35, 36 years. But
and you just picked up where you left off?
We just picked up where we had left off.
That's the best.
Yeah. And it was great to hear what everyone's doing with their lives.
Yeah.
Really important stuff like raising kids.
Oh, God, yeah.
Yeah. You know. But most of them were at that sort of stage where they were sending their kids off.
Yeah, they're gradually leaving.
Which I'm sure brings its own worries too. This quilt right here, let's just recap. There's a couple of these in baskets. If you want it, do check out. It's called Briar. Now remember, this quilt is 72 inches square, gorgeous. But you also get a bonus quilt top, which you make side by side.
Side by side.
60 inches
And this is
square.
just one of the layout options because you've got flying geese and half square triangles. So there's lots you can do.
Because we sometimes say, oh, well, you could make a matching cushion
Yes,
with the leftovers.
I
But you get a matching quilt.
I couldn't believe how the yardage added up with the leftovers. And it seems sad to call them leftovers because I could easily have designed this.
Yes, of course.
And look, you've got the diamonds building. So that's the layout I chose, diamonds. But literally, you know what a half square, you can make stars with them. There's loads you can do. And 60 by 60, very manageable size, particularly if you're quilting it yourself. Very, very manageable size. Lovely gift as well.
Really lovely, really lovely. Now, the pattern on its own, you can get a physical pattern for $9.99. It's been very, very popular.
Lovely.
I think it's that too for the work of one.
2 for 1. It's a really good technique to have, very useful, and it's very thrifty. Talks you through exactly how to make them. It's got all the maths, tells you exactly what block to make. If you want to make the same as mine, that's the colour combinations that I chose. And then it's got lots of different colour the layouts. I mean, this vertical diamonds is fun.
I think that's lovely. That's a good Janet Clare word, actually, thrifty.
Thrifty.
I could imagine you designing a fabric range called Thrifty.
Thrifty. I'm very thrifty.
Are you?
I am, actually. I am. Yeah.
Do you have a dig out in the bottom of the fridge every week? And
Fridge bottom.
Fridge bottom.
Yeah. If it's with rice, it's a curry. If it's with pasta, it's like Italian
Pasta
meal.
sauce. Is that how you know what you're eating?
Yeah, you can have soup if you're desperate. If you're desperate, you can have soup.
Digital download.
Yeah, fridge bottom. I've got a fine line in fridge bottom. Yeah.
Oh, I don't waste food.
I don't think we should be wasting.
No, I don't.
And I don't think people watching this are. We're
No,
homemakers,
we're
we're home bodies, we're thrifty, we know what we're buying and we respect the materials.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think it's really important.
Oh, and your beautiful fabrics, even if it's a 1 inch wide strip, inch for inch, it costs you the same as the fat quarter, the half metre. So that little, there's a way to use it. String piecing.
Yes, and you can, when it is really, really scrappy, you can run it over with a rotary cutter and use it as toy stuffing and all sorts. And it's washable and cotton, and it will outlast us.
Yeah.
And my Patreon group and I, we were on a mission to actually start labelling our quilts because did you go around the vintage galleries in the Festival of Quilts?
I did.
And they're all going, maker unknown. And you're looking at this beautiful quilt and every single one of them is maker unknown, maker unknown, maker unknown. And we were saying on our Zoom talk, it's about time we weren't maker unknown.
I know. But it's about valuing what you do, isn't it?
Yes, that's
people at the time thought, oh, nobody wants to know I made this. And people say the same thing now, but we do. They will.
Yes.
Let's do the menu for tomorrow and see what's coming up. Janet, help me out here. 8 a.m, we've got...
flannel fabrics featuring new moda.
Ooh. At 9 a.m, the Sussex seamstress, Emsworth Coatigan. Oh, I love Coatigan. With Adam Brooks.
Lovely, Adam. Right, am I on 10? Right, we've got Helen Newton, Christmas, with the lovely Sandy. We love Sandy.
We love Sandy Millichip-Masocki. At 11 o'clock...
I left you to say the difficult bit, did you go?
I know you did. One of my favourite dresses, actually, the Kilo wrap dress and jumpsuit with Adam Brooks. When I brought out my first dressmaking fabric range, it was an organic jersey. We made the Kilo dress. It is gorgeous.
It's a great pattern.
And then at 12 o'clock, it's a handy guide to embroidery, stabilisers, and the Aurora bag with Sandy Millichip-Masocki. Janet, it's been an absolute joy.
It's been a joy. Good to see you.
And that was awkward. A joy to stay with you too. Bye.